cause my cup has overflowed. Ain't got a lot of riches. Sometimes the going is rough. Going gets rough. But I've got a friend in Jesus. And that makes me rich enough. I thank God for all his blessings on me and the mercies he's bestowed. I'm drinking from my saucer, 'cause my cup has overflowed.
If you need a prescription filled, Gold Line Pharmacy at Main Street, Chapelton, Clarendon guarantees fast service at a great price. You will find gifts, household items, cosmetics, and stationery too. When you are looking for fast, friendly service, visit Gold Line Pharmacy, Main Street, Chapelton, 876-785-0128. We are caring beyond prescriptions. Gold Line Pharmacy, the name you can trust. Serving our clients is our first responsibility.
Importers. Shipments requiring you to pay customs duties and taxes are cleared on a customs goods declaration known as an IM4 or IMS4. Ask your clearing agent to provide your customs declaration, customs assessment notice, and customs receipt once duties and taxes are paid. Where your clearing agent may not be able to provide the IM4 or IMS4, request your customs goods declaration registration number or C number, which can be used to verify your payments. Importers, request your IM4, IMS4, or C number. It is your right. For details, email the Jamaica Customs Agency at public.relations@jca.gov.jm. Jamaica Customs, keeping our customers in focus.
The J3's Ministry of Sports Puma National Senior and Junior Championships, Thursday, July 6 to Sunday, July 9 at the National Stadium, 9:45 a.m. to 9 p.m. each day. Up for grabs over places to several events this summer, headlined by the 19th World Athletics Championships in Budapest, Hungary for the seniors, plus the NACAC and Pan American Championships for the juniors. Season tickets, $7,500. Finish line, $1,000 to $2,500 per day. Regular grandstand, $1,000 to $2,000. Online tickets already on sale at mysticonlinetix.com and at the National Stadium Ticket Office and the Jamaica Pegasus Hotel from July 3, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. It will be 4 days of super competition, so be there.
It's now time for Sports in a Minute. It's sponsored by Dangerous Auto Spares and Accessories Limited, Edgechem, Any Bet, and Milestone Restaurant Bar and Grill. Former world number one Caroline Wozniacki is returning to tennis 3 years after retiring. The 32-year-old Dane won the Australian Open in 2018 and lost in the US Open final in both 2009 and 2014. She said she became a mother and now have two beautiful children, which she is grateful for. Now, Wozniacki announced the birth of her daughter Olivia in June 2021 and then son James in 2022. She added that she wants to show her kids that they can pursue their dreams no matter their age or role. That's all the time we have for your Sports in a Minute. Sports in a Minute was sponsored by Dangerous Auto Spares and Accessories Limited at 20 Balmoral Avenue, Kingston 10. Call 876-929-9146 and in Maypen. Edgechem, changing lives 1 gallon at a time. Any Bet, your best bet, reminds you to bet responsibly. At Milestone Restaurant Bar and Grill, celebrate good food, celebrate good vibes.
It will get better. It will get better. Won't last forever. Won't last forever. And if you trust in the Lord.
Hello, my radio friends. Good morning again. And as the song says, it will get better. And every Monday and every Thursday, when you hear that theme song, you know that it's time for your mid-morning program, Final Decision. Let me stop for a little while, to just reflect on the words of that one liner that you just got just now. It will get better. And let me take the time, please, to just encourage somebody, no matter what it is that you're going through, no matter how bad it seems right now, no matter what the situation is currently, be assured it will get better, because after all, it came to pass. And the reason why we chose the theme song for this segment is that, yes, we're dealing with death. Yes, we're dealing with aspects relating to death, but it's not always doom and gloom, because we always have a blessed hope. And no matter, as I said before, how dire the circumstances seem, it will get better. Now, if there are any first-time listeners joining the program today, let me take the opportunity to welcome you to our wonderful program, welcome you to class. Yes, we are almost mid-semester now, but don't be disheartened. There's a whole lot more for us to discover, for us to discuss, and for you to know. The name of the program is Final Decision, and my name is Mark Maitland, and I'm from the Garden of Paradise Funeral Home in Kingston. My co-host is Errol Green from the Exodus Funeral Home, and he will be with us shortly to give his input on the program. For those who have joined us from the get-go, from day one, day two, maybe first or second week, and you are still with us, thank you so very much for your partnership and for being with us and for spreading the word. And thank you so much, listeners more than ever. Listen, thank you so much for the feedback. Thank you so much for the suggestions. Thank you so much for the questions we get off air. And a reminder, July starts this weekend. So Monday, we're going to start to open the lines. You will get a chance to interact with us live on air with the time that we have. We'll be taking your questions. We'll be taking your input via the telephone line. So I know that is something that most listeners are looking forward to and you've been asking about. So come Monday, you will get your opportunity to share. The program again is Final Decision, brought to you on a Monday and on a Thursday, 11:30 a.m. to 12 noon. And we aim to provide for you important, vital information that you need as we navigate through the funeral industry. I know death, funeral, dying, these are not things that we talk about until we are plunged into the need to know, or we are plunged in a situation where we have to deal with these type of things. We are faced with a situation where a loved one dies and we have to plan the funeral arrangements, and we have to interact with funeral homes, and we have to interact with government agencies that have interest in this line of business. And then there's a flurry of questions, there is confusion, there is mayhem, and also for some persons, the experience is less than desire. And so for that reason, Mr. Green and I, we have taken the time out to come on this station 2 times per week to give you information and to help you to be armed with what is needed to take you through the proper planning and effective execution of funeral service / funeral arrangement. All right, so if you were here with us on Monday, Monday we had a lively discussion with our host, our guest, Miss Anastasia Johns, who talked to us about life insurance, and really she dispelled some of the myths that are proliferating in relation to this type of business. And we also talked about critical illness, because as you know and as you have been told week after week when we come on, we are interested in ensuring that the whole you is taken care of. So we don't only want to provide information in relation to what to do when somebody dies or what relatives are to do in the event that we are the ones who die, but we also want to ensure that we give information to help to preserve life, preserve wealth, and if needs be, grow wealth. And so we talked about life insurance, we talked about critical illness, because we know that with medical bills comes expenses, and if you think that funerals are expensive, try medical bills. Try the tests that you are supposed to do. try going to the pharmacy to fill prescriptions. And so for that reason, we want you to be armed with the information, because fact is, none of us wish to be sick. None of us want to be sick. None of us plan to be sick. But however, life happens. And if life does take an unfortunate turn, we want to ensure that we strategically place you to navigate around the unfortunates that may accompany life at different intervals. And there is one thing that we did not get to touch on Monday, and deliberately so, while we were talking about insurance and we were talking about critical illness plan and all of these things. There is one aspect to insurance that we did not touch on deliberately, as I said before, but I'm going to just make reference to that today. It's the family indemnity plan. And this is something that we want you to consider. Yes, the notion often is, and I believe that we have gotten to that place in history, that place in time where we need to get beyond the thinking that when I die, it should be somebody else's responsibility. I'll take care of life. No, when I die, whoever is after me will take care of that. But we should get to the place where we look beyond the now. And looking beyond the now is an unselfish way to deal with what happens after you are gone. You want to ensure that in the event that you die, not only are you able, your family is able to take care of the expenses that accompany funeral arrangements, but you want to ensure that your family members, those who you leave behind, at least you can leave something for them to help to brace with the financial constraints of life. And so there are financial institutions. All right, I'm just going to leave it at financial institutions because I don't want to be doing any free advertisement for anybody on this program. Yes, put it that way. But there are financial institutions which offer family indemnity plans. And go in, have the dialogue with them, and I'm sure that you can find something within your budget, within your scope of finances. And the thing about family indemnity plan is that over time, when your finances improve, you are able to increase the premium on the indemnity plan. You are able to, as we'd say in Jamaica, up the plan. So you might start with, hypothetically speaking, you might start with $500,000 for the plan, and you're paying a monthly minimum, and you find that over time, your financial status has improved, and you are able to move from 500,000 to maybe a million or 1.5 million, and you are still able to manage. Because again, this is another product that the earlier you start, the cheaper it is. Friends, we want to arm you with the information, because at the end of the day, sickness costs, medications costs, funerals cost. One thing I know about Jamaicans, we are proud. And we want to ensure that whatever we take on in life, we can pay for. We don't want nobody to say we owe them. And so I am putting it to you that you should explore the whole idea of a family indemnity plan. Different financial institutions have different plans that cover different numbers of individuals. And like I say, the amount, the monthly payment varies by the amount, and something is always there tailored to suit what you are able to afford. All right, listeners, guess what? Let me take the time to welcome the man himself, Mr. Errol Green. He is now here with us. Mr. Green.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Thank you, Mr. Miller.
Mr. Green, we missed you on Monday, you know.
Yes, sir. Boy, Mr. Miller, you're touching some real important topics, man, you know? You know, you're talking money talk, you know what I mean?
Yeah, man. not just money talking, but we want to prepare the listeners.
Yes, sir.
So at the end of the day, after they have dealt with the funeral arrangements, they still have something left.
Yes, sir. And
life.
it has always been said in Jamaica, it take cash to care, right? It take cash to care. So
even final care.
Right. Even final care. So I hear Mr. Maitland saying where the money is, right?
In your absence, Mr. Green, we had a fantastic interview on Monday. And subsequent to that interview, individuals have reached out to me and there have been questions, there have been suggestions. We had an insurance agent coming to talk to the people in relation to life insurance and critical illness plans. And boy, we got a myriad wealth of information. One of the questions that I got at the end of that program, that when Miss Johns comes back, she's going to have to address, is somebody wanted to know what would happen if you are too old to work, and the insurance, you're paying insurance before, but you have gotten to the place that you are too old to work. And I'm sorry that we never get this question before she left, but that's something that she's going to deal with for us when she does return. The other thing is, Mr. Green, starting on Monday, we will have the opportunity to interact with our listeners, so they will get to call into the program.
I think that's a good time to bring her about, Mr. Maitland, where, because the insurance is a very important topic,
All right.
And I always encourage my clients, because when they come in sometime, Mr. Maitland, sometimes some people can't really afford the expenses, you know what I mean? Right. So I always ask them why you didn't choose an insurance. And when we tell them about the insurance, they said if them did know.
If they did know. So I know Miss Johns is listening now. So Miss Johns, this is your ticket. Monday morning, Miss Johns, you please prepare to be here. Listeners, please prepare your questions. Miss Johns, please prepare to answer the questions. So the listeners have spoken, and I want you to understand that when you speak, we listen.
Yes, Miss Jan, and we love to have you back, Miss Jan, because so oftentimes, family can't really afford, to pay for the expenses for their loved one. So, we would really love to have you back on this program.
Right. So I know for a fact that she'll be back. But in the meantime, while and I know wherever she is right now, she's just smiling ear to ear, because that's the type of person that she is. But family indemnity, Mr. Green, is something that we would consider low-hanging fruit.
Right.
And as I said before, there are a number of institutions who offer this product, but we will not call names right now because we are not into doing the free advertisement thing.
Right.
But family indemnity plan, you are able to at least take care of the financial situations for your parents, your spouse, your children. That's at least that I know, and I know that most plans start at $250,000, and like I say to you, some go up as far as to 2 or 2.5 million. But I start with talking about the one for 250,000 because persons will say they are unable to afford to pay too much for insurance. But the fact is, when you are at a place that you're paying less than $1,000 per month for something that is worthwhile, over time you'll realize the benefit of this.
I mean, let us be realistic, Mr. Maitland. We're not here to sell insurance, right? We're not here to sell insurance or to sell the family indemnity plan, because we're not going to get paid for that. But what we are doing, we are providing you with information that can make you better.
That's right.
Right? And so we in the funeral industry, we can enjoy that, that comfort, knowing that the people who we served, they can afford our service.
Right.
Right? So that's what we are here about, to give you the information, direct you into the right places.
Right.
Because think about it, Mr. Maitland. I always say to people, cut back on the phone card, man. And cut back on some little something, because the indemnity plan, it's reasonable. I'm not going to say cheap. It is reasonable.
It is very
affordable.
It is very reasonable.
Yeah, right. I think almost even people who is not working, a person who is getting school fee can save a little and pay that insurance. It's very affordable.
Because the thing is so tailored, and again, we are not here to sell insurance nor sell indemnity, but we are providing you with the information because questions and friends, when we talk from an informed point. We talk based on the facts that we know. We talk based on the questions we have had. We talk based on the situations that we have had to address and have to resolve. And so because we know these things are not only foreign to us, and these things don't only happen in a vacuum where you see it this year but you won't see it next year. It's a trend. And so because we see the trend that is happening, we have taken the time to say, all right, let us go out on a limb to give you the information. Let us pay to provide you with information that you can get for free, because we want you to be in a better position to handle final expenses, to handle final arrangements, to handle these type of situations when they do come at you.
Yeah, Mr. Millen, I'm very happy to touch that point. And I want our listeners to know that it costs us a lot to be giving them this kind of information, right? So we're giving the info, because we know information is power.
Information is
right? And we want to equip our people, right? We want our people to have a better understanding of what they are doing, what they are involved in, and what is yet to come.
And the fact is, yes, we won't even say look at the cost factor, because persons have been asking, and it is better for persons to be armed with the information beforehand, that they can prevent a situation from occurring down the road that will impact us in a negative way. When I say us, I mean both the individual and the service provider, not necessarily Mr. Green and myself, whoever the service provider will be at the time. So it is important that we help you to have the information so that we prevent a situation where you'll either be embarrassed or you have a negative feeling after you've had an experience, nor you're in a situation that, boy, you really don't know what to do and your blood pressure goes up and all sorts of something start to impact your health. And so I believe it is very, very important that we help you to help you.
Yeah.
And in helping you, you'll also help others, because, Mr. Glenn, let me give you a testimony. Somebody called me, so I was speaking to a friend of mine on Monday after the program, and she said to me that she was listening to the program last Thursday, and she went to do business somewhere, and when she went to that office, they were also listening to the program. Listeners, thank you very much for your time. Thank you so much for your time. And she had a situation to deal with at work because one of her co-workers lost a family member, and she was able to provide her with information that she needed. And then that person called to say, thanks for, though they did not get the information first hand, but thanks for the information second hand, because they were able to not only make decisions on the spot, but they were able to make critical decisions on the spot, and they knew what to do, and they were able to handle themselves. And so for the individuals who are not only listening, but are passing on the information to other persons and are encouraging other persons to listen, we thank you so much for what you are doing, and it proves that our labor is not in vain.
Mr. Maitland, you know, recently I deal with a family, and it was a program like this, you know. The gentleman told me that he had an insurance, a family indemnity insurance, right? And it was the minimum, right? And listening to a program, he said that the person was introducing the family indemnity plan and talking about the different stages.
Right.
And the young man saying, no, he went and upgrade his thing.
Yes.
And 3 months after, either 3 to 6 months after, his loved one passed.
Right.
And that have helped him a great, you know, help him a lot.
Let me put in this plug. You are listening to Final Decision. This is the program on Omega KLAS 89 FM. We are your presenters. I am Mark Maitland from the Garden of Paradise Funeral Home. My co-presenter is Errol Green from the Exodus Funeral Home. The point that Mr. Green touched on just now, I want to just plug it some more. If you currently have an indemnity plan, maybe the minimum, whatever it is, talk to your provider, talk to your financial institution. See if there is an option to upgrade what you have. Because I'm going to put something to you. I'm going to deposit something to you now, friends. The indemnity plan can do much more than just take care of the final disposition of your loved one.
Right.
The indemnity plan can help to put you on a better financial footing. Our main concern here is to put you in a better stead in all whatever information we provide for you, is to make you better or more informed in that particular area, so you are able to navigate through life, through decisions better. And so my encouragement to you, if you currently have a plan, you should think about doing the upgrade.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, and again, I'm reminding our listeners, it is once appointed unto man to die. So, once you have a chance, do the right thing. Do the right thing, because it's something that you have to face, You might sit down and look at some people crying and grieving and mourning over the loss of their loved one, but your time will come. You understand? Your time will come and you'll have similar experience. What are you going to do? We don't want you to say, but if me didn't know, you understand? So we are equipping you with information that can put you into a better place when this time comes.
And as Mr. Green rightly says, you may not have the experience now, but at some stage in your life, as long as you see, there are some certainties about life, and you can be sure of the fact that life will give you different experiences, and this might be just one of the experiences that you may have sooner rather than later, and we want you to be in a position that if and when you do have the experience, it will not be as troubling as it can be, nor as distressing as it can be, but there can be some level of comfort even amidst the loss of a loved one. And friends, we encourage you, do the necessities while you have the chance to. That is not the only thing that happens suddenly. Life turns, illness, and an unfortunate situation, accident or whatever, you can become paralyzed or whatever. We do not wish this on anyone, but we have lived long enough to see enough to know that there are uncertainties with life and things will happen. And that's why Ms. Johns was here on Monday, and that's why we are here again today, reiterating the point, life insurance, critical illness, and in addition, a family indemnity plan, because you want to take care of your health, the expenses in relation to your health care, if that should happen. You want to also ensure that in taking care of these things, you do not expend all that you have, but there is something left, because as we say in Jamaica, life goes on.
Life goes on.
Life goes on. And a part of life going on is that you are able to finance the happenings in life. So please, friends, with the information that you have, give due consideration, because it only serves to help you.
Mr. Maitland, they say that the longer you live is the more you learn, right? And, for those who are living, you must have learned from other people's experience. Right? You have seen it happen several times. You have seen the tears. You have seen people mourn. You have seen where people can't even afford to bury their loved one, right, because of their financial status. So we are encouraging you, put a little something aside. I'm saying Jamaica, it's good to save for a rainy day.
Yes.
Right? So, insurance is very important. It's a good way out to help you to deal with the situation when the time has come.
When the time comes. All right. So friends, that is vital. It's critical. Just so you know, as was requested, we're going to have Ms. Johns here again on Monday, so she can answer your questions. So the persons who have sent me their questions, Monday morning, first thing, we're going to share the numbers with you.
I can feel Ms. Johns smiling when I said, oh, I will be there. I can feel that smile.
So we're going to share the numbers with you, so you can have your input. And after we've had that dialogue on Monday, we are hoping to move into something else. I'm just putting you on the guard. We're going to be talking about something that is another topic that is not usually explored nor considered: pre-funeral arrangements. I'm just dropping this out there, so something to consider, for you to listen to, because we're gonna delve next week into pre-funeral arrangements, and there are benefits to be had from pre-funeral arrangements. Let me just say this before we wrap up our program. Pre-funeral arrangement does not mean that you are preparing to die. It does not mean that you're calling death on either yourself or your loved ones. It's just another avenue through which you can make preparations, and is another avenue through which this type of preparation can help you to save money. And in this time, it is important for individuals to save money where you can, in all aspects. And so we'll be wrapping up our discussion in relation to insurance, critical illness, family indemnity. As you know, the little half an hour that we get always goes by so fast, but don't worry. We soon have more time with you. We soon have more time with you to discuss the things that you want to be discussed. But friends, the program again is Final Decision, and it is aired on a Monday and on a Thursday on this station, and we are here from 11:30 to 12. In the event that you may have to travel out of country, or you may be in another location where you don't have a radio or you don't have the app, feel free to go to omegaklas.com. And when you go to omegaklas.com, you are able to join the program from wherever you are, as long as you have internet connection or data. You can join the program on omegaklas.com, and feel free to explore the other programs that are on this station, especially if you are one of either a religious or sports mind. This station will cater to that. So we thank you so much for your listenership. We thank you so much for encouraging others to join our program. And we thank you for the questions. We thank you for the suggestions. And as time goes by, we will get more information to you from the professionals who have it for you. It is Final Decision. And as the theme song says, it will get better. Like I always say to you, because it came to pass. Mr. Green, any final words?
Together, we can make this industry better.
Together we
What to do? When you don't know what to do, Omega KLAS.
That's right. And together we intend to make the industry a whole lot better. Friends, thanks again for listening. We look forward to having your company on Monday at 11:30. Ms. Johns will be back, and you can have your questions for her. And then on Thursday, we will get into pre-funeral arrangement. Exciting times are ahead, and we thank you for being here. It will get better.
It will get better. Won't last forever. Won't last forever. And if you trust in the Lord, your nights will turn to day. Just remember, it will get better.
This is KLAS FM, owned and operated by Omega Radio, the station of the stars where Jesus Christ is the star, the station where you get God and sports. We broadcast on the 89 frequencies on your FM band and online at omegaklas.com. Please continue to be blessed and enlightened. Gospel and sports sensible. Health Alert is sponsored by the National Health Fund. NHF is here for health. NHF is here for you.
Protection measures for persons who are in or have recently visited areas where COVID-19 is spreading. Stay at home if you begin to feel unwell, even with mild symptoms such as headache and slight runny nose until you recover. Avoiding contact with others and visits to medical facilities will allow these facilities to operate more effectively and help protect you and others from possible COVID-19 and other viruses. If you develop fever, cough, and difficulty breathing, seek medical advice promptly, as this may be due to a respiratory infection or other serious condition. Call in advance and tell your provider of any recent travel or contact with travelers. Why? Calling in advance will allow your healthcare provider to quickly direct you to the right health facility. This will also help to prevent possible spread of COVID-19 and other viruses.
Health Alert is sponsored by the National Health Fund. NHF is here for health. NHF is here for you.
welcome to your sports brief this on a Thursday afternoon. I'm Sean Grant. A pleasant day indeed. Have to big up my good friend Asta Hoyt putting the strings behind the glass. The Jamaica senior football team registered their first victory at the 2023 Gold Cup when they defeated Trinidad and Tobago 4-1 in last evening's action. Damari Gray, who was playing his second game in the green, black and gold, secured a double in minutes 14 and 29 and was assisted by Leon Bailey in the 17th and DeJohn Whisper Richards in 90 plus 2. Now, Coach Hemir Hal Grimson was registering his first win as the coach of Reggae Boys from 9 games played. Meanwhile, United States moved to the top of Group A after whipping St. Kitts and Nevis by 6-0, with Jesus Ferreira scoring a 3-timer and Dord Mihailovic landing a double. So they now have 4 points. However, they have more than Jamaica with the goal difference. Jamaica's team to the Central America and Caribbean Games conceded late against Honduras as the game ended 1-1 in their opening encounter in San Salvador. In the under-22 matchup, it was wily forward Ronaldo Webster who opened the scoring for the green, black and gold in minute 42. However, their opponents equalized in the 4th minute of second half stoppage time with a brilliant free kick to share the spoils. The head coach Marcel Fuzzy Gale says lack of concentration was the main factor the team did not receive all 3 points. Looking overseas, as Arsenal have signed Germany forward Kai Havertz from Chelsea on a 5-year deal until 2028 for £65 million. Now, the 24-year-old spent 3 years at Stamford Bridge after joining from Bayer Leverkusen for £71 million. Now, the fee for Havertz, who scored 9 goals for the Blues last season, could raise or rise with add-ons. Now, Havertz has scored 19 goals in 91 Premier League appearances and hit the winner in the 2021 Champions League final. It's against Manchester City. Now, Arsenal again have agreed a deal worth £105 million to sign West Ham's England midfielder Declan Rice. Now, talks are continuing between the clubs over how the deal will be structured for the 24-year-old. Now, it follows a third bid from the Gunners, having previously had 2 bids rejected after falling short of the £100 million West Ham wanted. Earlier, Manchester City, who had a £90 million offer for Rice rejected on Tuesday, withdrew from the running. The Hammers captain Rice has been at the club since joining their academy from Chelsea in 2014. The launch of the Senior and Junior National Track and Field Championships took place this morning at the Jamaica Pegasus Hotel. The event will take place at the National Stadium July 6 through to 9, with athletes vying for places for the Senior World Championship team and the Junior Commonwealth and Pan American squads. Now, athletes such as reigning World 100 meters champion Shelly-Ann Fraser-Pryce, 2022 200 meters gold medal winner Sharika Jacko Jackson, and the 100 meters bronze medalist Elaine Thompson-Hera are all down to take part.
I don't know why World Championship season always seem very challenging for me. I have not changed anything. I'm not doing anything wrong, but it's like a test to see if I can do it or not. And this has tested me a lot. It tested me last year as well. And I cried most morning. I drove in my car going home. I cried because I see that I'm working hard and I'm not getting the result I want. And I was on the verge to give up, honestly. But God speak to me and say you cannot give up right now because I take it this far. And I didn't see trials coming. Honestly, I'm just going there, not expecting the result. Just gonna go top 3, not looking at fast time or anything. Just wanna make it to the World Championship and then take it from there. But as I said, I'm just here, not knowing why I'm here, but I'm here just to shake out to go to the trials.
Now we move on to cricket as West Indies legend Stafanie Taylor marked another milestone in her illustrious career when she made her 150th appearance at the 50-over format on Wednesday. Now the match was, however, dampened by rain, as only 52 balls were possible as the second CG United one-day international between West Indies women and Ireland women ended in a no result. In a contest reduced to 20 overs per side after persistent showers delayed the start of the Darren Summit Cricket Ground for nearly 6 hours. Ireland women reached 36 for 5 in the 9th over, before the weather intervened for the final time. The former captain Michael Vaughan says England were too casual on day one of the second Ashes Test and must realise the contest. Amid a lacklustre England display, Australia reached 339 for 5 at the close, having been put into bat at Lord's. The host dropped 2 catches, bowled 12 no balls, and lacked consistency with the ball, and now have an uphill task as they bid to level the series. He added that they switched off last week at Edgbaston, and on Wednesday, when it really mattered, England did not switch back on quick enough and hard enough to win the moment. A report detailing discrimination in English and Welsh cricket makes for depressing reading, Marylebone Cricket Club MCC Chief Executive and Secretary Guy Lavender. Now, the Independent Commission for Equity in Cricket, that's ICEC, said racism, sexism, classism and elitism are widespread across the game. Now, the report are recommended annual games between Eton and Harrow schools and Oxford and Cambridge universities and Lords should be removed, and Lavender said this would be reviewed. Now, Sir Nick Faldo has stated that tournaments such as this week's British Masters can benefit from the controversial merger involving golf's established tours and Saudi Arabia's Public Investment Fund. Now, the Englishman who won 6 majors believes golf needs to adapt a similar outlook to Formula One to fully capitalize on the deal. He also thinks that a breakaway Live Tour, fronted by his great rival Greg Norman, will fade from relevance. Faldo is event host for the next 5 years for the Belfry tournament, which tees off on Thursday with only 8 of the world's top 100 players competing. World number 21, Justin Rose, is the leading player in the DP World Tour tournament, but Faldo predicts a bright future for the competition at a venue which staged the Ryder Cup on 4 occasions. Meanwhile, finally, world number 7 Coco Gauff thrashed Britain's Jodie Barrage to reach the quarterfinals of the Eastbourne Tennis International. American Gauff proved a step up in class for Barrage as she overpowered her 6-1, 6-1 in exactly an hour. Now, Barrage lost 10 games in a row against the excellent Gauff, who will face doubles partner Jessica Pegula next. That another Briton who has produced some good grass court results fought hard against Birmingham Classic champion Ostapenko. However, the 26-year-old Ostapenko was the better of the two in the pressure moments to set up a quarter-final against Italy's Camillo Giorgi. Former world number 1 Caroline Wozniacki is returning to tennis 3 years after retiring. The 32-year-old Dane won the Australian Open in 2018 and lost in the US Open final in both 2009 and 2014. She says she became a mother and now have 2 beautiful children, which she is grateful for. Now, Wozniacki announced the birth of her daughter, Olivia, in June 2021 and then son James in 2022. She added that she wants to show her kids that they can pursue their dreams no matter their age or role. That's all the time we have for your sports brief this on a Thursday afternoon. Stay tuned for the dynamic duo of Orville Higgins and Zidane Matthews with the Sports Desk, which starts at 1.
Drop a 6 on them at the Supreme Domino Master Series National Finals on Sunday, July 2, 2023 at the Chinese Benevolent Association in Kingston. Prove you are the best domino player in Jamaica and win the $1 million grand prize. Visit svldomino.com for more information. Follow us on social media at SVL Domino to keep up with the winnings. Conditions apply.
Lady Vanessa Baker and team presents Stronger Believers Conference, the ultimate healing and deliverance experience for a holistic you on July 8th, 9 a.m. at the Worship in Faith International Fellowship, 55 Old Arbor Road, Spanish Town. Admissions free. Be empowered by our professional group counseling, gospel artists, and powerful messages from ministers, local and international. Invite a friend to share in this encounter and live in purpose.
So refreshing. What's so refreshing, Sonia? The water is refreshing. Try it now. Where you get that from? no clean manufacturing water. So refreshing. Me like it. Clean water. Located at 20 Syndham Commercial, Old Harbour, Spanish Town, St. Catherine. Telephone number 876-335-0448 or 876-648-7192 or email cleanconcept@gmail.com.
Super Center, everything for your home and more.
Whether you are redecorating your home, looking for a gift idea, or simply feel for some retail therapy, Asden Super Center is the place to be. Regal Plaza Kingston and Linstead. We have it all. From linens and curtains to appliances and cookware, furniture, rugs and wall decor. It's everything for your home and more.
Asden Super Center, we're gonna make you smile. Asden Super Center, it's a lifestyle.
Lifestyle.
Isratech Jamaica Limited offers a high-quality complement of unique and sustainable products and services, unparalleled anywhere in the Caribbean and Central America. Everything agriculture, water, energy, hardware, home and garden. From engineering and design, manufacturing and supply of product, consultation, after-sales service to implementation and maintenance. Call us today at 876-603-3946. Isratech, master the elements.
The J3's Ministry of Sports Puma National Senior and Junior Championships, Thursday, July 6th to Sunday, July 9th at the National Stadium, 9:45 a.m. to 9 p.m. each day. Up for grabs over places to several events this summer, headlined by the 19th World Athletics Championships in Budapest, Hungary for the seniors, plus the NACAC and Pan American Championships for the juniors. Season tickets, $7,500. Finish line, $1,000 to $2,500 per day. Regular grandstand, $1,000 to $2,000. Online tickets already on sale at mysticonlinetix.com and at the National Stadium ticket office at the Jamaica Pegasus Hotel from July 3, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. It will be 4 days of super competition, so be there.
Good day, I'm Jada Francis with the JIS Midday News for Thursday, June 29. Coming up, Red Hills and Poorman's Corner housing schemes to be rehabilitated. All high schools now outfitted with laptops and firefighters trained in bushfire management. The news in detail after the break.
Oh, every time I pay the rent, it feel like the money could have been better spent. I want something for my own. I want to turn the key in my own home. They make it so convenient when you contact the NHD. No matter your home ownership goal, you can get a loan easily. If owning a home is what you want to do, NHD is here for you. Delivering more.
Now the news. Rehabilitation work on Phase 1 of the Red Hills and Poorman's Corner housing schemes in St. Thomas will begin in short order. Chief Engineering Officer at the St. Thomas Municipal Corporation, Adele Felix, says a contract has been signed with Alcar Construction and Haulage Company to carry out the work.
The project was scoped from 2018 and now the contract has signed and there was much deterioration in terms of the surface. The project will have a lot of variation, so we want to see how we can really start out this variation before we actually start, because we want to start the project and stop in the middle because of variation. So we're just trying to fine-tune in order to get this variation and how soon we can actually start the project and have it completed with the time and the budget.
Mr. Felix was speaking in a recent interview with JIS News. The scope of work includes repairs to the road and drainage systems in both housing developments. The Ministry of Education and Youth has distributed laptops to all 173 high schools island-wide. Speaking at a post-cabinet press briefing at Jamaica House on Wednesday, Portfolio Minister Favour Williams said the new state-of-the-art devices replaced old and outdated systems in the school's computer laboratories. She added that 9,298 devices have been issued so far, with an average distribution ratio of 54 per institution.
Each of our high school, wherever they are in Jamaica, must give our students opportunities to continue their learning about technology, and they must get the experience with technology. We will continue our work to get our schools connected with access to the internet as well, and the work will continue to ensure there's equity of technology in all of our schools thus allowing us to significantly reduce, if not eliminate, the digital divide.
The minister also advised that over 16,000 laptop e-vouchers were issued to primary and secondary school teachers. The capacity of the Jamaica Fire Brigade JFB to combat bushfires has been strengthened following a one-week bushfire management training. 13 firefighters were among a group of 35 personnel from across 13 Caribbean countries who benefited from the training. The course was conducted by the United States Forest Service through its Natural Infrastructure for Caribbean Resilience program from June 19 to 24.
By joining force and sharing knowledge, expertise, and resources, we will be able to create a robust network of support, empowering each other to address fire-related issues.
Deputy Commissioner of the JFB, Julian Davis Buckle, speaking at the closing ceremony for the week-long training held at the University of the West Indies Mona in St. Andrew recently. And the Ministry of Education and Youth has issued a statement reminding parents and guardians that it does not facilitate the general transfer of students from one school to another. This is in reference to children who were placed in high schools through the Primary Exit Profile PEP exams. In the release, the ministry explained that it will only assist with transfers in cases of proximity challenges. This is where a student may have been placed at a school in which he or she would be required to travel a long distance from home. The ministry is reminding parents and guardians that it is their responsibility to contact a school that is willing to accept their child or children. The procedure for transfer requires that the school accepting the student provide the parent or guardian with an acceptance letter, while the school where the child was originally placed through PEP must provide the parent with a release letter. For further information, persons may visit the Ministry of Education's regional offices, send queries to pepaction@moey.gov.jm, or call the offices of the regional directors. That was JIS News. I'm Jenna Francis.
A production of the Jamaica Information Service, the voice of Jamaica.
Welcome to News on Omega Radio. I am Garfield Jones. Prime Minister Andrew Holness says the move by the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation to allocate $4 million to members of Parliament across the island to carry out infrastructure renewal projects in their constituencies is part of the ministry's wider urban development program. Prime Minister Holness added that under Phase 1 of the program, the funds can be used for zinc fence removal, the paving of sidewalks, installation of street signs, and the upgrading of parks, among other initiatives.
Members of Parliament must submit a project proposal for outlining the location, rationale for selection, the estimated duration and the impact of the project, and these proposals are to be submitted to the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation by Friday, the 14th of July 2023. The Ministry's Urban Renewal and Development Branch will provide technical assistance, including evaluation of project proposals and site assessment.
Prime Minister Andrew Holness. Following recent reports from Minister of Education and Youth Favour Williams that there was an improvement in PEP results when compared to 2019, which was done instead of a comparison with 2020 to 2022 because of the effects of the COVID-19 virus, Minister Williams said the ministry is encouraged by the overall results of the PEP exams and will continue to provide the necessary support to schools to improve students' performance going forward.
We'll continue the emphasis that we've had on literacy and numeracy. We'll continue the coaching programs that we have, all the strategies that our teachers use in the classroom to pull out students. We are expecting as well that our teachers, together with all the specialists and coaches that are available, to continue helping our students.
Chief Education Officer in the ministry, Dr. Kassan Troop, highlighted that children with special needs were assigned to suitable schools to facilitate their continued learning.
So for this year, we have in excess of 200 students who we provided for. And what we have seen generally is that they have performed with respect to their capacity, what we expect from them. And for those students, we also look specifically at how and where they are placed, especially if they need special services. We look for those institutions that they can get better support. And in addition to that, the parents and the schools do provide support in selecting these institutions. Some kind of intervention occurs at the school level to say these are the best institutions for you based on the services.
Dr. Kassan Troop, Chief Education Officer in the Ministry of Education and Youth. Minister of Finance and the Public Service, Dr. Nigel Clark, says the government has a suite of emergency funding in place in case of a natural disaster. This includes the Inter-American Development Bank Credit Contingent Claim, the Caribbean Catastrophic Risk Insurance Facility, and the Natural Disaster Fund, for which work is still in progress. Dr. Clark also added that Jamaica sponsors a catastrophe bond that provides fiscal resources to respond to catastrophic events.
And that suite provides us with some degree of resilience building to the possibility of climate shocks. We have to work on increasing our resilience to energy commodities. We import about $2 billion worth of energy commodities per year, about 11% of GDP, which is far too much.
Dr. Clark also reported that Jamaica currently enjoys a very strong fiscal position with reserves in excess of US $4.2 billion. He added that this figure puts the country in a strong monetary position and is allowing the government flexibility to further grow the economy.
We've had vulnerability as far as our exposure to foreign exchange shock because we just had insufficient reserves in the central bank, and we have addressed that, made the central bank independent, and in so doing, the non-borrowed reserves increased by $1 billion between about 2016 and 2020 or thereabouts, which put us in a good position going into COVID.
Minister of Finance and the Public Service, Dr. Nigel Clark. That's all the time we have for news on Omega Radio. I am Garfield Jones.
It's now time for the international news on Omega Radio.
BBC News, I'm John Shea. The US Supreme Court has ruled that universities may no longer consider race as a factor in their admission policies. The court found that the practice violates the Constitution. The policies were designed to increase the number of black, Latino and Native American students. Jessica Parker reports from outside the court in Washington.
Given this is a conservative-leaning Supreme Court, this decision is not a surprise, but it is hugely significant. It overturns a practice that goes back more than 40 years, where universities can consider a person's race when deciding on student hopefuls. But cases brought against Harvard and the University of North Carolina argued that this had led to discrimination against white and Asian applicants. The colleges insisted that race was only one factor amongst many. There are warnings that curbing its consideration will cause a drop in the enrolment of underrepresented groups.
French police and protesters have clashed at a march in the Paris suburb where a 17-year-old boy was shot dead by a policeman on Tuesday. Demonstrators in Nanterre threw projectiles. The police responded with tear gas. Thousands joined the march to demand justice for the victim named Nael. Hugh Schofield is in Paris.
There's now rioting, police charging. I'm looking at pictures of police conducting a charge against a big crowd of people who are obviously defying them. There's been looting. I've seen pictures of a bank that's been smashed open and ransacked. Lots of fires have been lit. There's big ballooning black clouds of smoke visible over the buildings around it, which are either cars or bins or probably both. So it's a nasty situation out there and made more difficult to interpret because press is not welcome.
The British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak says his government will go to the Supreme Court to challenge a ruling that its policy of deporting asylum seekers to Rwanda is unlawful. Mr Sunak disagreed with an appeal court judgment which found that the East African nation could not be treated as a safe third country. Human rights groups have welcomed the appeal court judgment, but speaking in the House of Commons, the Home Secretary, Suella Braverman, repeated that there would be an appeal against the ruling.
This is a disappointing judgment, and we will seek permission to appeal it.
We hope that the process will be swift, and I'm glad that the Court of Appeal has recognised in paragraph 16 of its summary judgment that this is an important consideration that should be timely dealt with in a timely fashion.
South Korea says its shores will be little affected when radioactive water from the wrecked Fukushima nuclear plant in Japan is discharged later this summer. A government official said it would take around 10 years for the water to reach the South Korean coast. But some South Koreans are so worried that they've stockpiled sea salt. This is the latest world news from the BBC. The leader of India's main opposition Congress party has visited relief camps in the northeastern state of Manipur to talk to victims of the ethnic conflict that has convulsed the area. Rahul Gandhi took a helicopter to Churachandpur after his convoy was blocked. Local police said they were concerned for his security. EU leaders at a summit in Brussels have warned that the Russian Wagner mercenaries in Belarus could pose a threat to neighbouring EU member states. The Lithuanian Prime Minister Gitanas Nausėda described Wagner fighters as serial killers.
We are extremely concerned about the developments in Belarus. Prigozhin is already there. Probably, I cannot say it for 100%, but this is very likely that he is already there. The fighter groups, or these serial killers, I call them like this, they could emerge in Belarus at any moment, and nobody knows when they could turn against us.
Lithuania and Poland, which also shares a border with Belarus, called on the EU to strengthen its eastern flank. The International Monetary Fund says the continuation of the status quo in Lebanon is the biggest risk to the country's economic and social stability. In its first comprehensive financial assessment of Lebanon since the start of its economic collapse in 2019, the IMF said the crisis had been compounded by the lack of policy action and resistance to reforms by vested interests. Turkmenistan has unveiled a new city dedicated to its former president Gurbanguly Berdimuhamedov and named Arkadagh, or Protector, the ex-leader's unofficial title. All buildings are white and all apartment blocks are 7 stories high, a number considered lucky. The former president abdicated last year and is currently on the Hajj pilgrimage. The lavish opening ceremony was performed by his son and successor. BBC News.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Lakshmi Singh. The U.S. Supreme Court finds race-conscious admissions violate the 14th Amendment. NPR's Alyssa Nadworny reports the decision overturns more than 40 years of legal precedent.
The ruling came in 2 cases, one involving Harvard University and the other the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. The decision, written by Chief Justice John Roberts, hands opponents of affirmative action a major victory. In the Harvard case, the court considered whether the school discriminated against Asian American students in the admissions process. And with UNC, the court considered whether the school was using race-conscious admissions in an appropriately limited manner. In the decision, Roberts wrote that however well-intentioned the policies at UNC and Harvard were, they failed to use them within the confines of the narrow restrictions previous court rulings had allowed. Alyssa Nadworny, NPR News.
The nation's high court unanimously handed a major victory to religious groups by greatly expanding how far employers must go to accommodate the religious views of their employees. The court ruled in favor of an evangelical Christian postal service carrier who refused to work on Sundays for religious reasons. Smoke from wildfires in Canada is once again causing poor air quality in large parts of this country. NPR's Kristen Wright says air quality alerts are in effect in more than a dozen states and include cities such as Chicago, Detroit, New York, and Washington, D.C.
Hazy skies are hanging over much of the Midwest, Northeast, and Mid-Atlantic, and even pockets of the South. Dr. Corinne Hudson is an emergency room physician with MedStar Health in Washington, D.C. She's seeing more patients with pre-existing conditions.
They may be able to manage their chronic medical conditions quite well under usual circumstances, but when the air quality gets poor, their usual treatments may not be sufficient.
The summer heat and humidity can make things worse.
And it really just increases the risk for problems on the heart and lungs.
A dangerous heat wave is still gripping the South. Some relief could come this weekend. Kristen Wright, NPR News.
The U.S. economy has grown more quickly in the first 3 months of the year than had been reported. NPR's Scott Horsley reports on updated numbers from the Commerce Department.
Revised figures show the U.S. economy grew at an annual rate of 2% in the first quarter, significantly faster than an earlier tally had shown. The upward revision reflects stronger consumer spending and exports. Consumers are the biggest drivers of GDP growth, and they've continued to open their wallets despite rising prices. We'll get an update on consumer spending for the month of May tomorrow. New claims for unemployment benefits fell last week, suggesting the overall job market remains strong. 239,000 people applied for jobless aid, a drop of 26,000 from the week before. Bank stocks are up after the nation's biggest banks passed a stress test showing they can weather an economic downturn. Scott Horsley, NPR News.
The Dow is down more than 200, up more than 200 points. It's NPR News. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says he is dropping the most controversial part of his plan to overhaul the country's judiciary. However, he says he will advance another part of his plan, despite public backlash. NPR's Daniel Estrin has this from Tel Aviv.
Massive protests in Israel led Netanyahu to pause his plan to weaken the judiciary. Now, in a video interview with the Wall Street Journal, Netanyahu says he will no longer seek to give Parliament any power to override the Supreme Court.
The idea of an override clause where the Parliament, the Knesset, can override the decisions of the Supreme Court with a simple majority, I threw that out.
But he says he is reviving another part of his plan. He wants to change the way Israel's judges are appointed. The Biden administration is calling for Israel to reach a broad consensus. Netanyahu abandoned talks to reach a consensus after opposition leaders suspended the talks. Daniel Estrin, NPR News, Tel Aviv.
French authorities have issued a preliminary charge of voluntary homicide against the police officer accused of fatally shooting a 17-year-old during a traffic stop earlier this week. However, the investigation into the officer's actions are ongoing. The government increased security in and around Paris and other major cities in France after unrest broke out hours after the teen was killed. The victim's mother appealed online for a silent march today in her son's memory. A tourism boat reportedly carrying more than 80 people caught fire near a Greek resort island today. Local authorities say everyone was safely evacuated. Local media say no one was hurt. The cause of the fire is not officially known. You're listening to NPR News.
That's the international news on Omega Radio.
We may be all over the world, but we're still in this together. Make it easy for you get your money. So if you have to get a thing from your brother or mommy, hey, it's a not Insta, it's a MoneyGram. Zoom, Ria, check your phone, your money land. VNBS money transfer. Safer, faster, easier. Sign up for VNBS direct to bank account transfer today. No matter step out, fit in the line. Straight in your account, money reach long time. VNBS money transfer. Real unboxing, a fairy culture. Better never know a boxing turn up. Full of vibes when your friend them show up. Get ready on July 1st as Jamaica Boxing Board presents Real Nephew Fight Night. Witness heavyweight Jermaine Breezy Richards versus Omar Crane Headman, alongside 6 thrilling amateur undercard matches in Jamaica's biggest boxing showdown. 7 p.m. at Kling Kling Oval, Olympic Garden. Admission free. Enough drink specials and surprise performances. Real Nephew Fight Night. Must be 18 years or older to drink. Drink responsibly.
KLAS FM now presents the BBC Sports Today from the BBC World Service. It's sponsored by Anybet. Your best bet reminds you to bet responsibly. And Hawkeye Electronic Security, securing what matters most.
Takes a deflection, hits the fence, and it goes all the way in! What a shot, what an inning. Thompson here with work to do at halfway. The party can officially begin. Close to the centre of the ring, flicks out a left hook. Time for Curry.
Live on the BBC World Service, this is Sport Today.
Hello, I'm Lee James, live at Lord's in London, known as the home of cricket. It's where one of the game's greats has produced another special moment.
Anderson bowls to Smith. Smith drives. There it is through extra cover. It's going for 4. And Smith does it again at Lord's. A 32nd Test 100 for Steve Smith.
Yes, Steve Smith helping Australia to 416 in their first innings. We have news of England's reply to come, along with the latest football transfers, with more departures from Chelsea, and we're in Lausanne ahead of the latest Diamond League athletics. First here at Lord's, though, the runs are flowing for England, and only one breakthrough for Australia.
Yeah, with 3 men out. Bowles, Crawley's down, the pitch is stumped! Oh, well, we were just saying, come on, you've got your platform. And he's come running down the pitch, has been stumped down the leg side.
Yes, that only wicket to fall was Zach Crawley, because England are being very positive. They've moved on to 182 for 1. Ben Duckett is unbeaten on 87, eyeing a third Test century. Ollie Pope has 40. So this partnership has come at a rapid rate for England. Australia still trying to make that breakthrough and pick up that second wicket on the second day of this Test match. We'll talk more about this innings and how it is going for England in reply to Australia's 416 a little later on Sport Today. Also football though, and could this Champions League winner be on his way out of Stamford Bridge?
Back to Mount, what a goal! It's a brilliant finish, first time from Mason Mount. 4 for the season, and finally Sheffield United are unlocked. Werner to the byline, pulled it back. First time finish was clinical from Mount.
Talks are expected to take place this week between Chelsea and Manchester United over Mason Mount's potential move to Old Trafford. The England international could be the latest player to join the Chelsea exodus. Liam Toomey, the Athletics Chelsea reporter, joins us on Sport Today. Liam, why has Mount's move to United been so difficult then to resolve?
I think it's because he's quite a difficult player to price. He has 1 year left remaining on his Chelsea contract. Chelsea value him highly in that he has been a very productive player for them for most of his time since breaking into the first team in 2019. He had probably the worst season of his career last year, partly injury driven, but he's still young. He has his prime years ahead of him. So that is kind of where Chelsea are coming at this. But Manchester United are looking at it saying this is a player who can walk as a free agent in 12 months' time. And it has been made quite clear to everyone in the situation and to other clubs who were at one stage interested in Mount that his preference is to join Manchester United. So they feel they have a significant advantage or significant leverage in this negotiation. Chelsea feel differently. They're still trying to bridge that gap between their respective valuations, and that's where we are.
And Chelsea have already lost the man who scored the winning goal in the Champions League final in 2021. Kai Havertz has completed his move to Arsenal for $82 million. Why are they prepared then, it seems, to sell some of their big players to rival clubs in the Premier League?
They've lost everyone who touched the ball in the move that led to that goal other than Ben Chilwell. Such has been the change in this first team squad. I think part of it has been something that the new owners, Todd Boehly and Clearlake Capital, have always wanted to do. I think they envisioned rebuilding this squad in ways that better suited the way they wanted to run the club, and that's primarily in terms of age profile. I think you've seen a lot of the players that Chelsea have bought have been younger. A lot of the players that they're selling, particularly this summer, are high 20s, early 30s. And also in terms of contracts, Chelsea have made a big play of signing players to these really long contracts. The salaries that they're signing these players to are generally lower, more incentive-based salaries, which is a bit of a break from the Roman Abramovich era. So a lot of the contracts that they inherited for guys like Kai Havertz, Mateo Kovacic, were very different structures with no real variables for how the club performed from year to year. It was just very high base salaries, and Boehly and Clearlake are quite keen to get away from that. And that is why I think with some of these players, it's easier to move them on than it is to renegotiate and get them to potentially take pay cuts.
And with some of those players that have left, the likes of Edouard Mendy, Kalidou Koulibaly, N'Golo Kante to the Saudi Pro League, Mateo Kovacic to Manchester City, is this also about the new manager Mauricio Pochettino starting to put his mark on the squad?
I think it's less at this stage about Pochettino. Obviously, he is already thinking in a lot of detail about what he wants to do with Chelsea, having accepted the job several weeks ago, and it would be foolish to assume that he's not part of this process. But this is more about what Chelsea's ownership feel they need to do in terms of the squad profile, but also in terms of the business side. They've invested north of £500 million just in terms of initial transfer fee commitments over the last 2 windows, and that's why you're seeing, I think, a sense of urgency, particularly with Kovacic and Havertz, and we'll see if this Mount deal follows as well, getting deals to domestic clubs done before June 30th, which is the accounting cut-off that basically allows domestic sales to be put on this year's accounts where they can offset the spending that Chelsea have done. That's part of this equation as well. So I think there's a big financial element to what's going on. Pochettino is clearly having a say in the building of this squad, and I think in the recruitment that comes next. But in terms of trimming the group that they have, I think that's being led by the club.
Liam, just finally then, what about that recruitment that comes next then? Who are Chelsea looking to bring in?
Well, they want Moises Caicedo from Brighton. Shock horror, they want something from Brighton. But Caicedo is clearly one of the most coveted midfielders in Europe. Chelsea have been interested in him for quite some time. I think he's the priority once they get some midfielders out the door and generate some funds. They still want another striker, I think. They've pretty much tied up a deal to sign Nicholas Jackson, the young centre-forward from Villarreal, but I think they want a more experienced forward. That may be in some way contingent on getting Romelu Lukaku off the books. And I think a few weeks ago we were hearing that they were looking to try and sign a goalkeeper as well. That seems to have shifted now. And I think it's looking more likely that Kepa begins the new season as Chelsea's number one. But certainly central midfield and striker are the two biggest priorities.
That's Liam Toomey, the Athletics Chelsea reporter. One of the football line today, James Maddison has officially joined Tottenham Hotspur on a 5-year deal worth $50 million from Leicester City. So here at Lord's then in London, 186 for 1 England in reply to Australia's 416. Ben Duckett unbeaten on 89. Ollie Pope has 41. The BBC's cricket commentator and presenter of the Stump podcast, Alison Mitchell, is here with me. Alison, what have you made of England's reply? It's been very positive. The runs have been flowing, haven't they?
It really has. It's a fabulous partnership now between Duckett and Pope, building on the almost century opening stand between Duckett and Crawley. Crawley advancing on line to be stumped. You've seen the way they've been batting against Nathan Lyon on the whole works well, and they're picking ones and twos from the spinner, and they've been scoring really heavily against the pace because Stark, Green and Hazelwood are all going at over 7 runs and over. Cummins is really lacking control at that end. Huge concern for the Aussies now, though, with Nathan Lyon having just left the field limping off, which looks like a calf injury.
Yeah, big problems for him. It was going to be fascinating how he bowled over the next few days, and that could well have determined the match. He still may, of course, but we'll wait and see what that prognosis is. What about Australia's innings then? Let's talk about Steve Smith. First of all, 32nd Test century for him, the 12th against England. He's going to be on the honours board, isn't he, once more here at Lord's, Alison?
Yeah, he really batted well, like the Steve Smith that we've seen so often, both in Australia when he's in form and on English soil as well. He does love batting against the English, but 110 for him. He was cutting, pulling, he was pretty serene in his innings. It was difficult to know where the wicket was going to come from and how they were going to get him out, but it was Josh Tongue again on his Ashes debut who managed to have him caught. So it was a good catch actually by Ben Duckett in the gully because he really slashed hard and the ball flew very quick on a pitch which has quickened up a bit from yesterday. It was quite a slow paced pitch yesterday, but today ball has come on more. And yeah, Steve Smith though got a really rousing ovation. It was a very impressive knock for him and formed in the end the bedrock of Australia's big first innings.
So 416. They lost the last 7 wickets though for 100 runs. At one stage it was looking like 500 plus potentially from Australia. So where do you see things at the moment then, Alison, with now, well, Duckett on the verge of a century, unbeaten on 19, England 188 for 1?
Well, there's still 32 overs left in this evening session, and England have been going along at a really positive lick, particularly in this evening session. I mean, when 5 overs from the far end where Cameron Green's continuing now, either side of tee, those first 5 over spell, a couple from Stark and 3 from Green, disappeared for 52 runs. That's the problem that Cummins has for England. I mean, they could be to 350 by the end of the day. They keep going like this, they will be closing in on the 400 mark, which seems extraordinary, but at the moment the way they're going, and there is some risk involved with these shots. We've seen of late some top edges and almost the field being set for the top edge for the attempted pull to the short ball, so there is some risk, but at the moment things are going England's way and they're rattling along. And as long as they don't lose too many more wickets, we're on for a Duckett 100, Pope's closing in on a 50, and England are set to really make good headway on this first innings.
Yeah, looking very impressive. Another big shot out to the deep. Is that going to be caught? It is. The catch is taken. It's Ollie Pope who has gone for 42. Cameron Green has the wicket. Alison, the breakthrough that Australia needed.
Well, just saying about these top edges and going for the big shots, we have seen a few drop short in front of fielders. This time Steve Smith sent back from the position he's customarily in, slipped down to the boundary, and he took a good running catch. The ball really flew, attempted pull shots around the corner, and Steve Smith, right in front of a big bank of supporters, took it right in front of his face, almost lost his balance with the ground he'd made up. But that's delight for Cameron Green, because he has disappeared. He's been expensive, but he has broken this important stand, and well, maybe England will stutter in their pursuit of Australia's first innings.
188 for 2, yes, 416 once again now seems a long way off for England. More work to do for them here on day 2. A sense of perspective as well today, because it is Red for Ruth Day. The former England captain Andrew Strauss was with his 2 young boys on the field ringing the Lord's bell to signal the start of play. The Ruth Strauss Foundation, set up in memory of his late wife, has raised close to $4 million since its inception in 2019, and this is the 5th Red for Ruth Day.
Our first one, which was 4 years ago, we had an idea of what we wanted to do, which is to help families going through grief and to help people do death well. But that was just an idea, and over the last 4 years we've been able to kind of start putting plans together and execute it, and so now we're helping hundreds of families every year.
Yes, the Ruth Strauss Foundation done tremendous work for families that are facing grief. Alison, wonderful to see the cricket community supporting that here at Lord's.
Absolutely. It happens now. It's become a regular fixture in a similar way to the McGrath Foundation Day that we have come so familiar with at the Sydney Test match every year. And so Andrew Strauss, such a significant figure in English cricket, with his captaincy of the England side, a lot of affection for him. His wife Ruth was always there alongside, and the form of lung cancer that she had was rare. She was a non-smoker, and so the twofold aim of the charity to both support those and to do research into those forms of cancer, but also crucially to help those children or families who are bereaved. It's a very heartwarming cause, and I think there's a great deal of emotion at the start of the day when we saw Andrew Strauss and his boys and those who have been helped by the charity ringing that iconic 5-minute bell. It was a lovely touch.
Yeah, absolutely. Wonderful to see Lords in red today. Alison, thank you so much. Don't forget you can download the latest episode of the Stump podcast featuring Alison and all the issues of the world of cricket from wherever you get your podcasts from.
Real unboxing, a feel culture. Better never know a boxing turn up. Full of vibes when your friend them show up. Get ready on July 1st as Jamaica Boxing Board presents Real Nephew Fight Night. Witness heavyweight Jermaine Breezy Richards versus Omar Crane Headman, alongside 6 thrilling amateur undercard matches in Jamaica's biggest boxing showdown. 7 p.m. at Kling Kling Oval, Olympic Garden. Admission free. Enough drink specials and surprise performances. Real Nephew Fight Night. Must be 18 years or older to drink. Drink responsibly.
Importers. Shipments requiring you to pay customs duties and taxes are cleared on a customs goods declaration, known as an IM4 or IMS4. Ask your clearing agent to provide your customs declaration, customs assessment notice, and customs receipt once duties and taxes are paid. Where your clearing agent may not be able to provide the IM4 or IMS4, request your Customs Goods Declaration Registration Number or C number, which can be used to verify your payments. Importers, request your IM4, IMS4, or C number. It is your right. For details, email the Jamaica Customs Agency at public.relations@jca.gov.jm. Jamaica Customs, keeping our customers in focus.
You're listening to the BBC Sports Today on KLAS FM. It's sponsored by Anybet. Your best bet reminds you to bet responsibly. And Hawkeye Electronic Security, securing what matters most.
Now on to tennis, and former world number 1 Caroline Wozniacki is returning to the sport 3 years after retiring to start a family. The former Australian Open champion says she wants to play at the Canadian Open in Montreal in August. Sport Today's Katie Smith is with us. Big news then, Katie. What has Wozniacki said about her decision?
Yeah, she's a real superstar in the sport, isn't she, Lee? Or was, that's what we've got to say, because she was speaking to Vogue today at the age of 32. She says now is the right time to return, and I love some of the quotes to pick out. She says, I'm too competitive to show up and not feel I'll be one of the best out there. She says, am I nervous? No, I'm returning to something I love. Now, she retired back in 2020. She's since had 2 children, and she says she wants to show them as well that you can pursue your dreams. So as you said, Canadian Open looking likely, the US Open as well. She's targeting the Grand Slam, and you know, she's following a trend that we've seen in recent years. The likes of Serena Williams, who's a friend of hers as well, and said they had dinner only a couple of weeks ago, and Serena Williams said, yes, do what I did, go away, have your child, come back, and you might be able to do great things in this sport.
Wonderful news. And you're at Eastbourne, Katie, one of the warm-up events before Wimbledon, with Coco Gauff in action.
Yes, and she is through to the semi-finals. She beat her friend. They were friends turned foe today. Jessica Pegula, the higher-ranked player of the two there, competing in the doubles here together. But it was Coco Gauff who came through in the singles. Won the first set in relatively easy fashion. Then was 3 games to love down in the second. Very composed, though, fought her way back to win in straight sets. She takes on Madison Keys, another American, tomorrow in the semi-finals. And we've got an interesting matchup down below me as well. The top seed, Caroline Garcia, in a little bit of bother. She's a set down to Russia's Daria Kazatkina. Lost that 6 games to 2.
Katie, thank you. So here at Lord's, 190 for 2. We wondered if the third wicket was going to go down because Root was caught behind off the bowling of Cameron Green. A no ball, though. So a reprieve for England here at Lord's. We're moving on to athletics. There are just 4 more Diamond League meetings left before this year's World Championships in Budapest. The latest of those takes place on Friday in the city that's home to the International Olympics Committee. Adi Aladoin has travelled to Switzerland for sport today.
Yes, welcome to Lausanne. We are in an outdoor restaurant area just in the hotel where the press conference took place a little bit earlier, just up the hill from Lake Geneva. It's another stellar cast list of athletes for this Diamond League meeting. One of the athletes who's really shone this season is the African Marie-Josée Talu. Commentator Ed Harry is alongside me. Often we talk about the Jamaicans dominating the sprints, but Talu has been pretty much incredible this season.
This sprinter from Ivory Coast has been, not just this season, but probably from Olympic season onwards, and I mean Rio 2016, one of the most consistent performers on the circuit. Just missed a medal in both sprints at that Rio Olympic Games. The following year at London 2017, double silver, 100 and 200, and she has always been there or thereabouts. And she is having a great season, Addy, in 2023. Victorious over 100 metres at the Florence Diamond League meeting, and then placing third in the 200 in Paris, and then going to Oslo, back in the 100 metres, running the fastest time in the world this year, 10.75 seconds. She is demonstrating, and we haven't really seen much of Elaine Thompson-Herah, barely at all. We haven't really seen much of Shelly-Ann Fraser-Pryce. In their absence, Talu is the one setting the standard.
And what's pretty incredible about her story is that she nearly walked away from the sport after the Tokyo Olympics in 2021, as she told me a little earlier.
I will say that after the Olympic Games in 2021, I wanted to give up. I tell my manager, you are the first person that I'm saying that one, because I tell my manager that I don't want to run anymore because I'm tired, mentally tired. I'm not good, and I don't want. I tell my fiancé I don't want anymore, and my manager Federico tell me, no, you can. You know, you can go till World Champ after the Olympic game next year. So you're talented, you can go it. So I tell him that if you want me to continue, I need to change the environment. So he make everything possible, my sponsor, for me to change environment. So he's paying now. So I'm thankful to him, because if not, I will have dropped. And then now I will not have done what I'm doing now. So it's kind of, people don't know what's, they're doing behind the, I would say, behind the screen, how they pressure each athlete. So mentally, it was really hard for me. And some other people was speaking, some bad things. People know my story very well, so it was kind of hard. But I would say God gave me the grace to continue. He put people around me to help me go over that and do what I love now. So this year I'm more relaxed, I'm more free, I feel more relaxed and enjoying. Yeah.
What specifically made you feel mentally drained after the Olympics? What was it that made you think, you know what, I've had enough of this and I'm going?
I will say that one day I will tell the story, but my environment of training was not good because I didn't feel really like the same energy that I had like in 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017. I didn't see the same energy, so I was not really where I was supposed to be, so I needed to change. So yeah.
And you talk about people criticizing you. Who was criticizing you?
Yes, since 2016. Since 2016, many people criticized me, saying that I'm dope from my country, you know.
That you're doping?
Yes, doping. Talking to some journalists in my country. I have been a lot, you know, since 2016. You know, when people speak about mental health, you know, as an African, you cannot speak about mental health because people will say, you're an African. But I will say that this is the time where I come close to God, and God helped me a lot, and God puts people around me to help me go over it. So I'm thankful for the family that I have. I'm thankful for the team that I had, because without them, I don't think that I will have been there, because I remember from 2016 to 2017, I've been crying every day before each race. But people see me smile because, I mean, you don't know what other people go through also. Your problem may be the less of what they're going through, so you have to show kindness. So this is what I have been doing, but I'm in a good mental space now. I feel the love.
Marie-Josée Ta-Lou there. Ed, another athlete who has been in great form this season is Britain's Keely Hodgkinson, the Olympic silver medalist, and she'll be hoping to make another statement on Friday night.
She really will. World Championship silver medalist as well. Both of those tussles against the American Athing Mu. It was much, much closer between the two of them in Eugene at the World Championships this time last year. And while Athing Mu has barely raced, we saw at the New York Grand Prix winning over the weekend, but that was her first race for 11 months. Keely Hodgkinson really came out of the traps. A fantastic indoor season, and then her outdoor season opener, that was a brand new personal best and a brand new British record to win the Paris Diamond League meeting. And that's what I wanted to talk about first here. Her reflections on that race in the French capital. Now she's had a few weeks' benefit of hindsight.
Probably still haven't really processed it, to be honest, but in the world of athletics you just have to keep moving forward. There's always another thing, so yeah, just focusing on the next race, but it definitely gave me a lot of confidence.
Everybody builds up differently. Athing Mu has really only just started with that 800 metres in New York last weekend, her first race for 9-10 months, something like that. 11 months. Is that a surprise to you?
I guess a little bit. You know, they'll have their own plan, I'm sure, of what's going on. I'm sure they've done things in training, etc. But yeah, it's definitely different. But again, I can only stay in my own lane and focus on what I'm doing, and hopefully my preparation prepare me to go against her in the best possible shape. I absolutely love competition, and I absolutely love trying to come out on top. So it should be a really great battle. I'm really looking forward to it. We just got to get there in one piece, get in the final, hopefully. And hopefully she'll be there as well, and others as well, and we can go on from there.
That's Keely Hodgkinson there. More from Ed and Addy from Lausanne at this time on Friday. Now there's a new podcast coming from the BBC World Service celebrating all things African football with these three.
Hello, I'm Gabriel Zokwani.
I'm Turi Yaya.
And I'm Efan Ekoku.
And this is the Match of the Day music. Guys, we need to talk about our new podcast.
KLAS FM just presented the BBC Sports Today. It was sponsored by Anybet. Your best bet reminds you to bet responsibly. And Hawkeye Electronic Security, securing what matters most. Health Alert is sponsored by the National Health Fund. NHF is here for health. NHF is here for you.
Avoid touching eyes, nose, and mouth. Hands touch many surfaces and can pick up viruses. Once contaminated, hands can transfer the virus to your eyes, nose, or mouth. From there, the virus can enter your body and can make you sick.
Health Alert is sponsored by the National Health Fund. NHF is here for health. NHF is here for you.
It's now time for Jamaica's first and #1 daytime sports calling show, The Sports Desk. Call us and let us have a discussion.
All right. Yeah. Greetings and salutations. I like how the microphone sounds today. Greetings and salutations, and welcome to this sports desk. The name is Orville.
Yes, good afternoon, listeners. The name is Christopher Zidane Mathis. I'm sure the listeners have a lot to say today.
All right, so I'm not going to talk about what on the team I'm going to talk about. Not going to talk about Stephen Peter Devereaux Smith. what I'm going to talk about is basketball.
What's the score? I forgot.
How much England got?
Yeah, let's stop watch at one point. Yeah.
Boy, Zidane, the interesting question is, where does basketball stop and where proper cricket common sense start? Me love the approach by England. I was watching whole morning. 3 England batsmen went out caught to the hook shot by the boundary, or close to the boundary. A man gone 98. The Australian them a bowl some short ball, going at the mud as we say in cricket. And a man hook and out caught for 98 on the boundary. Short ball. Ali Pope hook and out caught down on the boundary again. Short ball. Joe Root, who is one of the more level-headed cricketers in the world, hook and out caught after no ball. And then about few over after that, Joe hook and out caught again after the hook shot. So 3 of England's top 4 are out hooking. And he said, boy, God, no, the cricket entertaining. But at what point does common cricket sense come in? They are 278 for 4 at the moment, with they're chasing 416. They trail by 130.
Yeah.
But 3 of that top 4 were out to hook shot. Now Ben Stokes come and it's like Ben Stokes saying, hey, although me is a basketball, me I go come play some more conservative cricket, which is interesting because it is the captain who has set the tempo for the way how England is supposed to play.
Mm-hmm.
But with England, I lose some rapid wickets. The captain gone 17 from 50 at bat.
Yeah, I guess he's looking at now this situation that they're in and say, listen, let's...
Yeah, but the situation was that same way when Joe wrote them a fire the hook shot there. So a man got 98 in a brother.
Maybe the plan is when we go 4 down.
So me I said to myself,
let's regroup.
If the skipper tell me, say I saw where I play people, then the skipper have to come play the same way. The skipper have to come fire 2 shots, man. The skipper, it can't be basketball for the rest of the way. And you are come.
So you don't think the scoreboard matters when they decide to play basketball?
It clearly never no matter none at all to England. What me say? Australia bowl pay short ball.
No. You say the captain is.
Yeah, but even they were in trouble. All right, but 3 wickets gone. The 4th wicket was who? Root?
Because it was a great opening stand.
Yeah, man. Yeah. But me I tell you, after a while now, the Australians them realize so we can't out them man a bowling length.
Yeah.
Can't out them man a bowling line. Nathan Lyon get injured and come off, and the Australian decided, all right, here we are going to. We're going to bowl, set everybody around so and down so, and bowl a bag of short ball. And it was, at one point I was wondering, why is the umpire not signaling more than one over the shoulder ball for the over? It was entertaining, but at one point I said, no, sir. You get dropped, Joe Root get dropped off a short ball. No, it was a no ball. And Joe Root, who can't outsay me, you know? I don't know, boy. I don't know. I love it, but if it was West Indies that play like this, well, then again, if West Indies had won 11 or 14 games like that, you'd probably have to say, because it's a risk reward. You know? The greater the risk, because this kind of cricket is risky, but the reward is you win some game where you're not normally probably.
Yeah. And the thing is now, if they get a big partnership between these two, then basically...
Yeah, but the point I make is that Ben Stokes, who is the architect of basketball, when me said Root them and Pope them and they come out and a fire, and the wicket them a fall to the hook shot them, and me say Ben step. I say, all right, Skip, do your thing now. Ben start jokes the cricket ball. So me can just imagine Ali Pope them I say, so Skip, what you say? At some point, we can play more conservatively. It's interesting. The football match last night, now, your take on it?
A good performance from the Reggae Boys. Oftentimes, we play teams that we think we should beat up and when they get each other. And I think this is the most goals we have scored in a game in 5 years.
So much?
Yeah, so it's a great look. You know, most of the players played well. Look like it's a pity Mikel Antonio is not younger because we see a front three.
Him can play ball, you know.
Yeah, man, Mikel Antonio. It's one of the best games you'll see from a Jamaican striker that didn't score.
Yeah.
He had a very good game, even though he did not score.
Him can play ball. So but the coach is picking the right team. You know, said half of what.
Yeah, man.
The thing is
I said
about.
That before. Pretty much he has got the team selection correct.
Yeah. Leon Bailey finally scored. I think take a little bit of the monkey off his back.
Yeah, he had the assist on the first goal as well. Played pretty well.
That goal they do, the man them stopped playing. The pass from Latibeaudiere to him, his control was world class. It doesn't get better.
Who stopped play?
the Trinidad defense.
But there was no whistle.
No, them stop play still. Them think are offside. Leon Bailey half think are offside. And I think for a split second they shut down. When
Leon Bailey gone, so they don't have it.
No man.
Because when they were playing the offside trap and he timed the run perfectly. When he got to that ball, it was we ahead of them, you know. So they
them look back on it.
I'm not saying they didn't stop him, but he was so far ahead that you couldn't catch him back.
No, but listen, I'm not taking nothing from the goal. To me, the big miss of the goal, if I might,
is the timing of the run.
Is the timing of the run and the control and the chest.
The chest put it right on the left foot to put it in the spot.
That was the messing not getting no better.
Yeah, and that's why Walter Boyd can't go like that.
But for the for the actual ball, we're kicking at the goal now.
Yeah,
I think the defense did kind of a half-hearted.
I wonder it's going to be offside.
Yeah. You know what is David Leon celebrate after
he was waiting.
Him himself, David.
Yeah, because it was tight, but he was clearly onside.
I have one thing to say, people, before we take the first call. You see, I built a name for the program here for destroy argument. From day one, Mr. Pelling a good like Diego. From the early days of the program. Nobody born with talent. Them the argument that me used to have on the program. People used to take me on. What's some of the argument to me used to have? Nobody plays better than lose and everything.
Yeah.
That is the foundation under which I started out as a talk show host and challenge conventional argument when it make no sense to me. Me not gonna change. You have some people now. You see when big arguments are leak people, the program watered down. It is now a win argument program. All he does is come on the radio and win argument. That's when me I mash up people, you know. You say when them think people are mash up me. This is the way. Oh my God, he's killing. Really did it. So the program is okay and fine once them think people come at me, you know. But anytime me start uppercut some man, the program is watered down. The program is a win argument.
Yeah, some days them think you get licked, man, and sweet them and they just attack. Say, take your lick.
Yes, no man. And you say all over Facebook, so and so kill him, so and so kill him. Brambles dead. Avil can't manage that man. Yeah? The program is not a problem if them think, and them not really think so the man might beat me, you know. But some
good arguments are come, man.
When them feel say, you know, so we can rally around them argument, yeah. When them days that come, they have no problem.
Yes.
They have a problem when, like yesterday, when me I just a punch, so boom, boom, boom. Them have a problem with them days. Well, let me tell you all something. I'm not going to change. So for those of you who think I am going to doing something different and come on the radio, come behave and sound different. If it's win argument, me take and build that thing here. And when Zidane come, because I did think Zidane is brilliant at winning argument. So all I want who want to go back to a sports desk, I mean, someone want to go back before when me start host, when them never used to listen, you know?
Yes.
Or they never, and the program wasn't this big. People are seeing some mega stay. So if at this point you want to turn your radio down because my voice is annoying you, go right ahead. Because there are other people out there who want to call, who want to listen and understand what we are doing and what we always do. Yeah? And if the argument them not make sense, I'm going to take them on. And if they make sense, I'm going to give them no credit. Don't call the show, a win argument show, when I win the argument. Yes, the man them say, it's a win argument show, but I because uno now win none of the argument. That's why it bad out. All right.
We'll go to the first call.
Mount Salem.
Yes, straight totally black.
Yes, sir.
But this question, this basically wins. I don't understand.
They have a problem because I'm very good at winning the arguments, my boss. I'm not going to change none at all.
So who called to lose something?
Me no know, sir.
All right. But let me ask you something though, Mr. Higgins. What was that with you and Baggio yesterday?
What was what?
Yeah, when you said you win the argument, you win the argument.
Baggio no kill me, man. Win the argument, man.
It almost sound like, well, I don't know, but it sound like you didn't want to hear him or whatever. I don't understand.
No, I'm saying he
tell him that
he won the argument. Yeah.
No, man, you should let the man come here have a discuss. While he is Baggio when he's ready, but if he comes to have a conversation.
No.
Nothing wrong with giving him the conversation.
No, man, they may not give him winnings, man.
No, man, that didn't sound good. I tell him man about him win the argument.
You know why me give him winnings? What you want me to do when Baggio?
Not like that, man. Have a conversation with the man. Man ask a question and all you keep and tell him, man.
Him win the argument.
You win the argument.
No, he won the argument. He was brilliant.
That is to me personally. I don't know about anybody else. to me, I think you should give them a just like you give Mount Salem or anybody else.
No, man, I thought he was absolutely brilliant yesterday. So he won the argument. He killed me. Knocked me out.
And he come back today again and say the same thing.
We don't know.
Well, yeah, forget about that.
Yeah.
What do you think about if Nathan Lyon can't take part in because I think it's a calf injury or something, can't take part in the rest of the test. With England, well, definitely gonna bat last. What do you think about which scale, which part do you think that this test?
No, man, it all depends on how much England will have to chase. If England go and chase 120 in the final innings, I think them would have win whether Nathan Lyon there or not. But let's say them have to chase 300. And the pitch, and a lot also depends on how the surface go and play. If the thing I go, break up a little bit and start turn and rough and thing, then you're going to miss your specialist spinner for sure.
Yeah. England is a big partnership between these two, do you know?
Yeah.
No, Mr. Matthews, because one England better batsman is due to come next,
So you don't want them to have a big partnership between these two?
No, I'm saying even if a wicket falls, Johnny Bairstow have the.
Yeah, but you would like for him to come now when you're even or have a lead. Yes, you understand?
Yeah, but the lead is just 100 and little bit now.
No, man, 138 is a woolly for runs.
I said just.
Hey, it's two ball out, people.
Yes, man.
The match tomorrow, one ball for Ben Stokes and one ball for Bairstow, and you want to find out who have the advantage.
There you go.
So you guys just saying it's so simple like that. You make it sound like,
no, because if Australia gets two wickets quickly, they're basically into the tail.
Yeah.
The less are the batsmen. So that's why I'm telling you, you need a big partnership to just knock off the score so Bairstow can come to help you to get a lead.
So all right. So what if then what if Australia knock them over for 40 runs less? And then when Australia go in, because remember, if Nathan Lyon is out, England, I would tip the polling in England's favour, and that's what Mr. Higgins said. Said he run to England.
You know, one get Australia with their batting lineup a 60-70 run lead, my boss. You really, especially you don't want it in the series, you know.
Well,
yeah, man. And you'll be batting on, even if you don't have Nathan Lyon, you're still batting on a fourth innings wicket.
Fair enough. Yeah, one last thing, Mr. Higgins, 32nd century, man.
Oh, the great Stephen Peter Devereux Smith?
No, man, no, the scratcher. The man who edged to the boundary.
The man who scored 7,000 and 8,000 runs faster than anybody else, including Viv Richards and Sobers, but him is a scratcher.
The man who edged 7,000 runs to the boundary.
Oh, he's an edger now?
Yeah, man, he edged to the boundary. That's what he does.
Oh, the man who edged 9,000 and test runs.
Yes, edge and scratch and all of that. Yes, have a good day.
Big up yourself, sir. All right. Oh, it's at the break.
Yeah, we'll be back. We're coming back.
Importers, submit proper invoices to customs to reduce delays in clearing shipments. Visit www.jacustoms.gov.jm for details. The temperature by the Jamaica Customs Agency is
33 degrees Celsius in New Kingston.
Big things at one on my Excel. Big discount for the civil servant. Big things at one on my Excel. On my Excel cause the important. Big things at one on my Excel. Government work are you significant?
Nurses, teachers, firemen, police, all civil servants. Big things are happening at Excel Auto Parts. 50% discount on all your Toyota, Nissan, Mitsubishi, Honda, Mazda, Suzuki, and Subaru parts. Excel Auto, your auto parts hub. 95.5 Hagley Park Road, Kingston 10. Telephone 923-2356
or 426-1769.
Isratech Jamaica Limited offers a high-quality complement of unique and sustainable products and services, unparalleled anywhere in the Caribbean and Central America. Everything agriculture, water, energy, hardware, home and garden. from engineering and design, manufacturing and supply of product, consultation, after-sales service to implementation and maintenance. Call us today at 876-603-3946. Isratech, master the elements.
The J3's Ministry of Sports Puma National Senior and Junior Championships, Thursday, July 6th to Sunday, July 9 at the National Stadium, 9:45 a.m. to 9 p.m. each day. Up for grabs over places to several events this summer, headlined by the 19th World Athletics Championships in Budapest, Hungary for the seniors, plus the NACAC and Pan American Championships for the juniors. Season tickets, $7,500. Finish line, $1,000 to $2,500 per day. Regular grandstand, $1,000 to $2,000. Online tickets already on sale at mysticonlinetix.com and at the National Stadium ticket office and the Jamaica Pegasus Hotel from July 3, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. It will be 4 days of super competition, so be there.
Importers. Shipments requiring you to pay customs duties and taxes are cleared on a customs goods declaration known as an IM4 or IMS4. Ask your clearing agent to provide your customs declaration, customs assessment notice, and customs receipt once duties and taxes are paid. Where your clearing agent may not be able to provide the IM4 or IMS4, request your customs goods declaration registration number or C number, which can be used to verify your payments. Importers, request your IM4, IMS4, or C number. It is your right. For details, email the Jamaica Customs Agency at public.relations@jca.gov.jm. Jamaica Customs, keeping our customers in focus.
Enter the Purina Wiggle for Cash promotion and win your share of $1 million in cash. All you have to do is purchase $3,000 worth of Purina products. Complete entry form or write on paper your name, contact information, and complete the slogan. Attach receipt. Mail to P.O. Box 420, Kingston 6, or drop in boxes at participating stores. Promotion ends August 14, 2023. Authorized under Section 58.3 of the Betting, Gaming, and Lotteries Act. Purina, your pet, our passion. Distributed by Caramed Group Limited, Consumer Division.
Real unboxing, a feel culture. Better never know a boxing turn up. Full of vibes when your friend them show up. Get ready on July 1st as Jamaica Boxing Board presents Real Nephew Fight Night. Witness heavyweight Jermaine Breezy Richards versus Omar Crane Headman, alongside 6 thrilling amateur undercard matches in Jamaica's biggest boxing showdown. 7 p.m. at Kling Kling Oval, Olympic Garden. Admission free. Enough drink specials and surprise performances. Real Nephew Fight Night. Must be 18 years or older to drink. Drink responsibly.
You're listening to Jamaica's first and number one daytime sports calling show, The Sports Desk.
All right, welcome back. Emirates, you there?
Gentlemen of the jury, what's up?
Yeah,
Emirates, what you say?
Boy, good game yesterday. Zidane, Arville.
Yes.
Yeah, man.
They played well, man.
I'd said 3-1, you know, but with 2 minutes to go.
6-1, brethren.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, it could have been.
Yeah, man, you're a big guy there. That's for 2. That's I mean, and that's how we say a good game him have. Score 1 and dash for 2, easy goal. If second one, that him dash way. That if him walk with that the goal he score. I don't know why he decided to go hard. That's Leon Bailey.
Not the second half, yeah, Mr. The goal.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, no, man, he probably should have trapped the ball because he wasn't in front of the goal like people think, you know. He was kind of, so he could have just trapped the ball, defender with a slide pass.
Yeah, he was at an angle, and just push it.
No, yeah, just stop the ball, defender slide pass, I just start home.
You know what that show you?
Yeah.
As good as Leon Bailey is, he's not what you'd call a natural goal scorer.
No.
I don't think he's a natural.
No.
You know who look like a natural goalkeeper to score to me? Gray.
No, you know, him not looks to me.
No.
No, man,
he finished his chance well, but he had time.
The man will look like him is a natural finisher. If given the opportunity, is Antonio.
Yes.
No, definitely Antonio, but outside of him, I never call him name because him done, you know, he's a natural man. But
you know, I said yesterday, you know, me realize the gulf between Antonio and Oato, like a post-up striker. Bowser and
yeah, man, the level drop off of it when Antonio come off of the field, man. Trust me, he come down.
You can't see the gap between Antonio and Bowser and Burke, you know.
Yeah, me disappointed in Bowser. Bowser was better than this a couple of years ago. I don't know what is happening there.
Yeah. But I just say Arville, I'm kind of sorry that Antonio not much younger because they look like really.
So we could have built up a nice trio with those three, you know.
How old is he?
Probably about 35 now.
35, yeah.
But we have him for the qualifiers.
Yeah, you know that modern day sportsmen are going on longer now than before.
Yeah.
So hopefully him can be right through the World Cup campaign. Yeah, man, it's a good look up front, man. Him link the play well, him pass, him get other people involved, and him very composed.
Exactly, and he's very unselfish.
Yes.
Very unselfish, because the second or the third goal?
Yes. Yeah.
When him fight and get the ball from the defender, him could have tried to kick it, you know?
Yeah, man.
But him pass it to the guy. The first, which one is the first Dashway goal? What the guy name?
Bobby Reed. He slipped through Bobby Reed.
Why never pass it to Leon Bailey, man?
Oh, yes, him
Leon Bailey come up on the left.
Yeah,
and he was at an angle that was a little bit too tight.
Just cut it back, man, for your tap in.
And then him push it further and make it even harder for him.
Yeah. Bobby Reed finna start the next year.
Bobby Reed game up for grab for sure.
Yeah, man. Yeah. But a good player still. I hope that they continue to build, and you know. I mean, we can't say anything should go wrong.
How can we play Senkis? You think we can try Whisper over him, don't
Yes.
Yes, man.
Congrats to Whisper, man. I mean, a fortuitous goal, but still a goal.
Yeah, you want to take it because there was not a lot on in us, so we like him have the confidence.
Here's what I want to know. When is it, what is the rule of thumb to determine?
If the ball is going towards the goal. If it's on target, they give you the goal.
They give you the goal as opposed to one goal.
Yes.
Yeah, if it's on target. Yeah. Anyway, I heard Sammy come out blazing at the West Indies side.
Why am I say?
I cuss him out, man, in public, man.
Yeah, me hear master some things. Oh, you might blame the tactics. I heard it. You must say we got the tactics wrong.
It's the way I'm doing it. I'm not saying that it's kind of wrong. I want to support that kind of thing. Because
Yeah.
Leave that to us. You understand?
Yeah, master the tactics.
At the end of the day, you have to go back and motivate the man to play again.
You made the point.
But Sammy can always tell, as I was making the point, you know. Sammy did tell them, said that side here.
Not ready.
You
want the money,
You want Lewis, you want Russell, you want Ryan.
Yeah, man. Talk to them, I'm trying to get them in.
Half of we cost him off. Sammy say, all right, we'll work with them, look on it.
Well, I tell you. Because I watched a game this morning, Oman versus
No, but hear the counter to that now from Sammy before you come in Emirates.
Yeah.
They made 370 runs.
Yeah.
How much more runs you want? Because we're talking about two batters there.
If you had Narayan and Russell.
Narayan
and Russell bowling instead of hold that right there. So.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Narayan and Russell, yeah.
No, I was saying that I saw the game this morning, Oman versus Zimbabwe, and believe you me, had it been for luck, they could have beat Zimbabwe. Which were good, you understand?
Well, I'm too busy. I watched the Ashes.
And that kind of thing, not from the West Indies side. Zimbabwe made 300 hard and they came in at 300 and a little bit.
Yeah.
But,
so Zimbabwe gone 6 points now.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Boy, it shows the importance of bowling in a cricket. People think limited overs cricket is all about batting. It's not.
No, man, it's a lot about bowling because even in the super over,
you have to be able to bowl and out people are restricted.
Even at the super over where ping the ball.
Yeah.
One ball was on the stump. If you want to limit runs, I take wicket. I mean, most things for me in a super over is to try to limit runs and hopefully get wicket. You bowl the ball on the stump.
No, man, not necessarily.
Well, it's not necessary. I mean, the best thing to do is to try to do it on the stump because at the end of the day, if the man missing it, you lick him. But the ball when ball, only one of them was just outside the half stump, which is good. The rest of them were far out.
A lot of it depends on who the batsman is, my boss. Some batsmen, you bowl straight, them kill you.
I know that, Arville, but what is the best bet?
No, it depends on who a batsman.
You understand?
No, me not understand.
So the guy was batting. When him, what him funny name guy there?
What him name? Some
Van or whatever. Van, yeah.
Yeah.
If you are bowling to him, where would you put your ball?
No, man, me don't have to assess him and know whether how that man I like it. Some batsmen don't like it short. Some batsmen, if you bowl straight. I was doing commentary on a game on the weekend. You know the bridge named Leroy Lugg. Well, open for Jamaica. You cannot bowl straight. For restricting me, you have 18 inches, 2 feet outside.
But
once you're straight to people like
Carl. He's a bowler, you know, not a batsman, you know.
And that's what I'm saying.
You understand?
Some bowler want your bowl straight. The straighter your bowl, because when people, it's easier to hit through the leg side when you bowl straight. You know?
Yes.
And most batsmen in a super over, them try hit as hard as them can.
Yeah.
And usually them hit straight or mid wicket.
But Arville,
the ball wide outside the half stump, but you have to go cut me now is harder for the man who has swing.
Put two down there outside the half stump and the man lick them way. What's the next move?
No, that's a different argument. I believe that holder was a little bit too predictable.
Yeah, man, too predictable, exactly.
Yeah. So if you're talking about the variety now, I can understand.
All right, Emirates.
Anyway, so you go. Yeah, man, cool.
Big up yourself.
All right.
We take another one. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello?
Yeah, good afternoon.
Yeah, man, good afternoon. Alric.
Who?
Alric, man.
Oh, Alric, your sound hollow up on the phone.
Oh, whatever, man.
Yeah.
You had a match yesterday.
Yes.
Good match, good win. Reggae boys matter.
Yeah.
Good match, good win. But before when we see the lineup, we never had a starting lineup for the back foot. Nobody know how Tax is supposed to know outside.
Well, he said Bell was still struggling slightly with the injury.
No, Bell out, you know. Yeah, you never want to risk him. But I say, why Tax to start him on my side?
Who would he have at left back? Well, I'm telling you, what the name? Gregory Lee. We used to play a couple games. Remember you then?
Yeah, where is he? Good question.
Him not there still.
When there? Who am I playing for and where is he?
I'm not sure. I think he's coming to England.
God, you they never look bad enough.
Yes. He look pretty good.
But two things we have a problem with from the game. So good game, good win. We're not clinical as we should be. And we should have get Trinidad about 6-7. And you see US deal with wicked yesterday, 6-0.
Yeah.
We needed to be more clinical. I want to get Trinidad offered no real threat to our goal. The one shot them take one target. I wasn't really good guys and shot really. We don't see the man them take the goal. And the second thing is that we never get a clean sheet. I'm realizing at the game as well that we started to get complacent just before half time, and it carried over into the second half. Yeah. And the man them score. And the men them started to even control the game. Trinidad started control the game in the second half. So we need to be more focused on the team. The team look good. So we need to be mindful of these things. So a good game, we're not overly critical. So the team needs time to gel, and we see them gel nicely, especially the front three. So we need to keep those things in mind. A football is, it only takes one goal.
Yeah, man.
And once Trinidad got back in the game, Trinidad look a completely different team. And the youth name, Harvey will bring on. Them the key.
Man, that kill him, man. Every time man run past him.
But he's a right back, right?
Oh. Yes.
Or he's a right back.
No, it's because Taxi had to come up. They said Taxi was complaining about stiffness at halftime. Taxi no fit.
Okay.
Taxi no fit, none at all. So Latibody went to right back, obviously, and then he went over to
left. And the youth name Lambert, he had an excellent game.
He played well again. Played well again.
He play well. But I tell you, Bobby Reid, nothing outside. If you come up our bench.
Must struggle, man.
I agree.
We're supposed to start the next game.
But I start with Spo next
game. We're supposed to start him and him come up at the bench. Because I like which spy,
Yeah, man. I like him confident.
The man confident. I made a coach and make a statement saying when he still man get the shot. I say, where man get the shot for? There was space.
Yeah.
Everybody back off, and the man sees space, and the man, when look at the replay, and like, man, lick him, and line it up.
Yeah.
And get the deflection. But you need players like that, where, as a coach said, you don't know where you're going to come with. And the space was there, and the man take the shot, and get the deflection, and the thing is, it was on target. And one of the other things with our players, they're not getting the ball on target. So all I have the chance of them getting it, them put the ball on target, to score.
I think Wispa can be a prolific goal scorer for Jamaica,
Exactly.
Yeah.
So,
he have pace, he have a shot, he can head, he can get by man one-on-one, him have most of what I need. The problem I saw with him in schoolboy football, where he was lazy until him get the ball.
Yeah, they go and work on
I was watching him yesterday, and I saw him improve.
Yes.
Guys are lazy youth in a Manning Cup when him not have the ball.
Yes.
Yeah, man. The thing is,
I saw it in some of the friendlies that he played in as well.
Where him move off the ball better.
No, where he was lazy.
Still lazy.
That game. Yeah, so this was an improvement last night.
Oh, well, me never watched some of them practice.
Yeah, man.
But last time I see him, it's like you realize now you're on a big stage now.
Yes.
So he was moving a lot better off the ball.
Take the break and come.
We have just bet now.
You can hold if you want.
Yeah, hold, man.
Yeah, you hold.
Yeah, hold through just bet.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
All right, cool.
Your home is your castle. Fill your house with exceptional home decor from Carmen's Collection. Visit our showroom at 112 Constant Spring Road, Mondays to Saturdays, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. The time, courtesy of Carmen's Collection, is 1:30.
It's now time for Sports in a Minute. It's sponsored by Dangerous Auto Spares and Accessories Limited, Edgechem, any bet at Milestone Restaurant Bar and Grill.
Manchester United have agreed a deal to sign England midfielder Mason Mount from Chelsea on a 5-year contract for £55 million plus £5 million in add-ons. Mount will be Erik ten Hag's first signing of the summer as he looks to strengthen his side following United's qualification for next season's Champions League. That is sports in a minute.
Sports in a Minute was sponsored by Dangerous Auto Spares and Accessories Limited at 20 Balmoral Avenue, Kingston 10. Call 876-929-9146 and in Maypen. Edgechem, changing lives 1 gallon at a time. Anybet, your best bet, reminds you to bet responsibly at Milestone Restaurant Bar and Grill. Celebrate good food, celebrate good vibes.
Here's great news for men 40 years or older with an NHF card. The PSA test for prostate cancer is now a new benefit. Use your NHF card and get a discount of $1,600 for one PSA test each year. Pay less for your PSA test and take charge of your health. Contact NHF for labs accepting NHF card for the PSA test. NHF is here for health. NHF is here for you.
A message from the National Health Fund.
Today is the day to push past my limits. Escape my comfort zone, I won't live within it. Building energy for my mind and body. Be all I can be, best version of me. I won't give up, no, I'll never stop. Boost me up with Supplicant. Boost me up, boost me up.
One glass of Supplicant has 8 vitamins and minerals and is power-packed with protein to maintain healthy muscle mass. The day is yours. Supplicant boosts you up.
Importers. Shipments requiring you to pay customs duties and taxes are cleared on a customs goods declaration known as an IM4 or IMS4. Ask your clearing agent to provide your customs declaration, customs assessment notice, and customs receipt once duties and taxes are paid. Where your clearing agent may not be able to provide the IM4 or IMS4, request your customs goods declaration registration number or C number, which can be used to verify your payments. Importers, request your IM4, IMS4, or C number. It is your right. For details, email the Jamaica Customs Agency at public.relations@jca.gov.jm. Jamaica Customs, keeping our customers in focus.
Enter the Purina Wiggle for Cash promotion and win your share of $1 million in cash. All you have to do is purchase $3,000 worth of Purina products. Complete entry form or write on paper your name, contact information, and complete the slogan. Attach receipt. Mail to P.O. Box 420, Kingston 6, or drop in boxes at participating stores. Promotion ends August 14, 2023. Authorized under Section 58.3 of the Betting, Gaming and Lotteries Act. Purina, your pet, our passion. Distributed by Caramed Group Limited Consumer Division.
Boxing, a very culture. Better never know a boxing turn up. Full of vibes when your friend them show up. Get ready on July 1st as Jamaica Boxing Board presents Ray and Nephew Fight Night. Witness heavyweight Jermaine Breezy Richards versus Omar Crane Headman, alongside 6 thrilling amateur undercard matches in Jamaica's biggest boxing showdown. 7 p.m. at Kling Kling Oval Olympic Garden. Admission free. Enough drink specials and surprise performances. Ray and Nephew Fight Night. Must be 18 years or older to drink. Drink responsibly.
What's up, Sports Desk Massive? It's the new and improved. What you say?
Text message.
Can't stop to make a call. Well, you can still add your 2 cents by sending in WhatsApp messages or voice notes to 876-828-0925. What you say? During the Sports Desk, Mondays to Fridays, 1 to 4 p.m. Sponsored by BH Paints. Paint it. Love it with BH Paints.
Dependable God.
I am Pastor Corbell Leon, inviting you to join me at 11:30 for Divine Connection, where I teach and encourage you into the Word of God, and you shall be blessed.
That's Divine Connection, Wednesdays at 11:30 a.m. Sponsored by Impact Science Solution Limited. Services offered: large format printing, billboards, video boards, and much more. located in St. Catherine and provides services island-wide. You can contact them at 876-667-9582. You can send them an email at impactscience@gmail.com. You can find them on Facebook at Impact Science Solution or on Instagram at Impact Science JA.
Dependable, dependable God.
Just Bet! It's now time for Just Bet Winner's Edge, where we take a look at some of the top sporting events and betting odds on the Just Bet sports betting program and show you how to bet and win big with Just Bet. Sponsored by Just Bet, Jamaica's #1 sports betting game. From Supreme Ventures, offering the best betting odds and the fastest payouts on the market. Just Bet, your game, your passion. All right, Just Bet feature with Jesse Blake. How are you, Jesse Blake?
I'm doing very well. Good afternoon to you, your team, and the listeners of yourself. How are you doing?
I'm not too bad, man. Can't complain.
Can't complain at all. What a performance for the Reggae Boys are.
Yes, no man. Yes, man. We look decent, but this Trinidad team never offer much, do you know? I'm only cautiously optimistic about us going forward. Because the Trinidad team never offer much, none at all.
Absolutely. You know, it's not like it's Dwight York, Stern John, and Russell Lattaby.
No, sir. I see a man post on my page. Say, if Mount Pleasant play hard, then probably could have pressed that TV.
I'm inclined to agree with that.
Them never play particularly great. Anyway, let's get into what we have, and we will have 3 Euro Under-21 Championship quarterfinals today. Is that it?
That's correct.
All right, so we start with the first one, Spain versus Switzerland.
What do you know? What do you know? Here it is, folks. We are now at serious times in Euro Under-21 football. We are at the quarterfinal stage of the competition, especially for the football enthusiasts that really love their European teams. It's a great opportunity to see the next crop of players that will represent your squad. Let's start off with the first quarterfinal of Euro Under-21 football for 2023. Of course, Spain will be taking on Switzerland Saturday at 2 o'clock in the afternoon local time. Spain have been looking very well thus far. As a matter of fact, they rested their A team and still drew 2-2 against the Ukraine. They clinched first place in their group. Switzerland managed to squeeze through, thank goodness for their opening win over Norway, because they got drenched in the following 2 games of the tournament, including a 4-1 spanking at the hands of France. This one should be very interesting to start off Euro Under-21 Championship quarterfinal action. Spain, red hot, and heavily favored to win at $1.50, according to the Just Bet final result bet option. Switzerland, the underdog, you can understand, at $5.75, and the draw attracts odds of $4.25. Folks, correct score betting aplenty available for quarterfinals all the way to the final of Euro Under-21 Championship this time around. For Spain versus Switzerland, correct score bets that you can place include: if Spain wins 3-1, a $500 bet pays $5,000 in winnings. Spain 4-1, $10,500 on offer with a $500 bet. And if it's Spain 4-2, $25,500 can be yours with a $500 effort. Now for the Swiss team, correct score bets include: if they win 2-1, $9,000 on offer with a $500 bet. Can Spain upset, or can Switzerland upset Spain by 4-2? That would pay $12,500 in winnings with a $500 bet. And if Switzerland managed to upset the Spanish by a correct score of 3-2, $30,500 on offer with a $500 bet. Spain looking imperious throughout group stage action. Really expecting them to put out a very good team come Saturday and take care of business against the Swiss. Spain on a canter, 4-1 for me, $10,500 on offer with a $500 bet, taking Spain $1.50 straight up.
Can't go around Spain as well. So I'm going with Spain. 3-1.
3-1. Let me type that into the correct score betting calculator. 3-1 in Spain's favor would pay $6,000 even with a $500 bet.
All right. So we move on. England versus Portugal under 21.
Yeah, this one should be very interesting in quarter-final action for the Euro Under 21 Championship. This game takes place Sunday morning at 11 local time. Well, what do you know? England looking pretty good in the group stages as well. They actually secured their spot to the quarterfinals before their final group game against Germany, and they indeed won that game by 2-0. Portugal, on the other hand, they had a more challenging path to the quarterfinals. They started with a loss, and then they drew with the Netherlands, and they had to win their last game. They did so by the skin of their teeth after being awarded a late penalty. Definitely England, based on the Euro Under 21 action thus far, looks the better team, and they are favored to win their quarterfinal encounter Sunday morning, according to the Just Bet final result bet option. England, $2.05. The Portuguese come in the underdog at $3.30, and the draw at $3.50. Folks, do remember, take advantage of correct score betting. It gives you the best return for your betting book. Can you predict the correct score of this game between England and Portugal in under 21 Euro Championship action? Well, it can be very lucrative for you. Do you remember? You can place a bet on any correct score line that you can dream up. Correct score bets you can place include England 2-0, $5,000 on offer with a $500 bet. England 3-1 pays $8,000 even with a $500 wager. England 3-0, $9,000 available there with a $500 bet. Now for the Portuguese, correct score bets include if they win 1-0, $5,000 on offer with a $500 bet. If Portugal upsets England by 2-1, that would return $5,500 in winnings for your $500 wager. And the upset special, Portugal beating England by 2-0, would pay $8,500 in winnings with a $500 bet. Wow, England looked too impressive for me to go against them in this one, but I'm going to be giving Portugal a bit of credit for a possible upset. England 3, Portugal 2. $10,000 even with a $500 bet. But taking the English, the favorite, $2.05, straight up.
3-2 sounds about right, but I want to go a little bit more decisive than that. I'm going 3-1 for England.
Okay, for the Young Lions,
yes.
3-1.
Yes.
All right, 3-1 for England pays $8,000 even with a $500 bet.
All right, and then the final one, France versus Ukraine.
Yeah, easily the Ukrainians look like the weakest team. Well, between them and Switzerland, the two weakest teams right now in quarterfinal action in Euro Under 21 Championship play. This quarterfinal to take place Sunday, 2 p.m. local time. France favored to win handily $1.57 straight up. Ukraine $5.25 for the upset, $4 on the draw. If France can beat Ukraine by making 2-1, a $500 bet pays $3,750 in winnings. France 3-1, $6,000 on offer with a $500 bet. France in a 5-goal thriller winning by 3-2 would return $13,000 in winnings with a $500 bet. Now for the Ukrainians, correct score bets include if they win 1-0, a $500 bet pays $6,500 in winnings. Ukraine 2-1, $8,000 even with a $500 bet. And if it's Ukraine 2-0, $15,500 on offer with a $500 bet. France 3-1 for me, $6,000 even with a $500 bet. Easy France, $1.57 straight up.
I don't know why I feel that Ukraine might just pull off something. You know? I feel that one of these games is going to end in an upset, but I can't bring myself to say Ukraine win. I can hedge my bet on a 1-all draw.
You can.
I hedge my bet on a 1-all draw.
All right, a 1-all draw would pay $3,250 in winnings with a $500 bet.
All right, take us to the break, my boss.
You know, you're onto something, Harvey. Usually, yes, one of these teams would get an upset. One of these favorites would be walking out of the competition at the quarterfinal stage. I don't know which one it will be. It's hard pressed to see France getting out against Ukraine. But anyway, of course, folks, lots of football being played. We told you it will be a very busy summer in the world of sports. It is turning out to be just that. Take advantage of the various football competitions that we have on offer. Cricket, lovely cricket. You can bet on all the games available in cricket as well and more. Visit justbetja.com or just bet location near you. And for the tennis fans, Wimbledon is also on the horizon. Make it justbetja.com or just bet location near you. Get in the game and win big. Orville, have a great weekend to you, your team, and the listeners. Catch you guys next week.
All right, Jesse Blake. And that then was our Just Bet feature. We'll be back with our callers after the break.
Just Bet!
That was the Just Bet Winner's Edge, sponsored by Just Bet, Jamaica's #1 sports betting game from Supreme Ventures, offering the best betting odds and the fastest payouts on the market. Just Bet, your game, your passion. For more information, visit justbetja.com.
Tracy, who you go give on now?
You're too fast. Hey, me I got Jotex now for buy up my sugar bun, wine slice, bulla, coffee strip, and marble cake, plus some raisin bread, banana cake, and the best rock cake for the pitney them.
Me can get some?
No, go buy your own. Hey.
Jotex Bakery. Visit 20 Gold Street, Kingston, or call 922-5768. Open Monday to Saturday, 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. Delivery island-wide. Jotex Bakery. So nice, so right.
Conditions apply.
A few months ago, my family and I were on the verge of being homeless until we were introduced to a property loan from Manchester Cooperative Credit Union. At first, we were skeptical, but with the great benefits and the fact that we could borrow up to $25 million at a low interest rate of 7.99% made us realize that it was the right thing to do. So we did it, and today we're in a much better situation, thanks to Manchester Cooperative Credit Union.
Enter the Purina Wiggle for Cash promotion and win your share of $1 million in cash. All you have to do is purchase $3,000 worth of Purina products. Complete entry form or write on paper your name, contact information, and complete the slogan. Attach receipt. Mail to P.O. Box 420, Kingston 6, or drop in boxes at participating stores. Promotion ends August 14, 2023. Authorized under Section 58.3 of the Betting, Gaming and Lotteries Act. Purina, your pet, our passion. Distributed by Caramed Group Limited Consumer Division.
Boxing, a very culture. Better never know a boxing turn up. Full of vibes when your friend them show up. Get ready on July 1st as Jamaica Boxing Board presents Ray and Nephew Fight Night. Witness heavyweight Jermaine Breezy Richards versus Omar Crane Headman, alongside 6 thrilling amateur undercard matches in Jamaica's biggest boxing showdown. 7 p.m. at Kling Kling Oval Olympic Garden. Admission free. Enough drink specials and surprise performances. Ray and Nephew Fight Night. Must be 18 years or older to drink. Drink responsibly.
You're listening to Jamaica's first and #1 daytime sports calling show, The Sports Desk.
Yes, so let me warn you in case you are wondering what this program is about or what I'm about. I'm about winning arguments on the radio. The minute you call and you have a view that is different from mine, we will have a discussion, eh? Because if you call and agree with me, we don't need to argue. But the minute I say something and you say something else, we are going to have a debate about it. And it's either you're going to get a draw or you're going to lose, because you don't have the ability to beat me. Or the minute I hear you saying something that doesn't stand up to scrutiny, I don't talk when it's borderline. Because if it's borderline, I go, yeah, I understand what you said. But when it's contrary to logic and facts, I'm going to take it on. So those of you who claim that, it's a winner argument thing, people, this is what the program was built on. Certainly when me started. Pele no good like Maradona. What was that me winning an argument? Yes, it was. You can't play better and lose. That's what I saw the program build people. The problem with you all is not that the program is a winner argument program. The problem is you cannot get nobody to beat me. Because when you think somebody will beat me, I kill him and the whole lot of laugh. The problem is I'm too good at this and I don't have a problem. And not only am I good at it, me very bossy and cocky with it too. Meet me out the road after the show. No fun to say, are you this? Because I'm very humble. Yes, between 1 o'clock and 4 o'clock, me bossy bad. Yeah? And one last thing. Don't all tell me that I mustn't promote myself. Because the people them who don't want to beat, nobody don't promote themselves better than them personally. So, yeah? So, me and with this winner argument thing, uno cost me because I'm better at it now. That's all. Mark.
Back with Alric.
Oh, Alric.
Yes.
Yeah, man. Quick, come on, mate. Call him, man. A special one here, man.
Minute.
On Facebook. Think of yourself, special one.
Yes.
I just to talk quickly about the Ashes. I just to mention, Anthony is 30 years old. So
He's 33.
Yes, he keep himself fit and a score goal. He can make the World Cup squad.
Yeah.
At 36.
36, yeah, man.
Yeah,
True.
man. So,
as I said, sportsmen now are going longer.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. And him seem to be a man with health conscious.
Yes. Yeah.
So, the Ashes now. Yeah, what you think this morning? And I couldn't believe England. The basketball ticket, the man play some done cricket. Because after a good start, the 3 men who got out, knowing the tactic that Australia switched to, the man put some man on the boundary, behind square, and I line up the man with some short pitch bowling. And the man them fall into the trap. The thing will grieve me, I duck it, The man upon 98, And the one man with behind square, the man pick out,
Yeah.
And he put the same thing, and then Root, where him is a smart cricketer.
Yes. Out of a no ball.
Yeah, and then come out again. So the man to the field team, Smith was about 3/4 way to the boundary. Halfway to the boundary. And the man gets outcast right there, so. Them put themselves in a sticky position right now, even though they were kind of recover with
at this point, my boss.
Brooke and the captain.
In a way, I want to see if England are going to persist with this if them got 2-0 down. So
they cannot persist with this sort of cricket. If them want to win the Ashes. It's all going to well entertaining and all of that. But they cannot play cricket, so be smarter than that.
All right, Alric.
Yeah, man. If you notice, Ben still come out and the man the ball thing,
Yes.
The man about sensible.
I mentioned it. I mentioned it. Make we leave it there, my boss.
Yeah, man.
All right. Now we go to Mark.
Mark.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Yes, Mark.
How are you all doing?
Not bad.
We're good, Mark.
All right. Good afternoon to the listeners.
Yes. Oh, this is Mark, man. Mark from yesterday.
Man.
Yes, Mark.
Arville.
Yes, Mark.
Boy, you're a genius,
I know, Mark.
Brother, you're great. I expect you to move the stump a little, but me never expect you to move all of the stump them down on a square leg.
Okay, Mark.
Just give me a few minutes, uninterrupted, to just explain what transpired yesterday. Can I do that?
You have 1 minute, man. If you're good at summarizing, you can do it in 1 minute. You don't need few minutes to talk about what happened yesterday.
1 minute, not enough, man.
No, man, you're not good enough at explaining yourself if you need more than 1 minute, my boss.
Here goes. 1, all sports-loving audience out in Radioland. There was no conversation between me and Arville where a test side of West Indies was playing an Australian side. 2, Arville showed a lack of comprehension of what I started out to say and what I finished saying. Because when I started by saying 1960 series, Sobers, Richie Benio, Alan Davis, he didn't even realize that I have already given him some of the bowlers. When he asked the question again, down in the conversation, Rio Older and Sobers, which I don't think should be in a same conversation. It's not right. But as the good book says, all things work together for good. I'm going to show the public how this parallel and lead right back to Steve Smith and Brian Lara conversation. Arville didn't understand that there's no way I could say it was a West Indies Australia competition, right? Because the batsman who partner with Sobers would be Gavaskar, it would be...
You're following what he's saying? No. Me not following. But
follow. The world, the RO double side that I stated yesterday, 1971 tour. They abandoned the tour of Australia. They pick a World 11 side to play the mighty Australians. I spoke to you. I say, listen, Sobers face Dennis Lilly in his prime. I'm going to give you your due. You remind me that Tomo wasn't on it. And I said, Arville, let me come back tomorrow. Zane, because I wanted was to check it out. That's how I ended the conversation. I give you your due. Tomo was not on the side. But it does not take away from what I was saying, that Lilly was in his prime, murdering the man them. In fact, the first match was short, Zidane. The second match, Australia win. And the match that I was talking about was the one that Sobers made 254 runs, right? And ended up...
No, well, I win the argument. We can't win the argument.
Well, I know.
Because the man at, hey, you take long to explain yourself.
Ended up winning the match. See, for the side. No, why did I bring up Dennis Lilly? Because Dennis Lilly back then was one of the greatest boys. Young, fresh, speedy. Zin, he wrecked the side. He got 8 for 29 at Perth and wrecked the ROW side. And our Uncle Sober side could have bring them one victory. Why do I say that? I am proving to the gentlemen and ladies who are listening to this program, who understand sport and comprehend it at the highest level, that Ryan Charles Lara, Sir Garfield Sobers, these are gentlemen that rise their game to the next level. I give it to Steve Smith. He is very consistent. Yes, Lara will come out, flash, boom, out, gone. Enough time usually quarrel with him. Zin, but when it come to push, come to shove, if I set a man around 9-7 and then max out at 9-7, if you want a man who is going to push 9-5-8, the only man that can give you that is Brian Charles Lara. That is what separates the cream from the crop. And as you and your brethren Alex say,
I'm going to go easy.
Our world record is the single most highest achievement somebody can attain to.
All right. God, no.
All of the men are level.
No, ma, oh God, no, ma.
Two seconds. All of the men are level, but the edge goes to Lara with 501 not out world record, 400 not out, 375 and come back within 6 months and broke 380 to go 400. Your time.
The 5 minutes up, my boss.
Eh?
The 5 minutes basically up.
All right, tomorrow.
You're happy? You kill me, right?
Brother, I'm up on a higher level than you know. I know that.
Let me just make one small correction as the king for that something. You see, you said Alric says world record is greater than.
You said you and Alric actually. You said you and Alric.
Me and Alric.
Yes.
We were not talking about sports in general. We were talking about track and field, especially the 100 meters. So your premise is very flawed, Mark. But I'm not going to go too hard.
Zidane, tell the man so me kill him now, man.
All right, you kill me. Mark, you kill me.
Hey,
Mark, I don't know why you kill me, Mark.
Tomorrow, Zidane.
All right, Mark, cool. Big up. People, who is it that sound like they wanted to win an argument? Me or Mark? But Mark, I tried win an argument, and I said, well, we never said. The thing was world record in track and field, Mark, okay? So one of your arguments for try kill my argument was completely flawed. But I got to behave myself today. I know really your head more, man. I know your head. Big up yourself.
We'll take the break. We're coming back.
Get customized aluminum windows and doors at Hepburn's Glass Supplies, 13 Chisholm Avenue, Kingston 13. 10 years of experience guarantees satisfaction. Call or WhatsApp 876-773-4799. The time, courtesy of Hepburn's Glass Supplies, is 2 p.m.
Health Alert is sponsored by the National Health Fund. NHF is here for health. NHF is here for you.
Use bleach. Diluted household bleach solutions can be used if appropriate for the surface. Never mix household bleach with ammonia or any other cleanser. Unexpired household bleach will be effective against coronaviruses when properly diluted. Prepare a bleach solution by mixing.
Health Alert is sponsored by the National Health Fund. NHF is here for health. NHF is here for you.
You're listening to Jamaica's first and number one daytime sports calling show, The Sports Desk.
All right, first musical selection on the program this afternoon before we come back to our calls, brought to you by HChem Paints for people who dream in color. And this one is from Marian Hall. Ladies, sir, God Almighty.
In my going out and my coming in, I call upon my King. His angels, they surround me and protect me under their wings. I see no evil, hear no evil, he is by my side. I read the Bible, know the Bible, Jesus is alive. When I'm down and in tears and no one seems to care, when my friends become my foes and my foes become my peers, when life gets the best of me and I feel like the ending is near, I fall down on my bending knees and all my troubles I share to God Almighty. He's better than any rehab, God Almighty. He's the one true friend I have, God Almighty. He's the one who soothes my pain, God Almighty. I'm not ashamed to praise his name. I call on him every day. I feel him when I pray. When my enemies rise up against me, he keeps them at bay. He's my rock and my shield. In his presence I will kneel. God of Abraham is the only one. He is all I need. God Almighty. He is better than any rehab. God Almighty. He's the one true friend I have. God Almighty. He's the one who soothes my pain. God Almighty. I'm not ashamed to praise his name. When Satan send him agent them to stand up on me gate, to block me every move and dash me from my face. Me never tremble, not a sweat, me no break. Me call upon God and just wait. Boy, him never busy and him never too late. Me trust in my God and me never lose faith. He can move mountains unite all race. God Almighty, straight. God Almighty.
All right, that's Marian Hall, God Almighty, brought to you by HChem Paints for people who dream in color.
All right, MU.
Yes, good afternoon, MU.
Why, I agree with Alex about the side. The thing Trinidad should have get hit yesterday. We don't start put away with chances.
What is it that Alex said that you disagree with?
Now I must say the side was drop back. I signed now for 90 minutes.
You said the side one drop back?
Oh no, Alex was saying that the complacency set in one at a time.
Yeah, because the side really chill up half time. See? So them now really kill out themselves. Understand?
No, but I think the point. Yeah, I think the point Alex was trying to make that at least go 4-0 up, 5-0 up first before you take
you see how USA
No,
send
but-
kids?
Yeah.
What
but
what Alrica say, man, as a team,
Yeah.
you have the
killer
instinct. You want to side 10 and 12 on them.
Yeah.
Yeah, we understand, but actually that we still can and like
and it was still close to the.
still a good even.
You could understand nearly 3-0 and 10 minutes left. But Alrica say it came too early, man. The complacency came too early. I agree.
Oh.
Yeah.
Me not agree still, because me side have quality no matter what.
Yeah, we agree. Everybody agree with that.
So may I say no, why them not go after Greenwood? Like how them get great.
I'm sure they might try. They're probably in talks to see, but you may never
man,
know.
them need to get and I just say Whisper might be lazy, but the youth is a very good talent.
Big talent, man.
Big talent.
Best young talent in Jamaica in the last 10 years, my boss. Easy.
Yeah, man. The youth, big man, and he have a similar style when you see him play like Greenwood. Can use both feet, and the both feet them come like the same.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yes.
He can take shots with the both feet, very powerful. I like that.
Yeah, man. I like him pace and him power and
Yeah,
built
man.
and confidence.
People, when he pick the ball, you see how powerful he pick the ball. Even when he picks it here, his keeper still could even stop it.
I'd start him against St. Vincent.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, I like what I said yesterday. Still. Yeah. The coach I go and go like what I said yesterday.
Yes.
Yeah, man.
All right.
As I say, besides, we should give them a year still, but I don't say we have to put out your chances.
Yeah. I never know you could call and not talk about Ronaldo. You're maturing as a caller. Big up yourself.
Yeah.
Big up MU.
All right.
Cool. Good. All right. Who is this now? Omar?
Incredible awful, man.
What's up, Omar?
I don't want to say win argument, man.
Yeah, and by the way, Alric, another special answer that has been a constant theme for the last, I don't know, maybe a year or 2 or 3. Say, all my company ready for those win arguments. And because them can't win the arguments, why them grieve. You say if people that win the argument against me, they wouldn't have a problem. You know what I mean, Omar?
Yeah, man, I understand.
Me is the win argument, boss, my boss. It's a compliment them I pay me and then they even realize it. All you want to do is win argument. But one with you said John and me said Tom. What the two are we do now? We are argue. And if say which one are we make better sense.
Yeah,
that
man, we put the point across, no.
You put for your point and me I put for me. And 9 out of 10 times for me point them I go sound I go make more sense than yours. But what the problem now?
But where's about the place there, because we're willing to better 50 grand per year, you know.
No, is a wishful thing that punish for, man. That not go.
But the man sound like him. Me hear him this man, the man sound like him would have run, man. Man, I tell the man him say.
Omar.
Well, I know. Let me tell you what the man I say.
Why am I say?
The man say the money too small. Yep, somebody can offer you 250,000 potentially for half an hour to work, and that too small.
Okay,
run of that, man. Chicken that, man.
Omar.
I put up my money, I still have an extra 50 grand per year for winning.
Hold on, Omar. Let me tell you something, my boss. Yes, when me should have stopped the business there, or me should have moved on. Because all the way I got either left media or drop out, you know, in a real life. You're dead, you know.
See.
What do you think my legacy will be? What do you think people are going to remember about me?
The greatest things in sliced bread.
No,
man.
what exactly the legacy when me I go left in the media business?
You're the best talk show, man.
Yes, so man, I go say the boy Higgins, whatever you gonna say, that could be my legacy. No man, Higgins, one thing with him, you know, him can defend him, point them, and he's brilliant at holding a discussion and what you think that man the legacy gonna be?
Man, that cartoon character.
People, you see, even the people who are trying to go against me, you see, anyhow, some foreign people come or some people from Asia come and say, well, you want one person on radio who we think can hold a constructive argument,
with it, man.
who going to come with the person who them are going to choose depend on sports CSI. If I know me, I see that.
Yes.
All I want to talk, knowing now the heart, you know. So when it comes to holding a rational, objective, intelligent discussion.
So you don't know, I just bet by Arville. I whisper mash up my bed.
What?
Oh, you buy the
3-1?
You buy 3-1.
Buy the 3-1 in our style.
Boy, I mean, I tell you, man.
Well, when we see the love, we see love, we have TV because this a ticket and bust up already, you know.
Nah, man.
Because the
when I call me, I say, a 3-1, what you say by? I say 3-1. It's a 80 minutes, a 3-1, you know. I say a lie, I tell.
What was the odds for the 3-1 exact score?
Would have to look back. Because I want to tell you that of the odds. Because you have to show the one all, I miss out on the 1 all, Zidane.
Yeah.
We don't even think about the odds for the 3-1.
So you never buy Reggae Boys for win?
You
buy for win?
No, buy them for win 3-1. The exact.
Why for win 3-1 correct score?
When you buy the correct score, you get the odds.
You can't buy both.
Well,
No, I never buy both because I don't have it.
No, you can buy one ticket that they will win, and then the other ticket you buy the exact score.
Yeah, man, then that means.
Yeah, you could do that.
No, I buy for one ticket.
But you want big money. You want the small
big
money.
money.
No,
Big money, but you have to
what odds were,
50 grand for your one.
what odds were we going off at yesterday? About
maybe $1 enough.
$40 so.
Yeah.
So you put a 10 grand pan we winning.
Yeah.
4 grand.
Oh.
And you put maybe a 4 grand pan the 3 you want.
And some should have done it for real.
Yes, win,
But
win,
I just say, yo, I miss out on that.
Put it this way, Jamaica cannot beat Trinidad. And me.
And you lose everything.
And me not win nothing out of that. None of that. When me expect Jamaica to beat Trinidad. So you see, even if me I go bet exact score, me also go bet on who me think I go with.
I real man. I'm arrogant to that betting there for some boy, yeah.
No because me say 3 you want. Hey, me good at what me do, but me no name God in my what.
I will miss out on the one.
When me did say one.
Yeah, man, I miss out on it, man.
The one would that be a big food they eat?
Yeah.
I buy Jamaica for win the match, you know. I buy Jamaica for win the match there because I say yes, Jamaica go win the match.
No, man, I wanna.
So but remember you say 1-0, I miss me did them I say. No, me not buy that 1-0 like I think me not believe in it.
Yes, should.
But me should have buy it for you. I say.
By 7.
Jamaica go lose the game.
By 7 of exact score for St. Kitts.
No, man, we not get them 7.
Yeah, man, I get Wally, man.
Jamaica is not a 7.
Against St. Kitts.
No, man,
no, man, it's a match about man.
With Graham Bailey and Mikel Antonio when they score yet.
We not get them 7. Me not say we won't swamp them, but I not go 7.
But I think me don't want to Bailey in front of goal though. You might miss some chance where me not think. Me don't know what wrong with him. I think he might pressure himself too much.
Bailey is a good player, but Bailey is
very good player, man.
But Bailey is not what you would call an instinctive, natural striker.
Yeah. So when you get a goal a game, if you get a goal a game from a man where you have to take it over.
Yeah.
He's not an out and out.
Well, as I say, because if the ball where team get Gray, the first goal, you can see the whole come from Gray get the ball. You can say, okay, this is a must goal. There's nothing Trinidad can do to stop the ball there. Because just the control alone, should I say, if having time to pick, I don't even panic. You just calmly start it the goal.
That is what goal scorers are about.
Yeah, man, you can say the youth have it. And for me, still, the coach look like him know him, though, but I think we don't want him to Bailey play in a stronger position.
Which is
he play outside, where him now if you think about who are runner come at him. Because if you play behind the forward right there, so, I think that I put him under a little bit more pressure. Because the time when him have to take for think, he might panic. I think at that time down far. So like when he play for Aston Villa, outside.
You saw that yesterday?
Huh?
What you're describing now, you saw that with him yesterday?
If I saw it, yeah, man.
You did?
Yeah, Mr. A little bit tight.
No, so
even though he was more about passing the ball, and he was more letting go the ball more.
Because that first goal he picked up, I make a dart, like a 7 yards dart, and then roll it into Antonio's feet, you know. Then he came back to him, and so I thought he did pretty well in the road yesterday.
Yes,
not his best position, if that you're saying, I agree.
Right,
I like
that's
him.
what I say.
I like him in the wide area because I think he's a good cross off the ball, and him speedy, and him skillful. Yes.
I don't think crossing the ball is his greatest strength either.
No, but he does it well enough, man.
You know,
he's not great at it, but he does it well.
If what we mean by crossing the ball is the traditional cross,
man.
Not Beckham kind of thing.
No,
no man.
It's getting down there and getting
the ball in the box.
Yes.
All right,
yeah, man.
Yes, because 1-on-1, I don't think much defender can stop him because him have that. Him have the speed and him have local skills as well.
Yeah.
But
we like pacey players in wide areas, man. You have the feel now to run into, man. And then can also run in behind from and come inside and all of that.
Yeah, man, that's what I'm talking about. But I would say, we got the program said here.
Big up, man.
Boy, I'm sorry for England, I'm not lying. If I forgot change one way, brother.
Well, I could see how long they more persist with that buzz.
Tomorrow should be very interesting.
Indeed.
Yeah. All right, man. That was a good one, yeah?
Yeah, man. Cool, big up. We'll take another break. We'll come in.
For miles and miles of beautiful carpets and exquisite rugs to brighten your office and home, visit the Carpet Store at 18 Dunbarton Avenue off Malines Road. They install, clean your carpets, and add elegance to every room in your house. Call 876-649-0174 or come to the Carpet Store at 18 Dunbarton Avenue, because you deserve the best.
Isratech Jamaica Limited offers a high-quality complement of unique and sustainable products and services, unparalleled anywhere in the Caribbean and Central America. Everything agriculture, water, energy, hardware, home and garden. From engineering and design, manufacturing and supply of product, consultation, after-sales service to implementation and maintenance. Call us today at 876-603-3946. Isratech, master the elements.
Importers. Shipments requiring you to pay customs duties and taxes are cleared on a customs goods declaration known as an IM4 or IMS4. Ask your clearing agent to provide your customs declaration, customs assessment notice, and customs receipt once duties and taxes are paid. Where your clearing agent may not be able to provide the IM4 or IMS4, request your customs goods declaration registration number or C number, which can be used to verify your payments. Importers, request your IM4, IMS4, or C number. It is your right. For details, email the Jamaica Customs Agency at public.relations@jca.gov.jm. Jamaica Customs, keeping our customers in focus.
Design your dream home with Total Hardware and Supplies. We have windows of all sizes on special. Doors galore. Choose from our wide variety of porcelain and ceramic tiles. Experience the best deals on sanitary ware, jacuzzis, shower enclosures, and baths. Just to name it, we have it all. Come on down to 2 Aiken Hill Drive, Pembroke Hall. Call us at 631-7648 or WhatsApp anytime 507-0865. Remember, same-day delivery available. Quality products, great prices. That's the Total Guarantee.
Enter the Purina Wiggle for Cash promotion and win your share of $1 million in cash. All you have to do is purchase $3,000 worth of Purina products. Complete entry form or write on paper your name, contact information, and complete the slogan. Attach receipt. Mail to P.O. Box 420, Kingston 6, or drop in boxes at participating stores. Promotion ends August 14, 2023. Authorized under Section 58.3 of the Betting, Gaming, and Lotteries Act. Purina, your pet, our passion. Distributed by Caramed Group Limited, Consumer Division.
Boxing, a feel culture. Better never know a boxing turn up. Full of vibes when your friend them show up. Get ready on July 1st as Jamaica Boxing Board presents Ray and Nephew Fight Night. Witness heavyweight Jermaine Breezy Richards versus Omar Crane Headman, alongside 6 thrilling amateur undercard matches in Jamaica's biggest boxing showdown. 7 p.m. at Kling Kling Oval Olympic Garden. Admission free. Enough drink specials and surprise performances. Ray and Nephew Fight Night. Must be 18 years or older to drink. Drink responsibly.
You're listening to Jamaica's first and number one daytime sports calling show, The Sports Desk.
Welcome back. St. Diego now. Good afternoon, St. Diego. Hello?
Gentlemen.
Yes, St. Diego.
Yes, and good day to the audience.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Zidane.
Yes, sir.
You know, I've touted you as one of the fastest rising stars on the globe, you know.
Yes.
So, consider this, Zidane.
Mm-hmm.
If and I hear preacher made mention of a 400-meter runner. Well, him run 100 and 200 too, you know, but him started looking at the 400 nowadays. Mr. Watson, Antonio Watson.
Yes.
You know, I voted for Preacher as Scholar of the Year, you know, because a number of things. But yes, he made mention of Antonio Watson. Yeah, Watson is one of my favorite, you know. And Preacher also alluded to the incident once at Champs where people have against Watson. You know, people had their favorite Brian Level, I think it was.
Mm-hmm.
I think Watson beat Level in a big 100-meter or so. Anyhow, Watson is running well in the 400. And I wish him, like Preacher, I wish him the best.
Yes.
But consider, for instance, Zidane, Akeem Bloomfield, Nathan Allen, Akeem Bloomfield out of KC, Nathan Allen out of Jago, and Antonio Watson. What school he went to? One of them country school.
Mm-hmm.
But consider each of them running a 400 meter in 45 seconds.
Yes.
One of them start fast and finish slow. The second man starts slow and finish fast. The third man run one pace throughout. But each of them do the thing in 45 seconds. Or we can put it at 44, wish them a better time.
Yes.
Yeah. Even though you say the man who do one pace, he run a consistent speed. And this lesson is for it, Avil.
Yeah, man, I'm trying to find out where you're going with this.
All right. So the man who run at one pace, run at the most consistent speed. But all of them reach the finish line in 44 seconds. If we consider two Sunlight Cup players, Woolman's won the cup this year, and there's two top bats were Jordan Johnson and Justin Beckford.
What sense, Jigger? I don't know where he's going with this.
Okay.
He's
I'll
talking-
get there
he's
very
talk-
shortly.
Let us see where he's going with this.
Jordan
Coach.
Johnson reached 100 in 3 matches. He has scored of 10, 10, and 80. Justin Beckford reached 100 in 3 matches. He has scored of 35, 35, and 30. We would say that Justin Beckford is more consistent. You see me, Zidane?
Yes. But wouldn't he be?
Yes, exactly. And that's why I said yesterday that Steve Smith is more consistent than Brian Lara. But both Justin Beckford and Jordan Johnson reached 100 in 3 innings. Both Brian Lara and Steve Smith reached 9,000 runs in 170 odd innings.
Now, one reached in less innings than the other.
In 3 innings less.
That's significant.
No, I put it
my
to
time.
I put it to you yesterday.
No, but my time now. Or you want a lecture?
The difference
Go ahead.
between the two set of data is that yes, Lara has 400 and 277 and 375 and whatever in his knock, but him reach 9,000 at the same time as the man who has never scored 300.
No. One did it in 174 innings. One did it in 177. That's not the same time. That's flawed.
Same number of innings.
No, man. One did it in 174 innings. Is not much the thing, you know.
They're not innings matter about Arville, and yesterday we established that there is no material difference between 174 and 177.
I disagree.
Then that's why I get the 2-man average 51 Arville.
I am saying if I do it in 174 innings and you did it in 177, I did it quicker than you. Don't disregard the amount of innings.
Significantly quicker.
It is quicker.
It cannot be 3 cannot be significant out of 177.
I am saying whether you consider it's
Sit down Anderson just doing poll. I tell you it's a PMP again upon JLP. Him tell us that 3% is the margin.
Did you say? Hold on. My time now. My time now. I'm in teacher mode. And you're gonna listen. When pollsters do a poll, and this is why you can't manage me, when it comes to intelligent reasoning. When pollsters do a poll, they can't guarantee that their poll is an accurate reflection of the masses. And therefore they come with the argument that their poll is within a margin of error of whatever 5 or 6 or whatever percent. In this case, there is no margin of error. One man did it in 174 innings. The other man did it in 177 innings. Steve Smith was quicker to 9,000 test runs in terms of innings played than Brian Lara. That's just a fact, and you can spin it and go round. It no make no sense, and your argument about pollsters and margin of error therefore makes no sense.
When I mentioned consistent yesterday, Zidane, all I'm saying is that the number of innings has nothing to do with consistency. If you want to make big score or not and get there in 174, or you want to make 51 every innings and get there in the same 174 innings. You follow me? So when I was trying to put across that consistency don't affect.
All right, here's my.
You can make it in big scores and not 400, 200, 300 and not.
You want me to show you?
Make it in Pier 51.
You want me to show you my stripe as to why people consider me the greatest thing? Hold on, San Diego, man.
Terminate my call.
No, me not terminate my call.
Consistent. Him sees him more consistent.
All right,
San
Diego, fine. Let me show you.
You never win an argument with me.
Let me show you my class. When Brian Lara, let me show you.
You talk about debate.
Let me show you my class.
I would suggest anybody who debating you. Debate who is the greatest sportsman of all time.
And
I come back to Preacher. Preacher pointed out to us that in 2012, in a Gleaner article, December 17th, I think, I'm not speaking offhand, December 17, 2012, Harvey Higgins wrote in the Gleaner, in a 200-year-old Gleaner, that Usain Bolt was the number one sportsman of all time. And 2022, the same Higgins is saying Don Bradman is the greatest sportsman of all time.
I want to ask you a question.
And Usain Bolt has since accredited himself more since that time.
I want to ask you.
More stripes.
Yes.
Don Bradman has since died, achieved nothing since 2012, and yet Higgins switched from Usain Bolt to Don Bradman.
You try for
debating, you must debate on who is the greatest sportsman
half
of
be the
all
greatest.
time.
Me are the good. San Diego, I'm asking you this now.
I would suggest that's the news of any debate.
San Diego, I'm asking you one question.
I was glad to hear Mark come and give two uppercuts like Dwight Chatterton.
Good. Hey, San Diego.
I can't show no blow for you.
But no, all right, San Diego, you're 5 minutes up now. No, man, you're 5 minutes up now. But if you want to stay long, I want you to answer this question.
After Mark and Dwight, I can't show no blow for you.
No, man, let us ask you one question.
Okay. No, yesterday.
No, man, no, San Diego.
No, give me 10 seconds of it. I must have said this. From yesterday, I must have correct it, because it's important.
Then why am I asking the one question?
It's very important. And yesterday you divert me. You start 2 minutes before me come on. And I missed saying it yesterday. I must correct it today. Because our school is listening. And I must apologize to the caller, Fisherman Network.
Hey, you say if you allow me if you ask the question. All you are going to hold Mr. Brilliant, you know. San Diego, no, man, my time. San Diego, you kill me. All right, my time.
No, I must say it in 5 seconds.
Jesus, San
Diego. A couple days ago, the Fisherman said he was calling from a key.
Yeah.
And he said it was about 40 nautical miles away. And he asked him how far that. And I think he said, I hope I'm not wrong, but I think he said the nautical mile is a little less than the regular mile. But it's actually the reverse. A nautical mile is slightly longer than
all right, San Diego, the Fisherman.
It's 1.15.
San Diego, your time is up. You're clearly not prepared for me to ask you the killer question.
Listening because you're not interested in educating the people.
I am interested in asking. All right, San Diego, it was nice talking to you. And we know why you're not can't go. Here's the question I was going to ask him, people. The brilliant question. And this is why I'm ahead of these people. When Brian Lara made 375, he broke Garfield Sobers' record of 365. That's 10 runs. Was that significant?
Yeah, nice gap.
Was 10 runs significant? Because breaking Sobers' record is part of the reason why Lara is rated.
Yeah.
That's 10 runs. Now, if 10 runs is significant in cricketing terms, when your average is 50, why isn't 3 innings significant? 3 innings with a man where average 50 is 150 runs, you know. Do you understand?
Oh, yes.
Do you understand
yes.
The levels at which I'm operating?
Yes.
Now, for a man that averages 50, it means he'll get to 150, give or take, in 3 innings.
Over those 3 innings.
3 innings is irrelevant and immaterial when Steve Smith used that 3 innings less to beat Lara. But 10 runs is significant when Lara used that to beat Sobers. He beat Sobers' record. He make 375. Nobody not say, hey, it's insignificant. That 365 he might come half. You understand why I'm brilliant now? Yeah. And that St. Diego saw that coming here. St. Diego, no. So St. Diego, I give you this. The 3 innings that Steve Smith took to better Brian to 9,000 runs is insignificant. But Brian, 10 runs to beat Sobers' 365 must be insignificant as well. In the context of Test cricket, 3 innings has to be seen as more substantial than 10 runs. You can't get it both ways, St. Diego. And this is them something I may tell you. You come to win an argument and you cannot allow me to roll out and ask these questions or make these statements, because once me do the St. Diego and the public are listen, them are going in them head and say, boy, Harvey Higgins, you're bad. So I'll give you that, St. Diego. The 3 innings insignificant, but you have to give me that Lara's. When Lara beat Matthew Hayden by 20 runs to break the world record from 380 to 400, then that must be insignificant as well. Okay? 20 runs cannot be monumental, and 3 innings is insignificant. That you cannot reason like that and think you're making a point. Okay? But I'm good at this. I'm in my element today. Who next? Because St. Diego, your dust get knocked out. We're coming back after the break.
Visit Garrett Trading and Installation at 169 Constant Spring Road and 10 to 12 Cleardale Avenue for all your tiling and classic stone needs. Call 876-634-9773. The time by Garrett Trading is 2:30.
It's now time for Sports in a Minute. It's sponsored by Dangerous Auto Spares and Accessories Limited, Edgechem, Any Bet, and Milestone Restaurant Bar and Grill.
Championship clubs will be able to name 9 substitutes from the start of the new English Premier League's, the start of the new English Football League season. Clubs will still only be permitted to make 5 changes during a game, but are now able to have more options on the bench after clubs in the second tier voted for the increase. The Premier League introduced the same rules before the start of last season. Previously, clubs in all 3 tiers of the EFL were able to name 7 substitutes and make 5 changes. So that then, Sports in a Minute.
Sports in a Minute was sponsored by Dangerous Auto Spares and Accessories Limited at 20 Balmoral Avenue, Kingston 10. Call 876-929-9146 and in Maypen. Edgechem, changing lives 1 gallon at a time. Any Bet, your best bet, reminds you to bet responsibly. At Milestone Restaurant Bar and Grill, celebrate good food, celebrate good vibes.
We may be all over the world, but we're still in this together. Feel, make it easy for you get your money. So if you have to get a thing from your brother or mommy, hey, it's a not Insta, this a MoneyGram. Zoom, Ria, check your phone, your money land. VNBS money transfer, safer, faster, easier. Sign up for VNBS direct to bank account transfer today. No matter step out, fit in the line, straight in your account, money reach long time. VNBS money transfer.
Importers. Shipments requiring you to pay customs duties and taxes are cleared on a customs goods declaration known as an IM4 or IMS4. Ask your clearing agent to provide your customs declaration, customs assessment notice, and customs receipt once duties and taxes are paid. Where your clearing agent may not be able to provide the IM4 or IMS4, request your customs goods declaration registration number or C number, which can be used to verify your payments. Importers, request your IM4, IMS4, or C number. It is your right. For details, email the Jamaica Customs Agency at public.relations@jca.gov.jm. Jamaica Customs, keeping our customers in focus.
The J3's Ministry of Sports Puma National Senior and Junior Championships, Thursday, July 6 to Sunday, July 9 at the National Stadium, 9:45 a.m. to 9 p.m. each day. Up for grabs over places to several events this summer, headlined by the 19th World Athletics Championships in Budapest, Hungary for the seniors, plus the NACAC and Pan American Championships for the juniors. Season tickets, $7,500. Finish line, $1,000 to $2,500 per day. Regular grandstand, $1,000 to $2,000. Online tickets already on sale at mysticonlinetix.com and at the National Stadium ticket office and the Jamaica Pegasus Hotel from July 3, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. It will be 4 days of super competition, so be there.
Enter the Purina Wiggle for Cash promotion and win your share of $1 million in cash. All you have to do is purchase $3,000 worth of Purina products. Complete entry form or write on paper your name, contact information, and complete the slogan. Attach receipt. Mail to P.O. Box 420, Kingston 6, or drop in boxes at participating stores. Promotion ends August 14, 2023. Authorized under Section 58.3 of the Betting, Gaming, and Lotteries Act. Purina, your pet, our passion. Distributed by Caramed Group Limited Consumer Division.
Boxing, a very culture. Better never know a boxing turn up. Full of vibes when your friend them show up.
Get ready on July 1st as Jamaica Boxing Board presents Ray and Nephew Fight Night. Witness heavyweight Jermaine Breezy Richards versus Omar Crane Headman, alongside 6 thrilling amateur undercard matches in Jamaica's biggest boxing showdown. 7 p.m. at Kling Kling Oval Olympic Garden. Admission free. Enough drink specials and surprise performances.
Ray and Nephew Fight Night. Must be 18 years or older to drink. Drink responsibly.
You're listening to Jamaica's first and number 1 daytime sports calling show, The Sports Desk.
All right, time for some WhatsApp. Brought to you by BH Paints. Paint it, love it with BH Paints.
It's now time for text messages on the sports desk.
After Jamaica's dominant win over TNT in the Gold Cup, well, people don't make the thing them shorter than this, but I'll try to go through this. After Jamaica's dominant win over TNT in the Gold Cup last night, it would be interesting to hear the comments of some persons who, in my view, were unreasonable and sensational in their criticisms when both teams played friendly games earlier this year. For those friendly games, Jamaica drew one game 0-0 and lost the other one 1-0, using majority players from the JPL. Those outcomes were a reflection of the state or quality of Jamaica's football program, not of the coach, who was still searching for and assessing players. With the right or superior Jamaica team, TNT was no match. Well said, but you could probably encapsulate all of that a little bit shorter. This is Peter Gordon from Mandeville. Appreciate the sentiments, though.
Yes.
I really hope all the unjust criticism that came at Coach Grimm for some friendlies have now ceased. The man has not lost a competitive game with Jamaica, has improved Lambert immensely, and has integrated one of the biggest young prospects in world football, Whisper. Big up Coach Grimm and the Reggae Boys.
No, that's a good message as well.
Yeah, man. Good text that. But, you know, one Bramble one coming. Orville is what you did to St. Diego. He clearly dislikes you, but can't chat to you about sports. I haven't done St. Diego anything, my boss. St. Diego's problem is that St. Diego in his neck of the woods is a big thing. Which part St. Diego come from, and in his circles, he's clearly highly rated. You know? And St. Diego take on a man on the radio where he cannot beat. And that is his problem with me. Nothing else. Orville and Zidane, do you think you should be comparing Steve Smith against Lara? I doubt that because one retired, the other is still playing. Can you elaborate on that? Tapper from St. Catherine. All right. Tapper, your argument would make great sense if it is when Brian Lara stop play, people that say him better than some only for others. I submit to you, Tapper from St. Catherine, that a lot of people were saying Brian Lara is among the best ever well before he retired. So you don't have to wait until LeBron James is not yet retired from basketball. And people have him, some people who have him as the best.
Yes.
Serena Williams didn't retire from... Me too good at this, you know. God no, man.
This is an easy one.
This easy?
Yeah.
Oh, so me not
even when Jordan played them, said,
yeah.
You compare him to others and say better than others.
Even long before they retired.
Yeah.
Some me win the argument.
Yeah, after 7 years.
No, I'm interested in winning the argument.
Okay, yeah.
So me win the argument. All right, cool. Tiger Woods. We never wait till him done if say, boy, I'm better than you.
Yeah, man.
So why should we on the sports desk not have to wait till you're done play when that is not the norm in sports discussions? So me win the argument. Yeah. Give me an next argument for winning. Okay. All right, one more.
All right. That's it?
That's it.
All right, BH Paints. Paint it, love it with BH Paints. All right, do this.
Yeah, man.
G-Star.
By the way, I'd love to ask St. Diego a question. Thank you, Danny Mitchell. Does St. Diego think a hundredth of a second is irrelevant in a 100-meter race? So me run 996 and you run 997 in the same race. I wonder how if he thinks that's significant. One mean you come first, St. Diego, and the other mean you come second. In sports, the margins are small amongst the elites. Me know that, and you know that. All right.
Am I on?
Yes.
Yeah, man.
Boy, Mr. Again, you can spend about 15 minutes talking to St. Diego.
No. Me just make that point. But it's all yours now.
All right.
Yeah.
Afternoon to everybody. I want to talk a little basketball and switch over to the cricket desk, yeah?
Yeah.
Bradley Beal but he got traded the other day to the Phoenix Suns from the Washington Wizards, right? And a lot of people in mainstream basketball media were actually deliberating if that was a good deal or not. No, whenever you buy something 10 cents on the dollar, it's always a great deal, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's just business. No, Bradley Beal got traded for Chris Paul and Landry Shamet. They were actually contemplating whether to release Chris Paul from the Phoenix Suns. So they basically got him for a bag of chips. Bradley Beal I think he was a leading scorer, not last year, but the year before, right?
Yeah.
So they have several great scorers on the team. Now, do I believe they're going to be a contender next season? Absolutely. Do I believe that they should win the NBA championship with all that talent?
No.
Absolutely. No. Absolutely.
Should?
Yes, they should. With with that squad, absolutely.
They were blown away by the
lost
champion.
4-2. Yes, but remember, Chris Paul got injured. He wasn't around those 2 games. So if you replace Chris Paul with an all-star Bradley Beal, it's a different story. And then some of the concerns...
What does Bradley Beal do?
He scores.
Kevin Durant scores.
Yeah.
And the other gentleman scores as well.
But the question is, can you have too many scorers?
Yeah.
No. In what world?
In that,
can you have too much money?
They're too similar.
Can you have too much money?
I want since another fan of basketball topic, I want to ask you this.
You never asked my question today. Can you have too much money?
No, no money thing
but
different.
You can have too much scorers. You can't have.
Here's what I want from
in basketball.
There's only one ball though. Yes, sir.
This Jordan Poole for Chris Paul that got bullets.
And I understand that trade at all.
Will
hold on, the mistake is I don't want to talk about that though. I don't want to talk about that.
All right, come on. If Chris Paul and Draymond Green can play at the same time, but what?
Absolutely, no, they absolutely can.
Yeah.
Come on, they absolutely can. Chris Paul, they call Chris Paul the point guard, you know.
But it look like Chris Paul will come play with the second team though, because Steph Curry is the point guard.
Exactly, it's a very good role for Chris Paul. It's a very
anyway, you're saying about that you want to.
Yeah, so all those people in the mainstream who's thinking that Bradley Beal won't work, they've gone.
I think it will work, but I don't think it'll be good enough for them to beat the Denver Nuggets.
No, there's a question mark about will the Phoenix Suns have enough depth. But even if they did not trade for Bradley Beal, they would still have those very same question marks.
No, I agree with you that. I agree with you that they have
Beal.
improved, with adding Bradley Beal in them. The only thing I disagree with is saying they should win, as if they are now the favorites, and I don't think so. But
for me, they're not Vegas favorites. They're the third.
And that sounds fair.
It's Denver, Celtics, and then Rabelak or Berto. Miami Heat is probably about 6th or 7th on the list, even though they just made the NBA Finals. And even though Tyler Hero was injured, it's unfair, but that's just how it is. Nobody really respects the Miami Heat, including G-Star. No, I'm lying. Sorry. I do respect them, but I just don't really rate them that highly. Next thing, no, Mr. Higgins.
Which argument may I go win for you?
Cricket, no.
Yeah.
Here was disappointing in you. I'm grossly disappointed, I may add.
Yes.
Yesterday, when Dwight Chateau was on the radio, on the call, you said you didn't want to talk cricket with anybody.
No, man, I don't talk cricket with Dwight.
Yeah, but you were talking cricket with everybody else subsequently to that.
Yes, I Dwight may have a problem talk cricket with.
That doesn't make any sense to me. Okay. So he asked you a very pertinent question that is still left unanswered, that me, listening to Radio Land, I well wanted to be answered.
I know.
Do you know what it was?
No, don't remember.
All right. Why do you have Steve Smith over Brian Lara?
Well, several different reasons.
But it's mainly the amount, his batting average, right? And the fact that he's not out more often.
Well,
pretty much.
No. It's a series of things. Batting average, not outs, conversion of centuries. Do I have to say this every day?
All right,
his ability to do well against every opposition in play,
right.
yada.
So he asked you the question yesterday.
Yeah.
You rated the 150 over Brian Lara over his 450 odd not
400 not out.
Yes. No, that seems like you're eating toast sandwich.
What does that mean?
It means your foot is up in your mouth.
Here I'm going to win the argument.
So explain that to us now.
I'm going to do that and win the argument because now I'm talking to somebody who will listen.
Go ahead.
I will look at a football match, you see?
No, Mr. Higgins, cricket.
No, no. Oh, okay, I can look at an innings, an individual innings, a one-off innings. Listen to expert now. Of 153.
Yeah.
And rate it highly over an innings of 400 as a one-off single individual entity.
You think the 153 could be better?
Yes.
Better inning.
But tell us why.
Well, because
tell us why.
Because quality of the bowling, quality of the pitch, state of the game, all of them.
So therefore you're putting in condition.
Yes. I'm saying that. Lord, make the point.
Okay, go ahead.
It is occasions like these I'm improvement myself. So I can look at a one innings of 153 and rate it higher than a one innings of 400, although there's a 240 odd run gap in between.
And that's significant.
Hold on.
In Jago's words.
However, if over a career now, if talking about two people we're playing 90 and 180 test match between the two of them, and me find out a one man has scored 240 odd runs per match more than you, then it negates the conditions for any one-off situation.
What if they will tell you that, because in their mind,
yeah,
the conditions of the 400 are similar to what Steve Smith.
No, man.
That basically tell
no,
you
but that is
the Lara of his bowler.
No, but that would be nonsense.
Mr. Higgins,
you're trying to help them, you know.
No, but them are trying to say.
No, but that would be nonsense.
Yeah.
Mr. Higgins, your principles and your basis for making decisions is inconsistent.
First of all, the batting pitch that Brian Lara made at 400 on is one of the best batting pitches in world cricket. Yeah. Everybody know that. Antigua Recreation Ground. Secondly, that bowling attack that Brian Lara faced was not necessarily the best bowling attack ever.
But here's the point.
Well, the pitch was really, there was a good bowling attack, but the pitch was really,
the pitch flat out.
Mr. Higgins, here's the essential point. You're using conditions.
Hold on, I'm using conditions in a one-half game. Just like I can look at a man who scored 1 goal and a man who scored 2 and say, boy, you know, say another match the man who scored 1 play better than the man who scored 2. Yeah. But if over 500 games, you scored 1,000 and me scored 500, you know, see the difference there, so.
Over different conditions.
Come in, man, me kill it.
Hold on, we're coming back, G.
More been arguments when we come back.
Get running and stay fit with the latest brands and styles at Western Sports. What's your fitness goal? Running, walking, or hiking? Check out our new arrivals of Adidas, Nike, Asics, and Saucony. Our brands are specially suited for you. Toe-to-heel cushioning to reduce abrasions, low impact, breathability, durability, and cost. Whatever your fitness goal is, Western Sports has the shoe just for you. Western Sports, Kingston, Oteris, and Montego Bay. Western Sports, the sports people.
It's now time for This Day in Sports, a feature highlighting historical events in sports.
Sponsored by Clean Water, located at 20 Syndham Commercial, Old Harbour Road. Telephone number 876-335-0448 or 876-648-7192.
On June 29, 1933, Italian boxer Primo Carnera knocked out American defending champion Jack Sharkey in round 6 at Madison Square Garden to become the 3rd European to win the lineal world heavyweight title.
That was This Day in Sports, a feature highlighting historical sporting events.
Sponsored by Clean Water, located at 20 Syndham Commercial, Old Harbour Road. Telephone number 876-335-0448 or 876-648-7192.
Super Center, everything for your home and more.
Whether you are redecorating your home, looking for a gift idea, or simply feel for some retail therapy, Asden Super Center is the place to be. Regal Plaza Kingston and Linstead. We have it all, from linens and curtains to appliances and cookware, furniture, rugs, and wall decor. It's everything for your home and more.
Asden Super Center, we're gonna make you smile. Make you smile. Asden Super Center, it's a lifestyle.
It's a lifestyle.
Enter the Purina Wiggle for Cash promotion and win your share of $1 million in cash. All you have to do is purchase $3,000 worth of Purina products. Complete entry form or write on paper your name, contact information, and complete the slogan. Attach receipt. Mail to P.O. Box 420, Kingston 6, or drop in boxes at participating stores. Promotion ends August 14, 2023. Authorized under Section 58.3 of the Betting, Gaming, and Lotteries Act. Purina, your pet, our passion. Distributed by Caramed Group Limited Consumer Division.
You're listening to Jamaica's first and #1 daytime sports calling show, The Sports Desk.
All right, so G-Star, do you understand
Hello?
what I'm saying? Do you understand that very basic argument?
Hello?
You're not
G-Star,
hearing
not hearing us.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
I'm saying, do you understand that I can see a game where a footballer scores 2 goals and one score 1?
Yeah.
Or one not score none. For example, I thought in last night's game, I could argue that Mikel Antonio was Jamaica's best player. Though he didn't score, I could make the case in a one-half game. If, however, over his career, he ends up scoring no goals and Gray scored 200 goals, then you'd now have to say Gray had the more impressive career.
That does not work, because here's why.
Man said no.
Hold on, here's why. If who's the first baller you did say?
Antonio.
Mikel Antonio. If he played the exact same way and didn't score, he would still be a better player. He just didn't score.
No.
You're
If he
really
go,
killing your own argument.
no.
No, Mr. Gibbs,
If as a striker, he goes through because.
But you said Mikel Antonio had a better game last night.
In a one-half game, I could make that argument.
No, but what G-Star is saying, what if the same thing happens?
No, man. As a striker, no.
Mr. Higgins,
if you got 200 games and don't score.
No, man, Orville, man.
Me, no, I forgot to look why you're different.
Mr. Higgins, you're killing your own
because
self
I'm comparing
right
two
now.
players, you know. So if him do the same thing in 10 straight games.
No, me not say 10. I'm talking a career, man.
Okay, he did it in
even 10 straight games.
No. I am talking. No, fit the barometer to what me say. Career.
Yes.
If what's that mean? 100 straight games, the exact same.
If Antonio over a career does not score any
what would make Antonio?
He plays the exact same way.
He would not be considered a better striker than a man who scores.
So what would happen differently?
Then you're a poor analyst.
What would happen differently?
All right. So what my judgment of him now would be different.
Why?
Because I feel that essentially your job as a striker is to score.
But
And
you didn't
I
score
can
last night.
hold on, and I can understand that 1.5 game when you not score.
No, but it's not the amount.
But over a career, you not score.
No, it's not. It's not the amount of games.
Let me.
Yeah, man. Career me at that.
Please, sit down.
Yes.
So, Mr. Higgins.
Yes.
Are you saying that Mikel Antonio had a better or a greater impact last night than Gray?
No. Me that rate Gray, but.
So Gray had more impact, but you think Antonio played better?
No. I'm saying I could make the case that he was the. Listen what me I say now.
No, man.
I could make the case that,
you know.
but people are listening, and that's why more you make them listen. I could make the case that Mikel Antonio, in this campaign, is Jamaica's most impressive player. Me could make the case.
No, Mr. Higgins,
but that is over one or two games.
Mr. Higgins,
if over 100 games, him not score no goal at all, as a striker, me talk about.
Mr. Higgins, what does that mean? I could make the case.
In other words, he did. No. He did. He has done.
I could be a billionaire.
Lord, but you asked me the question and make me answer. Me brilliant.
No, but answering definitive.
I believe that
I could.
He did enough in those 2 games for a credible argument to be put up that he was Jamaica's best player. However, if him go a whole career now, him not scoring at the last night game, you know. But if he goes 200 games, 300 games, and don't score, then my assessment of his career now would have to be different.
Okay.
If him is a striker. Now, BAB see that.
Okay.
No, but I don't think that's what G-Star, you're struggling now because they're not kind of demand the way, you know.
Yeah.
I think G-Star is comparing 2 players and not looking at Mikel Antonio's career. So I think he wants to compare the situation of both
Brian Lara
over a long period.
No, Brian Lara career versus Stephen Smith career. All right, we're talking about the 150 and the 400.
Yes.
I can rate 150 over 400 as a 1.5.
No, you know, so I understand the cricket, but the football different. You understand the cricket?
But Mr. Higgins, but
conditions change.
Mr. Higgins,
No, but conditions
which is change.
Is significantly different from 250.
But in cricket, G-Star, the wicket is significant in cricket.
Yes.
The pitch is very significant in cricket.
Fair enough.
So I understand
the dynamic. In a 1.5 thing, I can look on Brian Lara 150 and rate it more than him 400. Yeah. Although he made 240 odd runs more.
So are you judging?
But I'm saying over a career now.
Hold on. Are you judging opposition and
No. In other words, if Brian Lara will make 400 every time in bat, 400 every time in bat, even in moderate conditions, you know if it starts a whole lot. If a man is able to make 400 every time in bat, because 400 as a 1.5, you know, you can't say, well, a man make a 1.5, you squeeze the 150. But 400 is so monumental an achievement in and of itself, you know. That if 100 times him do it straight.
So what if I make the 153 100 times straight against the same bowling lineup?
I would rate 100, 400 greater than 100.
Both situation remains the same. That's a contradiction.
It's not going to remain the same.
All right, Mr. Higgins.
Because cricket conditions are always change, you know.
Mr. Higgins, let me the last 20 seconds. Just
but 150 can be more impressive than you scoring a 1 or 400. But a man who comes into Test cricket now and score 440 times.
If the conditions change.
But the conditions will change.
Okay, good.
By no way the conditions are going those 400 are going to be the same condition in the was.
All right, Mr. Higgins, let me just say like this. All right, so let's just hit a player like Russell Westbrook. You know, Pioneers always beating Russell Westbrook, no matter his triple-double and everything, right?
Yeah.
So those are better stats. So Russell Westbrook had better stats than Chris Paul, for instance, right? it don't matter. So if Russell Westbrook had a triple-double game and Chris Paul had a 8-point, 12-assist game, and I said, boy, you know I rate that 8-point, 12-assist game more than the Russell Westbrook triple-double game. If Russell Westbrook was to have a whole season of that triple-double, let's just say they had the exact same game for 82 games, I will still have the same opinion that Chris Paul has more impact and he's greater than Russell Westbrook.
No, man,
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's consistent. You have one mark for one game as judgment of greatness, and I understand the whole wicked things.
Yes.
But there's conditions. But when you multiply it,
no, man,
it should be the same.
No,
If I multiply 1.5
over a career, it's different.
Times 100, it's always going to be greater than 1 times 100.
And I'm saying, my boss, me can look on a man when a score in a football game as a forward and think him play better than the man who score. But if over 100 games you don't score none and the man score 100 now, me go have to judge that.
No, I hear that. We just disagree in terms of that.
All right, we disagree.
All right?
All right,
So
cool.
you answered the question, though. Thanks.
All right.
Cool.
Foss?
Yeah.
Foster. Dead ear. Hello?
Gentlemen?
Yes, good afternoon. Here you know, Foss.
Yeah, Foss, what's
up? How are you?
Yes.
Good, huh?
Yes. Good afternoon.
Already.
Yes, sir.
Well, the great Bills boy never teach not name humility.
No, man, me no humble, man. Humble for.
No, not at all.
No, them want come at me, and me not come at them. Them no humble when them a come at me, you know. But me if you humble when me a lick with people, bramble.
But that not means you have to be pampered.
No. You notice when the humble call them call how me behave.
No, you're pampered. But okay.
Yeah, so when the man them call and want things so them smarter than me, I mean when it come them smarter than me, not for them choosing feel, you know. Yeah, so when it come to sports discussion, them come second, my boss. So come now.
I'm not saying is your pump. That's
if I'm pompous?
That all me that
you think Muhammad Ali was pompous?
Yeah.
Muhammad Ali who says, I'm the greatest. You think he was a pompous bastard?
A different type of pompous. But you just pompous today.
All right. No. You think when Bolt says, I'm number one, I'm a legend, you think Bolt was pompous?
No, man.
No, he was.
You and I know. So,
no, me just want to know what you call pompous.
Don't you're pompous.
I'm agreeing. Listen, me not disagree. So me pompous. You know, me just want to know. Me just want to know if me in the right company. Me just want to know if Bolt is pompous as well. When him say I'm number one and I'm a legend. And when Muhammad Ali says I'm the greatest, if him pompous as well.
Why in God them be like?
No, me just want you tell me if them two man they pompous as well. That's all me want to know. What kind of company my pompousness have? My term of the word.
Zidane, yes, continue what you do. One day you will be in the annals as one of the greats. Without the pomposity. Zidane and Harry.
Yes.
Elaine and Shay. Both left the great man with me like champ, right? Mm-hmm. In your opinion, after everything, you see, let's say Shelly ran into some problems, like Elaine is running into now. With the antecedent, you see, who do you think would have been able to go back to the country where they need to come back? Who do you think is more accept?
I mean, no. You're asking me now to get in at the two people and personality. I don't know.
Well, based on what happened, Shelly did sound more. She did sound better while she was leaving.
More conciliatory.
Yes.
Good.
So I would say Shelly.
So that's because she decided she wanted to leave. But if there was a chance, if there was a need, you think she would have taken back to her. Right? Yeah. Honestly.
Would Stephen take her back? I don't know, you
know. They are businessmen, you know, my boss.
I think Stephen would have taken back to her. Easier than ever take back to her.
If you're coming from a standpoint of how he felt, if he felt disrespected by any, and which one he would take back in that regard, then it would be Shelly for me.
Okay.
Yeah, because
Because
remember,
the tour.
Elaine was throwing a lot of words and stuff like that when she announced that she was leaving,
We can all make our decision. And we don't know whether it will be wrong or right in the final. Sometimes I turn over, but me hear when the producers do yesterday. I understand. I'm a Jamaican, you understand. But to be honest with you, when how I saw it and how I saw Elaine, how a man takes you up for me up charity. I'm probably one, if not the greatest female athlete, sprinter of all time. Certainly one who kept you in the conversation. But I think Elaine treated Steve properly. And I know Jamaican will treat, but I not necessarily I sympathize with her.
Hold on fast. Make we take the break.
Men 40 years and older, use your NHF card and pay $1,600 less for your PSA test for prostate cancer. The time by NHF is
1 minute after 3 o'clock.
For financial news and the latest developments in the business community and economy, Financially Speaking is the top choice. Join me, your host Errol Gregory, Mondays and Wednesdays at 12:30 p.m. as we look at current economic issues, provide small business tips, and help you to build your business and portfolios. That's Financially Speaking, sponsored by Jamaica Stock Exchange, JSE Online Trading.
Health Alert is sponsored by the National Health Fund. NHF is here for health. NHF is here for you.
Clean and disinfect surfaces frequently daily. This includes tables, doorknobs, light switches, countertops, handles, desks, phones, keyboards, toilets, faucets, and sinks. If surfaces are dirty, clean them. Use detergent or soap and water prior to disinfection.
Health Alert is sponsored by the National Health Fund. NHF is here for health. NHF is here for you.
You're listening to Jamaica's first and number one daytime sports calling show, The Sports Desk.
All right, welcome back. Fast with you.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. You have a minute or so.
When you go on the break, I don't hear nothing, yeah?
All right.
All right, back to you.
Yes.
You are the best, and that's the fact. All right, good. Fact, Steve Smith made the 9,000 runs quicker than Barra. That's a fact.
Yes.
But 177 and 174 is not significantly different.
I don't think 958 is significantly different from 972.
In the scheme of things, this is also a fact. It is not significant.
All right, and I'm agreeing with you. 3 innings is not significant, but yeah. I don't think Bolt's 958 is significant than 972. That's only 1400ths of a second. That not all that, my boss.
And that is a different context.
No, man, no. I think 1400ths of a second.
It is a different context. Because we know in fact, you know what I said about you that I know, right?
It's only one thing about me, you know.
You use a rule, right? And then when somebody else uses a different rule in the same context, you cry whatever. Now you know in athletics, 1/10 of a second difference is significant. You know that.
But I thought 3 innings faster, it was significant as well. But you convinced me otherwise.
No, but in the fact that we're talking about 174 innings, as against our, we're not saying it's not quicker because that is a fact.
Yeah.
That is a fact. It is quicker. But in the context of what we're talking about, in the nearness of this thing, right? It's not significant. But
uh,
then you use another.
There are 40 something people who have
Yeah.
scored more than 7,000 test runs the last time.
Yes.
The fact that one person can get to 9,000 faster than everybody else in terms of innings played, that is not significant. Even if it is one innings quicker.
And that's the point. That the fact that he's faster does not belabor the point that the difference in Brian Lara.
No, hold on. I am not even, forget Brian Lara. I am saying from cricket. No, forget Brian Lara, because the minute Brian Lara name mentioned and the brain gets scrambled.
No.
I am saying of all of the batsmen who have scored 9,000 test runs, one man has scored it quicker in terms of innings played than all of them. That is significant.
And good. And we're not arguing that,
and if it is significant that if he can do it quicker than everybody else, and if that is significant, then there are more. And even if it was one innings quicker, it would be significant. And if one innings quicker would make it significant, then three innings make it even more significant.
Already. You are right. And
Thank you very much.
It is significant that he did it quicker.
Yes.
But the fact that he did it quicker, we're not talking about that. We are saying 174 and 177 is not significantly different.
I agree with both of you. So it is significant to be the quickest to 7,000.
All right.
But he's saying the number of innings.
But if it's significant, why is it significant that him get here quicker than everybody else?
Because it is quicker.
No, I'm prepared for a reason with Zidane. Because Zidane at least understand one. If he gets there in less innings than everybody else, that's significant.
That is significant.
Tell me why.
Because the quickness of how you do it is very important.
And which means that if you get there
the
in less
achievement
innings,
is significant.
So and that means even if you do
If
it in one innings quicker,
it would be significant. That he's the fastest.
Fine. So if one innings makes it significant, then why is three not significant?
Because we're talking about the comparison in terms of the amount.
All right.
So you understand?
So
if a man run,
if he does it, so reaching 9,000 runs faster than everybody else is significant.
Yes. If a man run 9.5.
All right, so it's significant that him do it in a 174 and another in a 174.
There you go.
All right, so let me put it phone away.
Yes.
It's significant that Steve Smith
is the fastest
man to 9,000 runs in terms of innings played. And he's only faster than them because he do it in less innings than them. So therefore, if the act is significant, people, then the amount of innings less must be significant as well. Because if you take 177,
let me give you an example. The World Cup record for most scores is what? I think it's 16.
Yes.
If somebody scores and break the record and go 17, that is significant to have the World Cup record for most scores.
Yes, which means that 17
but the gap between the two is not a significant gap. Is it a significant gap?
No. But here's where I understand when I ask about me disagree. The mere fact that 16 goal is the record means 16 goal hard for scoring.
Yes, in World Cup.
In World Cup football, you know. So if me go 17 when nobody else got 17,
it is significant.
That tell me, say, hold on. I must something special about 17.
Yes, we agree, but there's not a significant.
And if me now go 18, it means that people, hold on now. Me I stretch the thing now, you know. Me go 19 now, that 3 goal is not significant.
It's a nice gap.
It's a nice gap,
but
big
it's not
man.
significant.
Well, if it's
a nice gap. It's a nice separation.
All right, so use your word. It's not significant, but Steve Smith has opened up your word, nice little gap on the field.
Because significant is considerably greater, you know.
Significant and nice little gap.
Yes.
So me work with it.
Right.
Steve Smith has opened up a nice little gap and has the record for 9,000.
So already is when we make a point, you can accept it. You know, it does not kill you to accept a point that we make it.
No, me not kill you. Why would I kill you? Me just say.
No, but when 10 years after, it is not significant. You just kill them then.
No, me think.
No. The next time I call, I will talk about something between you and the other program. And you constantly say that you're not talking about other programs. But already, when you say, when the man say about me, you might not be calling with name, but you're talking about the program.
All right, we got. Music.
All right, music. Brought to you by HK Paints for people who dream in color. This one is now from Guidance, and it's called God Set Me Free.
God said to me, giving up shouldn't be. Sometimes the going seems rough, but still don't give up. Keep your head up high. I see how hard the wicked them a try. Remember, God is standing by. He's standing by. I'll save you from the stormy night. Oh God, God set me free. God set me free. Because I take my troubles to thee. Take my troubles to thee. No more will I worry. No more will I worry. God set me free. God has spoke to me. When I take my troubles to thee. Take my troubles to thee. No more will I worry. No more will I worry. God set me free. Oh Lord my God, ruler of the universe, without you around me, what life really worth? Now you're sending out your orders, I'm prepared to do thy works. Enemies get confused from the words from my mouth. Oh God, keep on, watch over me, watch over me, keep on.
All right, that is guidance. Nice bouncing one there. God set me free. Brought to you by Edge Campaigns for people who dream in color. All right, here now is Rooney.
Yes, our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name.
Rooney. Trying to locate Rooney there.
Rooney.
All right, we're trying to find Rooney. Hope him not lost.
Rooney coming, man. I expected him to come as well. Then you think this gonna go on?
Not at all.
Rooney and Chateau no come.
Oh!
Yes. So here's Chateau. Here's your client, Zidane. Big up Chateau. People might think say, me have a Chateau or me a carry belly. Me just think it no make no sense me and Chateau discuss the same issue. In and out. Him not gonna change my mind, me not gonna change his mind. So Zidane, hopefully him can change your mind.
Dwight?
Hello?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Dwight. Yeah, boy, Arvel, every day you come up with a new reason why you don't want to debate. Every single day. But you still talk about it every day, though.
All right.
No, Joe?
You win the argument, Chateau.
No, man, no. So why you don't accept that chances that you won't change anybody's mind? But you still come on radio every day and talk about it. But you don't want me to take your Lord of mercy.
You win the
Sit
argument.
down.
Yes, Dwight.
You're
Yesterday, someone was saying, if we know who the batsman who Sobers faced, that would big up Sobers.
The bowlers.
The bowlers who Sobers faced. Mm-hmm. Okay. So Garfield Sobers has faced Ray Lindwall, Keith Miller, Alan Davidson, Fred Truman, John Wardle, Jim Laker, who else the pundits? John Snow, Ken Higgs, Bruce Taylor, Fazal Mahmood, Tony Locke, Bob Willis. All of these guys have a bowling average below 25. In fact, man like Ray Lindwall, Keith Miller, Alan Davidson, John Wardle, Fred these are 20 and 22 bowling average.
Oh.
How can anybody who knows cricket come on radio and say Garfield Sobers never faced nobody? Or was Arville trying to say something else? You sit beside him every day, Sedan. You explain.
No, I think he's saying...
Hold on, just for the record. This is why I don't like to talk to the man.
You notice that I asked a question. I asked Zidane
all right.
to
No,
explain.
hold on. Since you're there, the reason why I don't like to discuss things with Dwight is that Dwight lies every time.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
Dwight said me.
He said he's asking a question.
Dwight said me.
I'm
Said.
asking a question.
What is your question?
I'm asking a question.
What is your question?
Is it that you are saying he didn't face anybody, or were you saying something else? That he didn't face high quality bowlers, or were you saying something else about Garfield Sobers?
That him did say no. Him say how come Orville against the Sobers?
He said that and then he said Ari sees something else.
Hey, Orville.
Okay.
He said that, then he said Ari sees
So he said that.
And then he said Ari is saying something else.
But he knows.
Thank you very much. Orville, just tell us what you say.
No, man, may you don't discuss.
All right, sit down.
I think he's saying that a lot of persons who say Garfield Sobers is the greatest of all time, they don't know. It's like how you know, or you can name them, but a lot of them don't know the ball.
Brilliant.
That's the point.
So tell Dwight to give you in point.
Okay.
And me and you can have a conversation.
Okay, so now we can go back.
I could take the break.
Yeah, hold on.
No problem.
So when you have a point, Zidane will be the referee.
Orville, to the break. Don't milk my time. To the break. Yeah,
So Zidane will be the
come back.
referee.
All right, we're coming back.
Yeah.
MacChem for all your power products, silicones, epoxies, protective beautifier, and coolant. Available at Parts A Lot and other leading automotive stores and hardwares. Visit us at Palmer's Cross, Maypen, Clarendon. Telephone 876-563-6076 or 876-774-0492. WhatsApp 876-563-6076.
The J3's Ministry of Sports Puma National Senior and Junior Championships, Thursday, July 6 to Sunday, July 9 at the National Stadium, 9:45 a.m. to 9 p.m. each day. Up for grabs over places to several events this summer, headlined by the 19th World Athletics Championships in Budapest, Hungary for the seniors, plus the NACAC and Pan American Championships for the juniors. Season tickets, $7,500. Finish line, $1,000 to $2,500 per day. Regular grandstand, $1,000 to $2,000. Online tickets already on sale at mysticonlinetix.com and at the National Stadium ticket office and the Jamaica Pegasus Hotel from July 3, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. It will be 4 days of super competition, so be there.
For financial news and the latest developments in the business community and economy, Financially Speaking is the top choice. Join me, your host Errol Gregory, Mondays and Wednesdays at 12:30 p.m. as we look at current economic issues, provide small business tips, and help you to build your business and portfolios. That's Financially Speaking, sponsored by Jamaica Stock Exchange, JSE Online Trading.
Give a little something. US $1 JD 150 every time you receive a remittance from Lasco Money Transfer to sponsor a social project selected by the Jamaica Social Stock Exchange. Say, I want to donate $1 to the cashier. Donations accepted at these locations: 38.5 Red Hills Road, Kingston 10, 15 Chandos Place, Poppin Square, Kingston 10, and Shop 203 Bay West Shopping Center, 3 St. James Street, Montego Bay.
Enter the Purina Wiggle for Cash promotion and win your share of $1 million in cash. All you have to do is purchase $3,000 worth of Purina products. Complete entry form or write on paper your name, contact information, and complete the slogan. Attach receipt. Mail to P.O. Box 420, Kingston 6, or drop in boxes at participating stores. Promotion ends August 14, 2023. Authorized under Section 58.3 of the Betting, Gaming, and Lotteries Act. Purina, your pet, our passion. Distributed by Caramed Group Limited, Consumer Division.
You're listening to Jamaica's first and number one daytime sports calling show, The Sports Desk.
All right, welcome back. Dwight, you there? Dwight? Hello? Oh,
we lose him. Next thing, me know when people think we cut him off here, sir. All right, so we move on. If he calls back, he calls back. Rooney. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, Rooney.
Yes, Rooney.
Pick up on yourself, man.
All right. Zidane will be the referee.
Yes?
Zidane will be the referee.
No, I learn more. Come to learn.
No, man. Zidane will be the referee.
All right, with the ref, Zidane.
So address your questions to Zidane.
Address my question. All right.
Yeah.
So Zidane,
Yeah.
cool.
Yes.
So Arville said something just now. I may hear it, and it changed totally where my company ready for talk about. Arville say him watch the match last night, Jamaica versus Trinidad and Tobago.
Oh, it's a football issue. No man, address me then. I think I cricket.
Listen to me now.
No. Come to me from a football.
Oh, you make address Zidane.
Oh, all right.
One thing, I follow instructions.
All right.
Right, Zidane?
Yes.
So the man say, him watch the game between Trinidad and Jamaica last night. Gray scored 2, Bailey scored 1, Whisper scored 1, and him give 3 man a match at who?
No, I never
Mikel
said
Antonio.
No, I never said that. No, Rooney. Oh God.
Why?
He said could
could make the case.
You could make the case.
COULD.
Yeah, all right, cool. You could make the case for Mikel Antonio to be man a match, even though
being our
best player on the day, right?
Yes, I could make that case.
So, did you use any numbers or just your eyesight to use?
For last night's game?
Yeah.
Eyesight.
Eyesight. Yes. So, what if me say no? Me watch Brian Lara bat, and watch Steve Smith bat. Me don't need no numbers to tell me who better.
All right.
Is
give me the answer.
Excuse.
You might tell us saying football different.
Not only that. Not only that.
Tell me why it's different. Because I same eyesight.
Because the breakdown in terms of numbers, you might tell us same for the football.
Like you get that?
The breakdown for the numbers in terms of your performance is not there for football like it is for cricket.
And what? All right. Hold on.
Strike rate.
So Zidane.
Average run scoring.
Hold on. Wait a Zidane. You say how much pass Mikel Antonio make? How much big chance him create? How much small chance him miss? How much big chance? Yes. Did you see any of that?
Yeah, but you would have wanted to start so much.
You wouldn't have any of that. You would have seen what you see.
Yo.
So you wouldn't need information. You wouldn't need no more information.
No, but you don't go on the amount of time you give it the ball. But
I have another good answer.
And take shots with the
wide. Mr. Referee, I have...
Wait.
No, man, Rooney, 5 minutes you have, you know.
He never have that, Zidane. But him still come to a judgment.
I haven't come to any judgment.
I could. For Mikel Antonio.
Could.
Him could still, without any information that when I say, him could still come to a conclusion and could make a judgment for who is the best player on the day. Without any information, no big chance created, no big chance miss, no how much ball touch, no how much no ball him lose.
But what's the game, Rooney?
He watched the game, he saw the game just with his own eyes.
Right.
You understand me? So I'm saying from that...
But Rooney,
yeah?
Me could have watched a next game and see somebody else could be the man.
All I am saying, Arville, is you saw the game. You didn't need any numbers to tell you anything.
In one game.
But people can watch a career.
No. But here's the difference.
This man is better than that man without any numbers.
Here's the difference now, Rooney. If I'm going to determine who is a better striker now,
you want some numbers.
Me, I go want numbers over a career.
That is if you don't see anything.
No, but and it's unlikely
for you are watching an entire career. So
Rooney, no man, I must my time
now. If you
now.
watch the entire
it is going to be
and Mikel Antonio. And
Zidane, you should be the referee.
Yeah, but Rooney, it's a hard to watch every single Mikel Antonio game.
Be the referee.
It's hard to watch every single Mikel Antonio. So you have to go to numbers. You must have gone and pump.
So over a career when you have played for 15 years now, and you are playing at the league, and you
international.
You play 150 games now. And Mikel Antonio not scored.
International football, man. Not club football. Just international. For Jamaica.
No, man. No. But when we say
Jamaica, we are talking about, man.
For Jamaica. But I never
for Jamaica, man.
But
because when we are making it,
Zidane, you have to be the referee, man. Rooney can't be contained.
Rooney hard to deal with it.
Me
know, but at least
hard to deal with.
Because
Rooney 5 minutes forgetting so I forget out when we call final, brother.
No, but Rooney, you're not. You make up.
Forget it out.
All right. Mr. Referee, you do apologize. Yes, when the man they call for take on you. Me slow down the thing I make.
Rooney, give me a chance. True.
You get what I say?
Give me a chance to say something now, Rooney. Yeah, man, it's true.
Rooney, we'll try with you. Hello?
I'm still here.
Yeah, man, I'm listening now.
Over one game, Rooney, me can't say boy the man will never score. As a striker, the me think him have a better game than a man will score one goal. The ball good, the buck up off him Shank and go in at the goal. The man will score.
We know where you call Shank.
You know me call Shank.
Yeah, we know.
So in the game, a ball buck up off a man Shank and go in at the goal. I him scoring. But me can look on the next striker and say, boy, you know me think him that play better. That's one game. Multiply that by 200 games now, and 200 ball, that man has scored 200 goal now. And the man we did have the better game now, and scored no goal as a striker. I changed the dynamics. Up to you now, man.
Yes. Fear.
You change the dynamics in terms of him have 200, him have none.
Yes.
But you watch the game then?
No, me not go watch all 200 games, you know.
No, you're not going to watch that.
No, man. If you would have shown me 2-man career and show me one man scored no goal,
all I
and one man scored 200 lucky goal.
Avil, all I wanted to know is if you can decide who is better just by what you see.
In one game, yes.
In one game.
But which may or may... It doesn't... No. Hold on. Referee, give me a chance.
Give me a chance.
Give me a chance. Rooney, I'm not saying...
Don't ask me a question yet.
No, but I can't determine in one game who is better than who. I can determine in one game who has the better game.
And can I ask a next question?
Yes, sir.
So if I watch you for 10 years and I watch somebody else for 10 years, can I just use my eyesight to judge who is better?
It's not the most reliable method.
It's not the most reliable thing.
If it's cricket,
but if you can do it in a one game, you can do it in a 10 years, though.
It's one game.
If I use my eyesight in one game,
it's unlikely you can.
10 years could be that 70 international games, you know, Rooney.
Yes.
10 years could be
70.
10 years could be 70 international games.
It's harder that way.
You're saying that I can't watch 70 international games.
It's more reliable when you
It's difficult for me to watch 70 international games.
Which sport we attack? Cricket or football?
Is it difficult for me to watch?
No, it's not difficult. It's not difficult.
Test matches.
No.
Can I watch 70 test matches?
Yes. You can watch 100 test.
Can I watch 140 test matches?
Yes.
Because that is over what, 20 years?
Yes.
I can watch all.
But over a career now, you have to go to numbers.
Is it possible for me to just use my eyesight?
It would not
after 10 years to judge two players.
It would not be impossible, but it would not be reliable.
It would not be reliable.
No.
Okay, my boss. Big up for themselves.
All right. Yeah. All right, Zidan, you're a witness.
All right. Who is this now? Baggio?
Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, we're going to Zidan.
Yeah, man. Good afternoon.
Talk to me, because for various reasons, yeah. I'm saying to you now, Zidan, right? I hear the thing about the significant and not so significant, right?
Yeah.
And you use a World Cup example about, breaking the 14 goal in the World Cup, right?
Yes.
All right. So FIFA want to increase the World Cup finals to more teams in the finals, right?
Yes.
Does that count for something that you played more games than say Diego Maradona?
I don't think they're going to play more games, Because I think you will play one less game in the first round.
One less game in the first round.
Yeah, so I think it will make up back for the round at 32.
What if it increase? What if the team in the final increase so you play 7 games now? What if it increase to 10 games now?
No, we weren't talking about ratio, We're just talking about the act of being the all-time.
No, I know. But what I'm saying, would you look at that and say, wait, one man had the chance to play more games, so he was able to score more goals in that final.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, man. We'll look at that, man.
All right. So would you say that more test matches have been played now over, say, 10 years than...
No, but they're using the innings, man. So the innings will nullify that.
The innings will nullify.
So right. The amount of innings you're batting.
Yeah. But what I'm saying to you, say, for example, in a Viv them time, they were not able to play, I would say, maybe 2 or 3 test matches for the year.
No, but it doesn't affect the amount of innings, Baggio.
Why not? If you can play more test matches, say for example, you play 8 more test matches in one calendar year.
You're not listening, Baggio.
No, I'm not listening, because if you play more test matches, that means you get a chance to bat more innings.
No, man, it don't affect the quickness of how you score, man.
It don't affect the quickness.
No.
So if you play 2 test matches in 1 year, and me play 10, wouldn't I play more innings and get a chance to bat more innings than you?
They judge it based on the amount of innings you're batting, Baggio. You understand?
Let me
help you.
No, I'm not helping Baggio.
The next thing now. Zidan.
No, I might have to say something now.
Zidan,
man, make him explain, Baggio.
Thank you very much.
Explain.
I host this show, not you. We're talking about people in the 7,000 club, generally, right? So the argument wouldn't go for you if you didn't play long enough to get to 7,000
if you didn't play the amount.
For example, George Headley, you can't knock George Headley for not getting to 7,000 runs based on the 22 tests that he's played. But we're talking about all the people who scored 7,000 runs.
How long they took.
And all the people who get to 8,000 and all the people who get to 9,000. The people who didn't get to play, you're going to wait. The people who did not play long enough would not be part of that conversation.
Yes.
I'm saying of the 45, you're going to wait. Of the 45 people, or 40 or 30, who scored 7,000 or 8,000 test runs, this man did it faster. We're not talking about those who did not play long enough to be in that club. Your client.
I think I said more than one time on this show that you have 2 sons here. I am not one of them, okay? So don't talk to me like that. I think I have to wait. Okay?
But if I say you have to wait, you have to wait.
No. I don't have to do it.
Wait. No, you don't have to.
I don't have to wait.
What you're going to know, you're going to have to wait because we're going to take a break.
Talking to me like that, I don't have to wait after this.
And I'm saying right now, you have to wait because we're going to a break.
And I'm not one of them.
You have to wait right now because we're going to a break.
Enter the Purina Wiggle for Cash promotion and win your share of $1 million in cash. All you have to do is purchase $3,000 worth of Purina products. Complete entry form or write on paper your name, contact information, and complete the slogan. Attach receipt. Mail to P.O. Box 420, Kingston 6, or drop in boxes at participating stores. Promotion ends August 14, 2023. Authorized under Section 58.3 of the Betting, Gaming, and Lotteries Act. Purina, your pet, our passion. Distributed by Caramed Group Limited Consumer Division.
The Jamaica Anti-Doping Commission JADCO needs your help to eliminate doping and keep sport clean. If you have concerns about any doping activity, you can share the information with JADCO anonymously. The information you share will be treated with the highest level of confidentiality. Make the right call if you see something, say something. Protect clean sport. Protect our legacy. To report doping activity, call 888-429-5232 or visit the JADCO website at jadco.gov.jn. A message from the Jamaica Anti-Doping Commission.
My Mega Mart, best value by far.
With so much to do in one location, make Mega Mart your one-stop shop. Pick up your groceries and houseware needs, grab a bite and pay some bills, fill your prescriptions and see the beauty products in our pharmacy, all in one amazing location. My Mega Mart, the best value by far.
My Mega Mart.
It's now time for Sports in a Minute. It's sponsored by Dangerous Auto Spares and Accessories Limited, Edgechem, Anybet, and Milestone Restaurant Bar and Grill.
Birmingham Bears have signed West Indies spaceman Dominic Drakes for the remainder of their T20 Blast campaign. The 2014 winners have already qualified for the quarterfinals with 2 group games still to play. Left-armer Drakes took 10 wickets in 5 games for Yorkshire as they reach finals day in 2022. And Drakes will replace Hassan Ali as an overseas player in the Bears squad. He'll be available for Sunday's home game against Durham, which follows Friday's trip to face Notts Outlaws. That is Sports in a Minute.
Sports in a Minute was sponsored by Dangerous Auto Spares and Accessories Limited at 20 Balmoral Avenue, Kingston 10. Call 876-929-9146 and in Maypen. Edgechem, changing lives 1 gallon at a time. Anybet, your best bet, reminds you to bet responsibly. At Milestone Restaurant Bar and Grill, celebrate good food, celebrate good vibes. You're listening to Jamaica's first and #1 daytime sports calling show, The Sports Desk.
All right, welcome back. Badger, you're still there?
Yeah, man, I'm here, man. So then, would you agree that every sporting discipline have its own nuances and little things that would prevent the person from doing their absolute best?
Yes.
For example, yeah, all right. So 400 in cricket, which is Brian Lara's best in Test match, right?
Yeah, most runs.
Yeah, most. A person look at that and say, even though that is his most run, 153, we consider 153 a better innings, right? And conditions and opponents and so on, it's throwing into it and to say why, right? Good. But the same person say, a man fastest race is his best race without taking into consideration nothing else about it. No condition, no wind factor, nothing at all.
No man, he does consider wind factor.
Okay,
within the legal win.
All right. So let me so you all right, both fast start in a race, right?
Mm-hmm.
Remember that?
Yes.
Do you think that if it was me and you and say Rooney and other in the race, you think both would have fast start? Do you think that you and Blake being in the shape that he was in and both being in the shape that he was in could cause the fast start?
I don't think we seem about that worry about you and Blake. That time you see about the time I shape I'm life.
No. When he first started
in 2011.
You and Blake was in the.
I think he didn't want to run a smashing time. I don't think I fear you and Blake. That is my view.
Okay.
I remember and people have that argument. I don't agree.
Mr. Moderator, may I say something?
Yes.
You don't agree?
Yes.
People have false start. My turn. People have false started all the time, irrespective of the quality of the field.
You don't think
your
that,
time
you
again,
don't,
Mr. Moderator.
Yes. You don't think that opponent have nothing to do in a sprint, nothing at all.
No man, it does play a part, but not significant.
Okay, so it does
not
play
as significant as football and cricket and basketball.
We know. So that little significant that thing to say, you know who they beside me, You don't think that can throw off a person perfect race?
Yeah, possibly, but I don't think it happened in the ball game. It could be a part. It could show it. Because if you have a man who is great at the start and great in the middle, you want to ensure that you can match him if he's a very good runner. So you want to maybe have a better start than usual if he's in the race. So it could play a part, but I don't think it played a part in the both situation. So I'm not going to totally dismiss it, say it no count.
It no count, but it count for something.
I'm saying I'm not going to totally dismiss it because if somebody has a great start and he's a great athlete, you might want to think that you need to be as close to him as possible at the start. So you don't want him to get away too much at the start. It might cost you the race. So it could play a part. So I not dismiss it, but I think it was the case with Bolt.
You remember when Bolt beat Tyson Gear was reaching for the line? But that year Tyson Gear had the fastest time going into the championship.
It was not Tyson Gear, man.
Not Tyson Gear, Gatlin.
Yeah, Gatlin, yes.
You don't think it's because
the presence of Bolt.
Yeah, you don't think it's
I think so in that.
You think so?
Yes.
Okay. That means your fastest race don't necessarily mean your best race because of opponent and so on. Not so. Because that year Tyson Gay at the fastest time going in. Remember that? Yeah.
Okay.
And because of somebody else in the race, in talk then, or run a bad race then.
All right.
Yeah?
So you're saying your fastest race is not always the best race?
Not always the best race. Just like in cricket, you can look at other things, look opponent. Yeah, we just look at opponent a while ago in track and field. You understand? And the wind condition, when you say whatever, you can look at an opponent same way in track and field, how significant it is, yeah, and say, this might be the reason why this happened. So you can just dismiss it and say, oh, the clock is running against, and so whatever race is the fastest race. That's supposed to stop. If you cannot look and, what you call it, 400 runs, and say 400 runs is the best number, and you say 153, for 153, they're from 400, it is a gap wide just like 1/10 of a second. And 1/10 of a second happened because of who was in the race. Have a good day, sir.
All right. Let me just say something how Badger got the argument completely wrong. And I don't want any of you to make the same mistake because Badger didn't get it. If I say Steve Smith is the fastest to 7,000 runs, what the subset people is of those who get 7,000 runs. Okay?
Yeah, so you compare with the 7,000 people.
If I say you are the fastest to 7,000 runs, I can't be talking about the people who did not get 7,000 runs because they would have played far less games. So, of those who scored 7,000, Steve Smith is the fastest. Badger's argument about people playing less cricket and therefore not getting to 7,000 is therefore irrelevant. But the point flew completely over Badger's head. If I say John Brown scores the fastest triple century, would I be talking about people who did not score triple centuries?
No.
it means you're not part of the subset. They say you're not part of the thing where we agree.
Yes.
So if you play enough to score 7,000 runs, then you now become part of the subset to be judged. Hallelujah. My God.
CC,
how you do?
Hello, good afternoon.
It's the economist.
This is CC.
Yeah, Zidane, good afternoon, Massive.
Good
Zidane,
afternoon. Yes.
the Reggae Boys playing now. This team when you see last night. Would you say that is the best Reggae Boys team they ever put together since God make man?
The best Reggae Boy team? No, the defense, not necessarily. I think
Man for man.
No, because I think you'd have some other teams which have a better back four and midfield. No, I think up front, no. I think potential-wise, I think you could argue that is the best. It's the best we have had.
Well,
I think you could argue that.
You have some sportsmen. I was watching the match last night with some so-called expert.
Yes.
And an expert say this is the best Reggae Boys team.
No, man
to man since before 98.
No,
what you say? Nothing like that.
No, because the defense in 98 would be, even the defense in 2015, I think much better than this defense.
Yeah, but man for man means collectively. So collectively, would this be the best?
No, because me not like Lambert and Latibody as midfielders.
So you think that there's another Reggae Boys team as
yes,
a squad that's better than
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So Zidane, based on you will say you look at the squad with your expertise that you are. You will see better players that could go on the field and start last night.
No, for us.
Yeah.
Available to no, not much.
Not much.
I think this pretty much is most of the best players available to us are there.
Oh, what do you think about the match last night?
Very good performance, man.
Very good performance.
Yeah.
Against an opposition that wasn't offering a lot.
Yeah.
Or against an opposition that wasn't offering a lot.
You know how we're going to rate the performance more?
Yeah.
If Trinidad fight
how them look against
USA.
Yeah.
So you're right. So if them look good against USA, we might have said, listen.
But USA already gone through it. No, USA draw with we. Yeah. So USA need points.
They don't want to top the top.
Yeah.
I hear one of my sports consultants, he work FedEx. Because you have a lot of listeners up at FedEx in Harville. Them love you up there.
They do.
Yeah, man. Federal Express, man. Them say America start them seaside against we. What you think of that?
Go again.
One of my go-to sportsmen who may take ideas from in sports.
Who is that?
A man work at FedEx, man. One of FedEx professional man. And him say America use them seaside against we the other night. What you say?
Yeah, it's a weakened team, man. The players, Pulisic and some others, and the players that play the Nation League, most of them are not there.
So you feel we can beat the American A side?
It's gonna be, yeah. If we get it together, we can. Still gonna be tough, but if we get it together, chemistry going and get the players settled that we have now, yes, we can compete against them.
So Jamaica Reggae Boys can win the Gold Cup?
Most definitely.
Oh, what do you think of him?
We have a chance.
Yes, we have a good chance.
I will more to somebody cricket now. Sammy. So Sammy is a madman. He might get mad.
What am I doing?
The statement that he make that sometimes you have, and I paraphrasing now, that you have to go to your lowest to come up back to your best. A good statement that about the cricket side.
He never said you had to.
When say? Just clarify for
what exactly did he say though?
He said something when it make no sense, man.
No, but if you're going to be saying he says something that doesn't make
sense. No, I make believe that there. My apologies.
There you should be able to tell us exactly.
The question more I ask you now, Harvey, as a cricket guru. Yeah. You would have revamped the West Indies side and start again.
Start with, when it's a revamp, what do you mean?
Done with that,
so not pick nobody at all by the current team?
Yeah, just revamp them, man. And start.
You mean pick 15 complete different people?
Yeah, start over the world.
No, man, you're being.
May I ask you as a guru, you know? I don't know nothing about cricket, you know?
No, man, may I know the answer to that?
You said no.
No, man, you can't just drop everything.
More ask you another question. Yeah. Why black people so good at sports and them keep holding you back? Nobody don't want to invest enough money in a way. Why?
Them invest in the basketball of them?
Black man.
Then black people mostly are play basketball.
I want the NBA big up basketball, man. The richest man in sports was an NBA player. And he make most of the money when making him lifetime and through business he make it, not the NBA.
Which means that there are some black players who them not try hold back.
No, but at the NBA, I talk generally, man.
But me not think them a hold back black people in a sports, though. I don't think so.
You don't think them a hold back black Jamaicans?
Not anymore.
You don't think them a hold back black Jamaicans in the football?
Not anymore. No, sir. That's not going on again.
In the football?
No.
One local player on the squad.
Me not think them a hold black people. Remember a black man lose 10 million US, you know, and they realize him lose it, you know. Leave it right there, son. We're coming back after the break.
Paul, I need help with my vehicle cost this year. It's going through the roof. You think I should call Keith?
You're mad. Don't you want a system that easy for you?
Yeah, man.
You want the best price boat here too?
Yeah, man. I bet you want real-time alert and island-wide coverage. Yeah, man. So the smart choice is Hawkeye.
They will give you a free 30-day trial.
Yeah, man.
Hey, tell me something. You ever say anything but yeah, man?
Yeah, man.
Just say yeah, man to Hawk Tracker from Hawkeye. Call us at 926-HAWK. Conditions apply.
Design your dream home with Total Hardware and Supplies. We have windows of all sizes on special. Doors galore. Choose from our wide variety of porcelain and ceramic tiles. Experience the best deals on sanitary ware, jacuzzis, shower enclosures, and baths. Just to name it, we have it all. Come on down to 2 Aiken Hill Drive, Pembroke Hall. Call us at 631-7648 or WhatsApp anytime 507-0865. Remember, same-day delivery available. Quality products, great prices. That's the Total Guarantee.
Spectrum Insurance Brokers pride themselves in being professionals in the field of insurance broking, claim settlement, and risk management services for over 35 years. We offer a wide range of insurance services including motor, property, liability, accident, life and international health for individuals and companies at competitive rates. Call 926-3572 or visit 7.5 Haining Road, Kingston 5 or shop number 3, James Plaza, Mandeville. Call 625-6804 or visit online spectrumjamaica.com. Spectrum Insurance Brokers, setting the industry standards.
Isratech Jamaica Limited offers a high-quality complement of unique and sustainable products and services, unparalleled anywhere in the Caribbean and Central America. Everything agriculture, water, energy, hardware, home and garden. From engineering and design, manufacturing and supply of product, consultation, after-sales service to implementation and maintenance. Call us today at 876-603-3946. Isratech, master the elements.
Enter the Purina Wiggle for Cash promotion and win your share of $1 million in cash. All you have to do is purchase $3,000 worth of Purina products. Complete entry form or write on paper your name, contact information, and complete the slogan. Attach receipt. Mail to P.O. Box 420, Kingston 6, or drop in boxes at participating stores. Promotion ends August 14, 2023. Authorized under Section 58.3 of the Betting, Gaming, and Lotteries Act. Purina, your pet, our passion. Distributed by Caramed Group Limited Consumer Division.
You're listening to Jamaica's first and #1 daytime sports calling show, The Sports Desk.
All right, yeah, man. Andre
from New York.
Yeah, good afternoon, gentlemen.
How are you doing, boss?
Yes, I'm doing well. Orville.
Yes, sir.
Yes, for self-appointed guru.
Yes, sir.
I think you get far too many wrong for someone who's called a guru.
Mm-hmm.
No. First issue, you said, I heard it said that when Laura scored at 400 not out against England, that the bowling was not the best. Do you recall who were the person who actually bowled in that test match?
Was that the best bowling attack of all time?
Listen, I will discuss the best attack. I said not the best. What do you mean by not the best?
People said that Lara just faced the best bowlers of all time.
No, listen. You always try to skirt around things. That is not what you meant.
When people said that, Brian Lara, when you ask people...
You said that attack was not the best. The attack was, more or less ordinary.
No. Hold on, Andre. I'm the host of the program. I'm going to give me that privilege there. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
When people are talking about Brian Lara, they say he faced all the great bowlers. And when they ask them who these bowlers are, no, you got, hey, Andre, you're going to make the point to them. Me done with the no try. Andre, we are going to do this. We're going to do this till 4 o'clock. Do this till 4 o'clock. I am going to make the point whether you like it or not. I am going to make the point. Me, I'm going to make the point. I am, me, I'm going to make the point. Me, I'm going to make the point. Thank you.
No.
Me, I'm going to make the point. Thank you. Me, I'm going to make the point. Thank you. Now, when you ask, why is Lara better than Steve Smith? They said that Lara faced all the greatest bowlers ever lived. When you ask them who these people are, they say McGrath, Sheehan, Wakar, Wazim. I'm going to make the point. I'm going to make the point. I'm going to make the point until you... If you want me to tell you 5 minutes up, you can't tell me,
Listen, man.
I am going to make the point. I am... And then after I make the point, I am going to make the point. None of us not going to listen. The program going to... I am going to make the point. I'm going to make the point.
Making points then quick, man.
I am going to make the point. Andre is on for 3 minutes. He has 2 minutes to go. Here is the 10-second point. And if you interrupt me, I'll start again. Now, when you ask why is Lara better than Steve Smith, they tell you about the great bowlers that Lara faced. McGrath, Shane Warne, Mira Litteran, you name it. The point I was making is that when Lara had that 400, none of the great names that we say he faced was not on that list. It's Flintoff and Harmison and Simon Jones, them and them named it. That is the point I was making. That's 10 seconds. Your turn if you're the panelist. He's gone. Oh my God, I will not sleep well tonight. All right, let's go back on line. Hello?
Yeah, man. Yes, Arville.
Yes, this is Chuck. Chuck, the taxi driver.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Here the point I want to try and make to you. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Is discussing sports discussion, is it an exact science?
No.
All right, fine. And I need to go no further with that. The point I'm making to you is because it is not an exact science,
yes,
I don't have to accept the points that you put.
And I don't have to accept yours.
Exactly.
Thank you.
It's a sports program, and we are going to discuss views, and you don't like my views, and you say my views bramble, and me not like your views.
You say my views bramble.
Yeah, I will not have to be personal.
But may I allow you to make your views? And you see like how you say something and then allow me to say back something?
Yeah, man.
Simple.
I saw, because here what happened. Me feel it out here when it start get personal. Me feel bad.
Me not feel
I
bad. Because I know me I get personal.
Bad.
No, I feel bad in the sense that me not think people for behave like that. But me not going to lose no sleep.
Sometimes,
good.
You see, because you zealous about getting us to, me thinking, like as a teacher, and all right, you teach literature, so you look on two books. I could look on two books. Othello, Kestrel, Paraneve.
Yeah.
You know them book there. So you go look at, let's say, Loving of them two books there. I try to get a student to look at one and
get to the Chuck,
and
you know what the problem is? The problem is, I don't...
You have to understand, so you can't teach we.
Me not try to teach you.
Yeah, but you tell me, say you want to teach you of reason sports. Some of us are stuck in a how we want.
But these people want to tell me, them I blame me, say me I try to change them.
Yeah.
Them now realize that they are trying to do the same thing to me. So you say Lara and me say Steve Smith. Why me can't say Steve Smith?
My issue with you, though, is when we're looking at Steve Smith and Brian Lara, I want to talk about over a career.
Yes, then that me talk about.
Yeah, but sometimes, you see, there are disadvantages and there are advantages, you know. The whole how cricket is played now is at a disadvantage to Brian.
In terms of what?
Technology is there.
How is that a disadvantage?
Well, I know equipment, because enough time when Brian out, if DRS today, we'll have to stay high.
But Chuck,
and it gone over. So
this is what I'm telling you about. No, Chuck, stop now. Stop.
Yeah?
This is what I'm trying to tell you about now. Technology can either help you or hinder you. There are times when the opposition appealed against Brian, when the umpire said not out, where if technology was there, it would probably show he was out.
It could have go that way.
So it could go both ways.
But it could be argued that it would have go more times in his favor than not.
I don't know what evidence you have of that.
No, we don't have no evidence. We're just looking at the position.
No. What you're doing is just speculating without no real evidence.
Exactly, but you do it too.
No. I don't speculate.
You are doing it too.
All right, and I'm saying I don't speculate without logic attached to it. What logic is there to suggest that if there was technology, it would go in Brian's favor more than against it?
It is there, simple.
What is there?
What is there? The amount of times that Brian was out, and sometimes the crowd out in mad.
What about the amount of times when he was out and didn't give out?
And I'm saying to you that maybe if we had DRS, maybe it will be more in his favor.
All right. You're entitled to say that. I'm entitled to say. No. Hold on. Hold on.
Okay.
Having said something, I'm going to say back something. I'm mighting them short. So you will say maybe if DRS was there, it would help Brian. And I'm saying maybe if DRS was there, it would go against
the other way.
Simple. Right.
We're not a crystal ball, so moving on.
Brilliantly said. So you see how it go? You say something and you allow the host to say something. No caller can dictate to me how the program must run.
Also, I feel that Brian Lara had 3 bites, I think it is, as the captain. Those severely affected his ability to go out there and concentrate on batting. What do you think?
The fact that he was captain.
Yes.
Worked against him.
Yes, because we captain with some little.
Oh, so that's the one.
Bramble team.
Oh, it's the Bramble team.
Yeah, captain with some Bramble team where he might try to.
Some people thrive on captain. Some people
carry
captains actually bring the best out of them. So that is in itself not the strongest argument.
This time, we look, when you go and read the facts that are there, it showed that sometimes his average went down.
No, all right, Chuck, call early tomorrow. I can't blame captaincy or for a man who not perform well. It's not the strongest argument.
But as I said, these are some of the things that we want to look at.
No, man, but you put them out and we can either agree or disagree.
Yeah, we can agree or disagree. Because it's not an exact science.
I agree.
So
as long as the callers will allow what me and you do, so you say something, me say something, me not have a problem.
All right, no problem. Tomorrow.
You. So like what Andre was doing, where Andre believed that he's the host. No other program where the host tell us, say, wait, and you're not wait. Them think they're going to stop.
No problem.
Thank you.
Because you see that point he was making to
no, we'll squeeze one more.
We could squeeze one more.
One last one for a couple of minutes.
Brian. Yeah.
Yeah, greetings.
Yes, Brian, you have
nothing.
You have a minute.
Yeah, I realize more like a couple minutes. Listen to the argument still enough. I listen to both of the argument. It's simple. It comes down to both sides. I look for an argument from a different status.
Yeah.
The people who are support Brian Lara, I look for the quality of him run. And the people who are going to see Smith, I look for the quantity. So when I free the quality, I free the quality. Which one is greater? It comes down to how you look for life or how you want to free.
Yes.
If you go by the pure number, it works sometime and sometimes it don't. I not go cricket, I not tell somebody to follow cricket. But if you want to show you an example, basketball, if you go by the pure number, Michael Jordan should never be considered the greatest. Time only have 6 rings. You have Bill Russell, and you have other man who have more. Bill Russell have 11. But yesterday, Michael was considered the greatest. Why? One ring and win them. The 6 final them go, I win the 6 of them. Not only that, the fire and ring for the game. When Jordan a shoot, he bring a different style to it. The finish, I remember as a kid sing Michael Jordan. When he go up at the rim and come back the other side. But like, me blowing, the mind blowing, how him do that? Like excitement when he bring to it. So people use that, judge again. Next, football. Right now the debate between Pele and Messi. People have that Messi, based on inconsistency of his career, he was the greatest. Me is a Pele man, he's a young group, he's a Pele man. Why? Look back on what Pele do. Some of the stars are still going in sports right now. Pele did it first and did it there.
All right.
All right, Brian. Call us,
Brian.
I say I did, yeah.
You call late, man. Call a little bit earlier tomorrow.
I sound like you know the sport.
No, I call long time now, but I keep I know I call now. I call for hours now.
Call.
Sorry,
can I ring out.
We know it go, but try get us earlier
tomorrow. Yeah, because you sound like it's a sportsman.
Sometimes I want to like no foreign call.
No, Brian, man. We love the foreigners, them, man, when them call, man. Expand it.
Oh, is foreign Brian a call from?
Yeah.
No, man, then why would we have something against foreigners? Anyway, big up yourself, Brian.
Yeah, man. All right, that's it for the program. Very interesting as usual.
Very interesting. I love it. People want to make we calm down tomorrow, but don't you all come at me and believe me, I'm going to sing and take it. When I want some nice, proper, orderly, ready discussion, I'm all for it. If you think so, I want come, I mean, if it does cover.
Listen, them can't call you down, my boss.
It cannot happen, my boss. Not between 1 and 4 o'clock. You say after 4, you can't bad me up, or before 1. Between 1 o'clock and 4 o'clock, and me and Zidane and Sean as the producer at the bar. Thank you.
All right, good. Big up Master Hype, big up Sean, the producer, big up Cat Anderson was in the technical seat as well. Big up the callers, we appreciate the calls no matter what, and big up the listeners who take their time out of their busy schedule to listen to us. Join us tomorrow, same place, same time, we'll do it all over again. Until then, have yourselves a great evening.
That's the Sports Desk for today. Remember to tune in and participate on the Sports Desk Mondays through to Fridays 1 to 4 p.m.
Health Alert is sponsored by the National Health Fund. NHF is here for health. NHF is here for you.
Maintain social distancing. Maintain at least 3 to 6 feet distance between yourself and anyone who is coughing or sneezing. When someone coughs or sneezes, they spray small liquid droplets from their nose or mouth which may contain the virus. If you are too close, you can breathe in the droplets, including the COVID-19 virus, if the person coughing has the disease.
Health Alert is sponsored by the National Health Fund. NHF is here for health. NHF is here for you. It's now time for Hurricane Tip, sponsored by Edgecam, changing lives 1 gallon at a time, and Isratech Jamaica Limited, master the elements.
After the hurricane, do not touch loose or dangling electrical wires. Report these to the power company, the nearest police station, or the parish council. Report broken sewer or water mains to the Water Resources Authority for your area. Watch out for fallen trees. Collect fallen branches and other debris and pile them where they can be easily collected.
Hurricane Tip was sponsored by Edgecam, changing lives 1 gallon at a time, and Isratech Jamaica Limited, master the elements.
It's now time for Golden Moment.
Well, it's a clean start in the final of the women's 400 metres. Moncho's going off well in lane number 6. Abugant of Nigeria in lane number 2 is making some headway as well. But in lane number 6, Amantle Moncho, the defending champions, being chased by Williams Mills from Jamaica. Williams Mills inside of the defending champion. She's tracking up. They're going through 200 metres. These two athletes are currently well clear of the rest of the field. McPherson in 3's going well. Day's trying to respond in lane 4. But here's your battle. Williams Mills heads Moncho coming into the home straight. Moncho, the defending champion. McPherson of Jamaica in lane number 3 is having a storming finish. Stephanie McPherson of Jamaica, she's going to get it. The Jamaicans win 50.68 seconds.
You're listening to KLAS FM. We now continue with a live program from our partner station, Omega Radio.
There's been a sharp uptick in support. There are no injuries after a Delta plane was forced to land on its nose at Charlotte Douglas International Airport. The inbound crew alerted air traffic control.
We have a nose wheel unsafe indication. We're going to have to go ahead and declare an emergency.
Local reports say the pilot safely landed the plane without front landing gear. The nearly 100 passengers on the flight from Atlanta were bused to the terminal with no injuries. That's one way to end a vacation. A very lucky traveler has won more than $1 million on an airport slot machine in Vegas. The traveler was playing the slots while waiting for their flight on Tuesday. The winner hit a jackpot totaling more than $1.3 million. Harry Reid International Airport has more than 1,400 slot machines for Vegas visitors to take one last shot at winning big before heading home. With the first pick in the 2023 NHL entry draft, the Chicago Blackhawks selected center Connor Bedard from the Regina Pats of the Western Hockey League. Bedard has been considered by many around the league to be a generational talent. With the second pick, the Anaheim Ducks selected center Leo Carlsson from the Swedish Elite League. Dave Collins, USA News.
Roatan, Honduras, it's your time again when Sharon Wiles Ministries presents the Women's and Men's Retreat Revival and Concert, Your Turning Point, with Apostle Sarafina Marvin, Evangelist Marvia Providence, Ryan Davis, and Reverend Philbert Hillman. June 28 to July 3, the Holy Ghost Fire Revival, Wednesday and Thursday, June 28 and 29, and Sunday and Monday, July 2 and 3, 7 p.m. each evening. Friday, June 30, Praise Explosion Concert. Saturday, July 1, 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. Devotion Breakfast and the Real Unmasked Talk Show on a private island. Relax, relate, release, restore, rejuvenate. Register now at SharonWilesFoundation.com or WhatsApp 754-246-9269 for more information. Roatan, Honduras, it's your time again with Dr. Sharon Wiles and friends. June 28 to July 3. Don't you miss it.
Well, God is exalted, the devil is defeated, and we have the victory. This is yours truly, Elder Warren Pitts, Jr., campus pastor here at the Omega Church under the leadership of Bishop John Wayne and Pastor Elizabeth Manning. I want to take a moment to invite you to worship with us this coming Sunday. You know, I believe that we're living in the last and evil days, but I believe, like the prophet said in Joel 2:28, that God is going to pour out his spirit upon all flesh, and your sons and your daughters are going to prophesy. Listen, I believe that we have entered into a season of revival that no man can start and no man can end. And no, I'm not talking about extended services, but I'm talking about a burn in the heart of humanity. Listen, I want you to be my guest this Sunday. Come be a part of this anointed atmosphere. We're located at 11030 Wiles Road in Coral Springs, Florida, 33076. Be my guest this coming Sunday.
Omega Church this Sunday at 11 a.m. Bring everybody. God will set you free.
and right just to live out a nice closer. We no be down, no price, take no discount, no right. We no pre that the line go to. See your home, you provide every need them supply home, every rely on job. No, we never fight over. Say I know you make this, so you cannot take it away. Once you're done and you touch now, you can't stop winning. So you cannot take it away. Once you're done and you touch now, you got an appointment with my destiny. I 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 got an appointment. So you number one. Stop from telling friend them all your plans. God give you a vision of to share with everyone. Number two, whatever your hands find to do, do it and do it and do it and do it and do. To the most high. And guess what? I don't know. I'm a guy and true. Every plan I mind, I feel like nothing with the Father Louis. Come in some man, no got no talent for when your money no good, no matter bring it for spend. More on the Father, give me 10 out of 10. Kids that want me to come to the event. Tell the promoter any contract them says. Me not go sign unless the Father consent. We no bend over bend, we no forward from them. We no careful, no got a problem. Say I know you make this, so you cannot take it away. Once you're done and you touch now, you can't stop winning. So you cannot take it away. Once you're done and you touch now, you got an appointment with my destiny. I got an appointment with my destiny. I got an appointment with my destiny. I got an appointment with my destiny. Get an appointment. Say anywhere we go with God. Blessed is the man that walk in nothing and they come to love the ungodly. But in the last night, the light to the most high. And guess what? I don't know. I'm a guy and true. Every plan of mine, I feel line up with the Father Louis. Cause tell them already, man, go tell them again. No beg no favor and me no beg no friend. True, me no really need no friendship from them. Cause them fake, only smile in your face and pretend. Radio station, mom, it is my content. Them we are prefer see the message and send. Them a Jesus in the song, so them a block the entrance. Like them want me beg your play from them. So I know you say, so you cannot take it away. Once you're done and you touch now, you can't stop winning. So you cannot take it away. Once you're done and you touch now, you got an appointment with my destiny. I 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 got an appointment to make this, so you cannot take it away now. Once you're the 90s, say I know you make this, so you cannot take it away now. Once you're the 90s, got an appointment with my destiny. Yes. I got an appointment with my destiny. I've got an appointment with my destiny. I got an appointment with my destiny.
Hallelujah. Thank you, Jesus. Bless thy name, O Lord. If I'm too low, Jesus, lift me up higher. Yeah. If I'm too low, lift me up higher. I want to reach that promised land. If I'm
my feet. If I'm too low, lift me up higher. Touch my heart, Lord. Yeah. If I'm too low, Jesus.
Song after song, you're listening to the best praise and worship and the word Omega Radio.
Love Omega Radio, support Omega Radio.
You're listening to Omega Radio. Omega Radio. Mega Radio. Mega Radio. Mega Radio. Mega Radio. Mega Radio. Mega Radio.
Hallelujah! Come on, give God some praise in this place tonight.
Betting on your favorite sports and virtual games just got easier with AnyBet, Jamaica's premier online betting website. Visit us at anybet.com and sign up to enjoy our exquisite games and betting options at your fingertips, plus $1,000 welcome bonus. Try out our 200 instant games and our spin and win game with 34-1 odds. Also enjoy 10% weekly cashback on pre-match and live bets. Terms and conditions apply. Must be 18 years or older to wager. AnyBet, your best bet.
The J3's Ministry of Sports Puma National Senior and Junior Championships, Thursday, July 6 to Sunday, July 9 at the National Stadium, 9:45 a.m. to 9 p.m. each day. Up for grabs over places to several events this summer, headlined by the 19th World Athletics Championships in Budapest, Hungary for the seniors, plus the NACAC and Pan American Championships for the juniors. Season tickets, $7,500. Finish line, $1,000 to $2,500 per day. Regular grandstand, $1,000 to $2,000. Online tickets already on sale at mysticonlinetix.com and at the National Stadium ticket office and the Jamaica Pegasus Hotel from July 3, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. It will be 4 days of super competition, so be there.
Real unboxing, a feel culture. Better never know a boxing turn up. Full of vibes when your friend them show up. Get ready on July 1st as Jamaica Boxing Board presents Real Nephew Fight Night. Witness heavyweight Jermaine Breezy Richards versus Omar Crane Headman, alongside 6 thrilling amateur undercard matches in Jamaica's biggest boxing showdown. 7 p.m. at Kling Kling Oval Olympic Garden. Admission free. Enough drink specials and surprise performances. Real Nephew Fight Night. Must be 18 years or older to drink. Drink responsibly.
Create a classic stone look to top off your mahogany and espresso cupboard. The eye-catching appeal of granite, marble, dolomite, and the traditional quartz embodies your creativity for perfection. Sturdy, impervious to scratches and bacteria with low maintenance and requires no sealing. Select from a wide variety of stones at 10 to 12 Cleardale Avenue, 2 roads below Amara Road. Garrett Trading and Installation. Call 876-634-9773 to 4. Design your style.
Ooh la la. I see what I want at Phosphorus Super Sale June 19 to 29. Kingston, Mandeville, and Montego Bay. Come get your wires, breakers, chandeliers, flood lamps, LED bulbs, standing fans, and so much more. Shop Kingston, Mandeville, and Montego Bay. You can't afford to miss it. Come shop. Come save at Phosphorus Super Sale. June 19 to 29. See you there at Phosphorus.
You're listening to KLAS FM. We now continue with a live program from our partner station, Omega Radio.
Prophet Dr. Christian Samuels out of Nigeria, Pastor Dr. Lily Tomlinson, and of course our host, Prophetess Tashaw Hales. Come and hear the music ministry of Pastor Crystal May and Minister Paula. This will be held at the Open Bible Complex in Twickenham Park, Spanish Town, St. Catherine, located beside the Jamaica Police Academy. For more information, WhatsApp us at 347-203-2909. See you there.
Your heart feeling like it's gonna break.
Airlines have just reduced their prices even more. Book 30 days in advance and save big.
Want the absolute lowest prices on your airline tickets? Then call the Low Cost Airlines Travel Hotline right now for prices so low we can't publish them anywhere. The only way to access our low rates and save up to 70% is to call. Save hundreds on your vacation tickets by calling right now.
You can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-631-1754. 800-631-1754. 800-631-1754. That's 800-631-1754.
I know so many on that road, and plenty on them crows, and so many that's all about that dough. But I be on that worship, I be on that worship.
Yeah. Now this worship got me geeked up, and I participate often with my homies. God, you see us worship till we get up in the coffin, hands raised like I'm reaching for my Gucci loafers at the top of my closet. Glory pouring like a faucet. Thought about His goodness and almost lost it. You died for me, the ultimate sacrifice, like it wasn't that good. So when I praise the worship, I don't do it alone. I try to make everybody do it. Everybody do it.
We're worshiping, doing my best right now. Should've been dead and gone a long time ago, but I feel so blessed right now. I know so many on that drove, and plenty on them crows, and so many that's all about that dough. But I be on that worship, I be on that worship. I know so many on that drove, and plenty on them crows, and so many that's all about that dough.
Hustling, whatever hustle you gonna hustle, you gonna have to submit your body to something. I'm saying, why not submit it to God first?
Here, worship make a dealer wanna ride. I'm stressed out like I'm playing outside. Pumping as I'm dropping like a coffin. Now I'm hopping to the loft and like Martin, you can run till I on my back with my eyes to the sky. Look to the hills for my help but cry. This is what it sounds like when them gangsters cry. All my life been searching for a love to match my pain. On my knees I plead at night, but nothing never was the same. Since he came, I switched lane into light and out the dark. Changed my heart, brought the sunshine like my last name was a Clark.
So many on that drove, and plenty on them crows, and so many that's all about that dough. But I be on that worship, I be on that worship. I know so many.
Men are the reason, man, we have shirked our responsibility as the priests and prophets and providers and covers and protectors of our women and our children. It is our responsibility to lead the way in fighting the enemy. And we shirk that responsibility. We're more concerned about ourselves.
The industry driving me crazy, and I ain't been worshiping lately. But He saved me and gave me peace inside my mind. Now I find that everybody left the basics. Now they running blind. Now I'm back on track, and I'm sticking to the fact that He gave His life for mine. That's like a fight, let me know. No matter what, He won't let me go. So I'm in it till it's over. I'll forever worship. Merciful Father on high, with a bunch of love and I just might cry. You love me forever and it couldn't get better, so I scream hallelujah. And plenty on them crows, so many that's all about that dough. Mr. Dan, I be on that world. On the Reese, we on it. I be on that world. I be on it. I know so many on that road, and plenty on them crows, and so many that's all about that dough. But I be on that worship, I be on that worship. I know so many on that road, and plenty on them crows, and There's so many that's all about that dough, but I be on that worship. I be on that worship. I know so many on that road, the plenty on them crows. There's so many that's all about that dough, but I be on that worship. I be on that worship.
My Jesus, I love thee. I know thou art mine. For thee all the police of sin I resign. My gracious Redeemer, my Savior art thou. If ever I love thee, my Jesus, 'tis now. My gracious Redeemer, my Savior art thou. If ever I love thee, my Jesus, 'tis now.
You're tuned in to the #1 gospel music station, Omega Radio. So turn it up.
Dependable, dependable God.
I am Pastor Corbell Leon, inviting you to join me on Wednesdays at 11 a.m. for Divine Connection, where I teach and encourage you into the Word of God, and you shall be blessed.
That's Divine Connection on Omega Radio, Wednesday at 11 a.m. That's Divine Connection on Omega Radio, Wednesdays at 11 a.m. Starting Wednesday, October 5.
Every man carries the weight of the world on his shoulders. From the weight of frustration to not being able to find a job, to the weight of lethargy of not being able to sleep at night with that newborn baby, to the weight of rage to that girl that betrayed you after you gave her your heart. And worst of all is the weight of carrying the fact that you know you're not living up to the strength that is within you, not being the strongest version of yourself. And all of this resistance accumulates. It grows so heavy that your body feels like it's going to break. So what do we do when we feel like we're on the brink of destruction? What do we do when we feel like the weight has become so unbearable? We need to learn to lift that weight. Not because of who we are now, but because of who we know we are to become. Don't you ever let somebody tell you you can't do it. You have a dream, a purpose, you gotta protect it. It's the people that can't do it themselves that'll tell you that you can't do it. You can do it, period. You see, it's impossible not to feel pain. But to not feel pain, you have to live too cautiously to even be living at all. You see, you may not get that job the first time, or the next one, or the one after that. But here's the thing. You don't quit, you don't give up. You get back up and prepare for the next one. You see, the biggest enemy you have to deal with is yourself. You don't have to personally be perfect to do great things. You just need to want it bad enough to get up and do something about it. You gotta dig deep down within you and ask yourself, who do I want to be? Not what, but who. Now just look at your challenges like the plates that you slap on the barbell. Your failed relationships, adversaries that attack you, your broken heart, lost job. When you look at them this way, you see a way to overcome them. Now, God doesn't send troubles to you, but just remember that each one of these obstacles are designed to strengthen weaknesses within your own character. Stop running away from your challenges. You see, it's easy to be on the bottom. It doesn't take any effort to be a loser. But you see, the opportunities that come into your life mean nothing unless you take full advantage of them. It's with repetitive action that you get stronger. And in that same way, by overcoming obstacles in your life over and over again through faith, you get stronger. Once you understand this, you not only accept these challenges, but as men, you beg for them. But now that you know you can do it,
This is the Omega Church Broadcasting Network.
If it had not been for the Lord on my side, tell me where would I be? Where would I be? Where would I be if it had not been for the Lord on my side? Tell me where would I be? Where would I be? Where would I be? He kept my enemies away. He gave me sunshine through a cloudy day. He brought me in the cradle of his arms when he knew I was scattered and torn apart. If it had not been for the Lord on my side, tell me where would I be? Somebody tell me where would I be? For he has never left me all alone. He gave me a joy and a peace I never know. He answers when I kneel down to pray. And with victory, Lord, you show me the way. If it had not been for the Lord on my side, tell me where would I be? Somebody tell me where would I be if it had not been for the Lord on my side? Tell me where would I be? Somebody please tell me where would I be? For he has never left me all alone. He gave me a joy and a peace I never know. He answers every time I kneel down to pray. And with victory, Lord, you show me the way. If it had not been for the Lord who was on my side, tell me where would I be? Tell me now where would I be if it had not been for the Lord who was on my side? Tell me where would I be? Somebody tell me where would I be? Oh, tell me where would I be right now? Please tell me where would I be? Oh, tell me where would I be?
What are you going to do with your old car? You can try selling it, you could junk it, or you can donate it to Heritage for the Blind. Your car will be towed away for free, and your donation is tax deductible. Just call 1-800-639-8620. Heritage for the Blind accepts cars, vans, trucks, and boats. It doesn't matter if your vehicle runs or not. It'll be towed away for free, and you'll be supporting those that need help. Heritage for the Blind is a non-profit organization that helps the visually impaired live fuller lives. Call right now to donate your car. And as a special thank you for calling, you'll receive a free 3-day vacation voucher to many exciting locations. Call Heritage for the Blind right now. Call 1-800-639-8620. Donating is easy, and your vehicle is towed away for free. Plus, you'll get a free vacation voucher. Call now, 1-800-639-8620. That's 1-800-639-8620.
You have some novice trying to reason out my God with logic. So them say, Brother Levi, since your God is real, show me no. So me say, since the breeze what you feel is real, show me no. Listen, with the blood of Jesus, my soul is healed. So nobody tell me say God not real. Every second I do you in my life me feel the power of the Holy One. With the blood of Jesus, my soul is sealed. So nobody tell me say God not real. Every second I do you in my life me feel the power of the Holy One. When I'm weak, that's when I'm strong. Cause I get to rely on the Holy One. Jesus Christ, I am a man. King of kings, Lord of lords. Conquering lion on the land. I hope some people just listen me song. Change your ways and understand. Salvation is free and it's for every man. With the blood of Jesus, my soul is sealed. So nobody tell me say God not real. Every second I need you in my life me feel the power of the Holy One. With the blood of Jesus, my soul is sealed. So nobody tell me say God not real. Every second I need you in my life me feel the power of the Holy One. Right now me feel it, I feel it, yes me feel it. In my body me feel it, in my heart me feel it, in my soul me feel it, all over me. You know say that me feel it, and if you don't feel it, that mean you need it. And if you need it, just ask him for it, and he will give it. The power of the Holy One, Holy One of Jesus, my soul is sealed. So nobody tell me say God not real. Every second I do you in my life me feel the power of the Holy One. With the blood of Jesus, my soul is sealed.
Health Alert is sponsored by the National Health Fund. NHF is here for health. NHF is here for you.
Wash your hands frequently. Regularly and thoroughly clean your hands with an alcohol-based hand rub or wash them with soap and water. Washing your hands with soap and water or using alcohol-based hand rub kills viruses that may be on your hands.
Health Alert is sponsored by the National Health Fund. NHF is here for health. NHF is here for you.
Welcome to the multi-award winning scoreboard. Get ready for top-class sports discussions.
Hello, and welcome to another episode of the Scoreboard right here on KLAS FM 89. The name is Garfield Jones, and as usual, we big up Sean Grant, the producer, and of course, Astor Hoyt, the technical man. What do we have lined up for you today? Well, we'll be talking track and field. We're talking some sporting clays. And then we'll be doing some drift. No, not the dance. The Red Bull Car Park Drift. We'll be talking about that. And then we'll close off with a knockout punch. We'll be talking about the Ray and Neville boxing series that will be happening across the Kingston area in short order. So that's what we have. Track and field and driving and boxing. But we get things off and running with track and field at the top of the show. Of course, coming up between July 6 and 9 will be the National Championships. Years gone by, it used to be the National Trials. Now it's called the Championships. Now, a man who has been doing this for years upon years upon years, Ludlow Watts, will join us to give us all the information that he can in about 10 or 15 minutes about what to expect at the championships next weekend. Sir Watts, welcome to the Scoreboard.
Welcome. Good afternoon, all.
Wonderful. So let's get right into it without delay. What can patrons expect next week at the National Stadium? I understand it's junior and senior championships.
Correct. Well, what you can expect is exciting, strong competition. What is likely to happen? You know, we have had almost 700 entries. Mm-hmm. And that's the most we have ever had.
You mean for both juniors and seniors?
Yes.
700?
700.
I'm willing to make a guess that the 100 meters has the most entries.
As usual, but I don't have the number. But as usual,
yes.
But you know, what Yes, because we have some preliminaries before, and they bring it down to 32.
Okay.
And when you get to 32, now we get into 3 rounds.
Okay.
Right. So, but yes, it's very likely because we haven't seen the final list yet. But we know that we have a lot of hundreds as usual. And I think in the next 2 days, we will know it by now and tomorrow. We will have called our list. Some people may not have met the qualifying standard.
Yes.
Or for whatever reason. But we'll have the final numbers by tomorrow.
Okay. And let's start with the seniors. What format will it take in terms of qualifying for the team to Budapest? First 3 across the line, or how do we take it this time around?
They usually the top 3. And of course, when we have the 100 and the 400, we have taken into account the relays. And for the 400, we'll have to do the 4x4 and the mixed relays as well. So there will be additional slots in terms of those events.
Right. That's what, top 6 across the line.
Yes.
Make up the relay pool.
But because we have mixed relay, it's likely to go a little above that. Although we can always draw from the 400 persons.
Right. Do we have a limit in terms of the number we can take to Budapest?
Yes, it's based on qualifying standards. Yes, because what happens, you see, if we exceed our limit going to World Championships, it means that whatever subsidy is given to athletes, you have to pay everything in full. So, in other words, if we take an extra athlete and the athlete does not compete at all, that we would have to pay everything for that athlete because they give athletes some subsidy.
Right.
But if we exceed our limit, no, we will have to pay for that. And I suppose it's not always good to have extra persons who are not competing because they are not really focused as the rest of athletes. So we want people who are fully focused and ready to compete with success.
Wonderful. All right, so a patron who wants to come and see the championships, I'm trying to make sure I don't say trials. It's a 4-day event. It's 6, 7, 8, and 9. How do you have the events sorted out so I can say, all right, I'm not coming Thursday, but I'm going to come Saturday and Sunday? How do you line up the events?
Let us start on Thursday. We have a lot of preliminaries in 100 meters, as we said, and some 800 meters and 400 hurdles.
Right.
And then now comes Friday.
Right.
We have the 400 meter hurdles final. And we have the 100 meters final.
So, from Friday.
Right. The 400 meter hurdles and the 100 meter final. So some other time, but I'm just making those. And then we would have semi-finals and a number of other events. And of course, we would have a lot of field event finals, triple jump, discus under 18, shot put under 18, high jump. And we'd have long jump under 20 finals, shot put under 20, long jump. So we'll have quite a few of those events as well. But and of course, the 1500 finals, we will stage on that day as well.
Okay, so for those who want to see the Blue Ribbon event, the big event, the 100 meter, they have to turn out from Friday evening.
All right. And on Saturday, day 3, we have finals in juniors, most of the juniors. Then you have semi-finals in the 400 meters, all categories, and that is going to tell you who is going to get there.
Yes.
And then we have the senior discus for men. And a number of people have actually said that Jamaica is not only known for sprinting, but for discus. We have a number of high-rated discus. So also the discus.
Yeah, man, that's a big event.
Yes.
All right.
Will be shown that day. And then you will have a lot of semi-finals in those days for the 400 meters of all categories. And then another great day now is day 4 on Sunday.
Right. 200 meters.
The 2 hurdles, the sprint hurdles, 100 meter hurdles women, 110 meter hurdles men final. We have the 800 meters final. We have the 200 meters final. The 200 meter final.
Yes.
And we have the 400-meter final. So the 400-meter final, the 200-meter final,
sprint hurdle finals,
final, and a number of other field events. So that will be Sunday. So Sunday, and that is because Sunday will be a great day as well. So that is why the tickets have been the tickets are based on those and the quality of events on each day. Although all the events are great.
I was just going to say now, somebody can't say, boy, I go and come Friday, because when you come Friday alone, you miss the big events Saturday and Sunday, so I bet you just get a season ticket and just come all 4 days.
Correct. The season tickets are all finish line.
Oh, Lord.
And they have just 7,500.
7,500, that's for season tickets. What's for regular grandstand tickets?
But if you go for regular grandstand, Thursday is 1,000, Friday 3,000, Saturday 2,000, and Sunday 2,500.
Okay, that's a reasonable cost.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's a reasonable cost.
Right, and then now there is a section of grandstand that is not finish line. If you pick it up on a daily basis, Thursday 1,000, Friday 2,500, Saturday 1,500, and Sunday 2,000, and that's a total of 7,000. But the point is, the other one is the finish lines day by day daily ticket is 8,500, and the season is 7,500, and the season you get the best house in the
best seats in the house. Yes. Okay, so you tell patrons then to ensure that they come out on all the days. Don't just pick a day, because if you miss a day, you miss something special.
All the days.
All the days.
All the days, because in every event, and remember that we have triple jump and long jump. All those. And so every day we have a feast of good events.
Okay. And now we're not talking just our seniors, also our juniors. What format will that qualification process take? Because we know in the seniors it's top 3. How will it work for the juniors?
Juniors is, it's only top 2 for juniors.
Top 2.
So again, we'll use 1, 2, and then we'll use relays, and then you'll use extra persons for relays. And normally sometimes people may not have run the 100, but they run the 200 and did very well.
Right.
So they could be part of the relay pool and that. So the juniors is really just 1 and 2, and the seniors is 1, 2, 3, but the same format.
Right.
And we'll be going to knock up under 18 and under 23. We'll be going to Junior Panama in Puerto Rico.
Right.
And then the national champion, then the world championships.
Right.
In Budapest.
So it's a busy year.
It's a very busy year and very costly year as well too. And that is why you would ask sports-loving company like yours to promote.
Yeah, man, we're going to push it, man. Push it as hard as we can.
And encourage people to come to the stands, come into the stadium, so that we can help to create more financial support, and also they will see the best. You know that when we have our championships, the world looks at it.
Yeah,
the world watches us.
Mini Olympics.
Right, mini Olympics. So it is not good for them to have foreigners seeing what we don't see in life.
Right, that's correct. For those who have never been to the championships, Sir Watts, how will what's the format for interchanging senior, junior? How will the events be run over the 4 days?
Let me give you an example. You have the boys, let us say, under 17, 800. Then the girls under 20, 800. Boys under 20, 800. Girls under 20, 800. Women senior, 800. Men senior, 800. So it goes in the same format. So we start with juniors, then the seniors in all events.
Okay, all right, wonderful. Folks may be wondering how you're going to do so many events for seniors and juniors over 4 days, but I'm glad you cleared that up.
That's the reason for them to come, because they'll be seeing the juniors, the senior juniors, and the under 23, and we'll see all categories of athletes, 8 categories. So it's not something you can miss. So when you watch the 800, talk about 2, 4, 6 races.
Yes, and you're getting senior and junior, so you're paying 2 for the price of 1. So
exactly.
Come out and support it. We'll ensure we do our part from this end to ensure folks come out. What time does the championship start on a daily basis?
And it starts at 9:45 on the first day, and it finishes at 8:20.
So that is next week, Thursday.
And Friday,
Following Thursday.
Starts at 9:45
Mm-hmm.
and finishes at 8:53.
Mm-hmm. Saturday.
And Saturday it starts at 9:45 and finishes at 8:20.
Mm-hmm.
And on Sunday it starts at 10 and then it finishes at 7:32.
Okay.
And that will be the 200-meter men final.
So folks can come and make a day out of it. I don't know if they're allowed to carry the igloo and food and everything and just come spend a day at the stadium and watch world-class track and field.
I think the stadium has some regulations, but I don't think if you have your sandwich in your bags and thing, I don't think it would be a problem.
Yeah.
But I don't know about the igloo because you understand?
Yes.
But you can, but you have your bag with your stuff.
Yeah.
Nobody will stop you with that.
But just come and spend the day at the stadium to see world class. Because next time you see them again is on your TV. So come and see them right in front of your face, live and in living color.
And that's it. Because if they don't get the autographs and this time, they might not get a chance to see them again.
Exactly. So we encourage the public to come out. It is the National Junior and Senior Championships. Tell us, when will it be, Sir Watts?
It will Thursday, July 6th.
And it runs through until when?
7, Saturday 8, Sunday 9. And all the more established athletes have entered. All of them have entered.
All the big names will be there.
All the big names.
So
And
once
we
you can think of a Jamaican big name athlete, they'll be there.
They're there.
Oh my gosh.
And we talk about 700. So you know that it is everybody wants to be on this road to Budapest.
Yes.
And so I think anybody who misses this is going to be sorry, because you would have missed. It's like you're watching a football game and you go to the refrigerator and a goal is scored.
So you don't want to miss it.
No.
But the same part is, if you miss, is to this. So you don't want to miss it. Turn out July 6 to 9, National Stadium. Sir Watts, thanks. And we hope we have a full grandstand all 4 days. Okay, sir?
And we'll depend on your station to ensure it happens.
Yes, man, because we will be there and we'll be pushing it right throughout until then. So you can expect our support. All right, sir? Thanks for having a chat with us.
Thank you very much.
All right, take care.
And feel free for any further information.
No problem, sir.
All right.
All right. Well, we take a break. We'll be back with more on the other side.
Sampar's Cash and Carry, smarter shopping, offering 2% cash back to all civil servants Thursdays to Saturdays at all Sampar's Cash and Carry locations. Call 923-8733. The time by Sampar's Cash and Carry is
5:15. Spectrum Insurance Brokers pride themselves in being professionals in the field of insurance broking, claim settlement, and risk management services for over 35 years. We offer a wide range of insurance services including motor, property, liability, accident, life and international health for individuals and companies at competitive rates. Call 926-3572 or visit 7.5 Haining Road, Kingston 5 or shop number 3, James Plaza, Mandeville. Call 625-6804 or visit online spectrumjamaica.com. Spectrum Insurance Brokers, setting the industry standards.
Importers. Shipments requiring you to pay customs duties and taxes are cleared on a customs goods declaration known as an IM4 or IMS4. Ask your clearing agent to provide your customs declaration, customs assessment notice, and customs receipt once duties and taxes are paid. Where your clearing agent may not be able to provide the IM4 or IMS4, request your customs goods declaration registration number or C number, which can be used to verify your payments. Importers, request your IM4, IMS4, or C number. It is your right. For details, email the Jamaica Customs Agency at public.relations@jca.gov.jm. Jamaica Customs, keeping our customers in focus.
The J3's Ministry of Sports Puma National Senior and Junior Championships, Thursday, July 6th to Sunday, July 9 at the National Stadium, 9:45 a.m. to 9 p.m. each day. Up for grabs over places to several events this summer, headlined by the 19th World Athletics Championships in Budapest, Hungary for the seniors, plus the NACAC and Pan American Championships for the juniors. Season tickets, $7,500. Finish line, $1,000 to $2,500 per day. Regular grandstand, $1,000 to $2,000. Online tickets already on sale at mysticonlinetix.com and at the National Stadium ticket office and the Jamaica Pegasus Hotel from July 3, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. It will be 4 days of super competition, so be there.
Ooh la la. I see what I want at Phosphorus Super Sale June 19 to 29. Kingston, Mandeville, and Montego Bay. Come get your wires, breakers, chandeliers, flood lamps, LED bulbs, standing fans, and so much more. Shop Kingston, Mandeville, and Montego Bay. You can't afford to miss it. Come shop. Come save at Phosphorus Super Sale. June 19 to 29. See you there at Phosphorus.
You're listening to The Scoreboard on Jamaica's #1 sports station.
All right, welcome back to The Scoreboard here on KLAS FM 89. Still Garfield Jones, and we did track and field in the first segment. We shoot off with some sporting clay in this segment. Now, the male and female sporting clay team, they'll be leaving the island soon for the World English Sporting Championships. That's from July 5 to 8. And you heard English, so yes, it's in England. And we have a male and a female team leaving shortly. I want to ask about this female team because I'm seeing one common name. It's a family team. The captain of the male team is Craig Simpson. Craig, are you there?
Yes. Hi. Good evening, Garfield.
All right, Craig. Nice to have you. And captain of the female team is Wendy McMaster. Wendy, are you there?
Yes, hi.
Hi, Wendy. How are you?
I'm good.
I'm going to start with ladies before gentlemen. I'm sure Craig won't mind.
Not at all.
So, Wendy, let me ask you, why you carrying the entire family to the World Championships?
Boy, I know you guys are going to sit up like that, you know.
I see Wendy McMaster, is Aliana and Abigail.
Right?
All McMasters. This is a family team heading to the championships. Tell me the relations. Your mother, daughter.
Yes, mother and 2 daughters. Correct.
That's quite an achievement. I can't recall in any other sport locally if we have ever had a mother and 2 daughters representing us. I'll double check, but I'm almost certain. This must be a great achievement for you personally.
It is. It is actually. We represented also last year in Texas.
This is a team that came third?
That came third, correct?
Yes.
That's right. And, you know, I mean, it was a very wealth of experience, you know, for us. I mean, we couldn't have felt more proud representing the country and being on the podium. And I must say it's also noted in, you know, as history as, you know, one family in the sport, that is.
Because I say a Ray McMaster on the male team, to I'm sure I'm related to in some way.
Probably, of course.
and for the listeners, the third place finish was the first podium finish of for any Jamaican team in the event. I'm almost certain that's so. Is it so, Wendy?
Yes, I mean, we're a Caribbean country, and honestly, we represented the Caribbean in total.
Yes.
As you know, as domineering, you know, ended up on the podium, you know, and I mean, you probably might have 1 and 2 competitors probably from Trinidad, but we have really, you know, made our mark in the international scene, you know, coming up, you know, from previous.
Yeah, that's a major achievement, and we need to shout that out somewhere. I don't know how we don't have people making a big noise about this.
I don't know, you know.
We're going to have to load it up. Craig, your male team finished 4th last year. Also, the best place for a Jamaican male team at a championship. So that was an achievement for your team also last year, Craig.
Yes, Garfield. We missed the bronze medal by a whisker, and you know, the opportunity was really there for us to make our mark as well last year, but we fell short by a few birds, and we're looking forward to getting back there. Europe, it's a whole different ball game. However, when the world English is kept in the US, you don't have as many strong teams. For example, you don't find necessarily, you know, you have England, you have Wales, you have so many European countries that are strong, that are all, you know, in attendance, where you know the teams are not as strong on the US side. So we're you know, it's a very competitive field ahead of us, and the good thing is that I've been doing it for some time. This is, I've represented on several occasions, but on this occasion we have some new, fresh individuals that will be exposed, for the first time in Gordon Buckner, Ryan Chen, who is fresh on the scene and poised to, poised to make their mark on the sport.
I hear Wendy in the background saying Robert. This is Robert's first trip too?
No, Robert is a seasoned veteran.
Okay.
He would have even been, representing before even my time, which is many. But many galaxies away as a president in a conversation recently.
Let me ask about the components of the team, because I see Wendy has three members. She and her two daughters, and the male team is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 members. Is there a specific reason for that?
So the male team is actually 5, and we have a reserve.
Okay.
And the female team is 3.
Oh, is there a specific reason for that? Number of shooters, finances,
that's
what?
Just how it is. It's also the same for the veteran. The representatives. It's only the male team that carries 5. That's the veteran, super veteran, juniors. All the other teams are 3.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm learning a thing or two here. Who are some of the teams? Let me go back to you, Wendy. Who are some of the teams that you'll be competing against? Do you know your opponents already?
Well, to my knowledge, I know there's 8 ladies team that is participating, representing Ireland, Northern Ireland, Scotland, Wales, England, Sweden, Italy, Mexico, and USA.
In football, and so we know who the big teams are. Who is the big team in shooting on the ladies' side? I then I go ask Craig the same thing on the male side. Who is the big team?
USA,
USA.
USA is
and England.
And England.
Okay, yeah. So you're going into the people in backyard, go try upstage them, Craig and Wendy. This is right in England.
That's the plan.
That's the plan.
Yes.
How has preparation been going? Craig, let me start with you. How's preparation been going for these championships?
Well, we're coming down to we're getting close to the end of our season, and we have been shooting a lot of events, and it has, so I think that we are as prepared as we could want to be. In the past couple of weeks, we've had, we've been exposed to, good target presentations at high level of at a high level of competitiveness, and that's exactly what you need. And once we can go over there and apply ourselves and bring out our our full potential, we should
do well.
Yes.
Pardon my ignorance, but in golf, I know there are different courses around the world, and people have to practice on them first. And in clay shooting, is it one format? Is there a different formats of clay shooting?
No, not at all. Actually, it can be. You never know what you're going to get. It's all about the course setter. It's all about the terrain. I mean, this club in particular, EJ Churchill, has access to like 5,000 acres of property.
Okay, then.
And you never know. It's moved around. The stations are moved around. The traps are moved around. The course setter, the course setter is like an artist. It's their job to try to make the course enjoyable, but make the birds, make everything appears to be hittable. However, lower you into misses.
So you're not allowed to practice on it before?
No, not at all. Not at all.
Wow.
And that is one perspective. You do have the course setter who will throw targets that are all screaming and would want to this guy's having a bad period in his life. Why would he want to make this so painful?
Were you asking about different categories, or when you were asking about the format, were you asking about like different categories of the
No, man, like the course itself, because I know different golf courses will set up differently. So I'm asking for shooting, is it set up in a different way, or is it the same? And I think Ryan kind of just made it a little clearer for me. So,
Great.
But that makes it very, very challenging then, does it, Craig? Let me get Wendy into this. Is the same format for you, for the ladies, right, Wendy?
Well, it's the same format. It's just that each category has a unique feature to it.
Mhm.
So you have like the super sporting, which is the menu is a different layout. So the target, the presentation has a different sequence.
Okay.
But as to how the layout of the presentation, it's the same kind of course in terms of on the ground, but you have different menu of how the menu is scheduled, or how the presentations are placed to be shoot.
Okay, well,
So,
it
and then
it
the
sounds like
price
fun.
that you have. Yeah.
It sounds like fun. I'm sure the trip was made possible by some sponsors. I know every sporting team have difficulties going abroad. I don't know if you want to take the time to pick up your sponsors. I'm looking at them, so I'm hoping you can remember them. I'm going to give the lady the opportunity because they tend to remember things more. So Wendy, do you know? Can you remember the sponsors that you want to big up and say thank you?
Yes, I certainly do. I would like to say a very special thank you to Proven Investment. They have really, supported us well. Hawkeye as well, Hawkeye Security Company, as well as Coldwell Bankers Limited, yes, and National Bakery, and to top it off, Amars.
Okay,
So
you have the same list.
Yes, we have gotten some really, it was short notice, honestly, and probably if we had more time, but it did feel like gap.
Let me give Craig the opportunity to big up the other one that I didn't hear Wendy call.
Okay, all right.
Craig, you know the other one?
I take the opportunity to big up Sports Development Foundation. They have supported the club over the years, and no different on this occasion. We have, we have a very special relationship with them, and the funds that we receive from them, not necessarily for the travel and the trips, but the support it gives to the club in terms of the ability to purchase new equipment and that type of stuff is really appreciated, and would like to give a special thank you to the people at the sports, the SDF.
What about beer pelt? I'm looking at my thing here and it's a beer pelt, making and customizing of shooting vests. You didn't get that memo?
Yes.
Well, let me just say, Garfield, that Mrs. McMaster single-handedly has been at the forefront of all of these fundraising, the fundraising venture for the team, and really and truly, we all owe her, 100% in terms of the work that she's done behind the scenes.
Well,
I think,
I want to wish you guys all the best. We're out of time. I want to wish you all the best, and when you come back, I want to hear the record-breaking performances again. Podium finishes for both teams. Wendy, you need to go a little higher, so at least second. And Craig, get your team on the podium. And when you come back, come have a chat with me, okay?
Thank you very much.
Yeah, man. All the best. Take it easy.
Yes. Bye-bye.
Craig Simpson and Wendy McMaster, captains of the National Sporting Clays team. We'll be back right after this break.
One glass of Suppligent has 8 vitamins and minerals and is power-packed with protein to maintain healthy muscle mass. The day is yours. Suppligent. Boosts you up.
The time by Suppligent is 5:30.
If you need a prescription filled, Gold Line Pharmacy at Main Street, Chapelton, Clarendon guarantees fast service at a great price. You will find gifts, household items, cosmetics, and stationery too. When you are looking for fast, friendly service, visit Gold Line Pharmacy, Main Street, Chapelton, 876-785-0128. We are caring beyond prescriptions. Gold Line Pharmacy, the name you can trust. Serving our clients is our first responsibility.
Anybet now offers a third easy, secure, and convenient top-up option for your betting account. Top up wherever, whenever, using your Visa, debit, credit, or MasterCard free of charge to continue gaming. That's right, free of charge. Other top-up options include store deposit and bank transfer. Visit our website for more details. Anybet reminds you to bet responsibly.
Importers. Shipments requiring you to pay customs duties and taxes are cleared on a customs goods declaration known as an IM4 or IMS4. Ask your clearing agent to provide your customs declaration, customs assessment notice, and customs receipt once duties and taxes are paid. Where your clearing agent may not be able to provide the IM4 or IMS4, request your customs goods declaration registration number or C number, which can be used to verify your payments. Importers, request your IM4, IMS4, or C number. It is your right. For details, email the Jamaica Customs Agency at public.relations@jca.gov.jm. Jamaica Customs, keeping our customers in focus.
Ooh la la. I see what I want at Phosphate Super Sale June 19 to 29. Kingston, Mandeville, and Montego Bay. Come get your wires, breakers, chandeliers, flood lamps, LED bulbs, standing fans, and so much more. Shop Kingston, Mandeville, and Montego Bay. You can't afford to miss it. Come shop, come save at Phosphate Super Sale June 19 to 29. See you there at Phosphate.
Isratech Jamaica Limited offers a high-quality complement of unique and sustainable products and services, unparalleled anywhere in the Caribbean and Central America. Everything agriculture, water, energy, hardware, home and garden. From engineering and design, manufacturing and supply of product, consultation, after-sales service to implementation and maintenance. Call us today at 876-603-3946. Isratech, master the elements.
Ooh la la. I see what I want at Phosphate Super Sale June 19 to 29. Kingston, Mandeville, and Montego Bay. Come get your wires, breakers, chandeliers, flood lamps, LED bulbs, standing fans, and so much more. Shop Kingston, Mandeville, and Montego Bay. You can't afford to miss it. Come shop, come save at Phosphate Super Sale June 19 to 29. See you there at Phosphate.
You're listening to The Scoreboard on Jamaica's #1 sports station.
Welcome back to The Scoreboard here on KLAS FM 89. Garfield Jones is the name, and we're in the penultimate segment of the day. Drift is the new dance and the new song, but that's not the drift we're talking about in this segment. It's the Red Bull Car Park Drift Competition, and we'll be talking to Dean Corodas. He's the, I hope I got his name right, Corodas, local motorsports partner and a key organizer of the event. And we'll also be talking to Sheldon Zibos. That's how it is spelled on my paper, and that's how I'm pronouncing it, Zibos. Sheldon Johnson. In 2022, he was the second runner-up. In 2023, the national finalist. So we'll be having a chat with them to find out about this big event happening at the National Stadium Car Park, I think. So let's get both gentlemen online. Sheldon, you there?
Yes, Mr. Jones, I'm here.
That's Zibos, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, wonderful. Dean, you there?
Yes, man, I'm here. Thanks for having me.
Our pleasure. And it's Corodas, right? I got it right?
Yeah, man, you get it right, man.
Brilliant.
You never
All right, Dean, let me start with you. Tell us a bit about the event. Date, time, where will it be, history, everything. Tell us about it.
All right, so first correction. It's going to be the Catherine Hall Multipurpose Stadium parking lot in Montego Bay, St. James, not the National Stadium.
The first one was the stadium, right? Was there one at the stadium?
Same place in the stadium in Montego Bay.
Montego Bay, okay.
Jamaica have more than one stadium, you know.
It's true we come from Kingston.
Nobody out of town, you know. So me, you got a problem, you know.
All right, so my apologies.
Yeah,
so it will be at Catherine Hall.
It's Sunfest City. We've been branded Sunfest City. It's the resort capital of Jamaica. It is
okay,
sun,
sir.
Sand and sea.
All right, you sell it enough, Dean. You sell it enough.
All right, so it's the second staging.
Yes.
We had the first staging on October 1 last year.
Yes.
A little bit of history. The Red Bull Car Park Drift has been around for about 15 years, but mainly centered in the Middle East and Asia. All these oil-rich countries, Saudi Arabia, Dubai, Qatar, etc. And it is the first time in 2022 that it ventured from that region of the world and into the Western Hemisphere. So we're happy that Lick Jamaica was chosen to showcase this. But it worked well because we in Jamaica, we've been shunting, we've been spinning, we've been sliding, we've had our wet and slide dexterities, we've had our slippery and wet events. So we basically been practicing and honing our skills on these events so that when Red Bull comes with the car park drift, which is the formalized drifting competition, which is not against time now, it's not speed or anything. It's about style, it's about execution, it's about holding a drift, it's about executing the course and going into boxes and hitting flippers and pendulums and keeping the car sliding.
Okay.
The points scoring is what was new to us last year. So we developed a series last year, the Race Zone Drift King series, that the top 4 finishers from each of these events qualified for the Red Bull finals in October.
Right.
So that's the format for last year. This year we're doing it a little different. We didn't have the qualifying series this year. So everybody who entered online on the Red Bull website now will show up tomorrow for eliminations and qualifying. So the first day, Friday, June 30th, 12 noon is eliminations.
Okay.
And then the top 16 from tomorrow's event will advance to the Saturday final, same venue, at 7 p.m., along with the top 4 finishers from last year, which includes Sheldon as well, who finished in 3rd place last year. Nicholas Barnes, Cleve Otti, and Christian Addison.
Nicholas was the one who went away to represent Jamaica, right?
That's right. So
Right.
he was the top finisher last year. He went to Saudi Arabia for the World Finals. This year's winner is going to go to Qatar. And the winners from each country, because it's really an international competition. So the winners from each country all will converge in Qatar for this year's final.
Oh, that's a big deal. The winner from last year, he's allowed to enter again this year? Nicholas is allowed to enter this year?
Yes, man. Just like how Bolt win Olympic, how much time you can enter as long as you can run. And
Okay. Well,
we're not stop you.
I'm sure Sheldon will have something to say about that. He wants to move from 3rd up to Sheldon want to go Qatar because oil and perfume and jewelry over there. Sheldon want to get some.
Let me tell you, Sheldon have a very good chance because Sheldon has tasted the top step of the podium by winning the last local event we have here. So I'm not thinking, I'll move off at the top step right now.
There you go. There you go. Sheldon, 3rd place last year. How does it feel to be a part of the competition again this year?
Well, it has been a pleasure to compete last year. This year, I'm also excited once more to get the opportunity to compete again. I feel more comfortable and more relaxed in participating this time around. So I'm looking forward to great things.
You're from the West, right?
I'm from St. Elizabeth.
Okay.
The west side of St. Elizabeth.
Yeah, from West. Why drifting, Sheldon? Everybody want to drive fast like Lewis Hamilton and go round a track or go straight. Why drifting?
Drifting is for me, is a more exciting and more interesting type of motorsports. It takes a lot more connection between you and your car, and it brings that rush of excitement. For me, I get more excited doing drifting, and it takes a lot more precision and timing and mind game, and it takes a lot more focus, and I'm more into that aspect of motorsports.
Okay.
I choose drifting.
And between me, nobody's not listening. You only drift on in the car park. You don't drift on the government road, right?
No, can't do that.
Okay, just checking. Last year, you'd have had the experience. You came through 3rd. How would that have helped to shape your preparation for this year, getting ready to take on the Nicholas and so for this year?
Well, participating last year and come place the 2nd runner-up has benefited me well because it's given me a mind opener. It gives me the exposure to know I have the potential to win this year because it was 5 months since I've been professionally participating as a drifter when I came 3rd. So I realized there's an opportunity once I get more experience, once I build my car more specific for this job, I think I can be successful to pull off the championship.
You have some fans, I'm sure. If they're listening now, what can you say to them? What can they expect come Saturday night?
Well, for my fans, I can let them know to expect great things from me, to expect a good show, and I won't disappoint them. I have been putting in the work, and I expect big results. So come out and enjoy yourself at the Red Bull Car Park Drift 2023.
That's from the boss himself. Dean, from your end, patrons coming out to the event, how much you getting, by the way?
So it's $3,000 for adults. Children 3 to 12 years old is $1,000. Tickets are available online. Touchstone is our ticketing partner. You can go to the Red Bull Instagram page and click on their bio, and the ticket purchasing link is there. The gates open at 5. The competition starts at 7 p.m. That is Saturday night, July 1. This is this Saturday night coming. Elimination starts at 12 noon on Friday. This, however, is primarily just for the competitors, not a spectator portion of the program. The spectator portion is Saturday at 7 p.m. Catherine Hall Multipurpose Stadium parking lot, Montego Bay. We have secure parking all over, food, drink, everything. It's a spacious, safe environment, family-oriented, in the cool of the evening, no sun hot, nice vibes.
I don't have to say nothing more. Dean, I answer every question when I'm not even asked. So I don't have to say the next word. Let me ask though, Dean. The first one was out west. Second one out to any plans to bring one up to us here in Kingston?
All right. Do me a favor. Pave the parking lot of the National Stadium for me now.
Oh, that's what it takes.
The gravel thing that you have there, we actually had looked at that first, but drifting, you have to have it on a nice, predictable surface. Now, back in the day, we used to do dexterities and rallies and some sprints there in the stadium parking lot. But drifting, you actually want a smooth, sealed surface, so the drift can be consistent and predictable and controlled. So, the day that you pave it, or it is paved, the following day we are there.
All right, so
you have my word on that.
Mobe have one more thing over Kingston. They have paved car park that they can drift on, and we can't do it here in Kingston.
So we've actually had drift events in Kingston. One of the series events we were at the Fisheries Car Park in downtown Kingston last year. So we've been all over the island with the race zone Drift King series. So yes, we've been in St. Elizabeth, Falmouth, all over the place.
We're making a petition for Kingston. I'm going to talk to Minister Grange and ask her to sort it out, so you have no excuse next year.
Make it happen. You have a partner right here.
All right, my friend. Wishing you all the best this weekend, Dean, for the event. Sheldon, when I check the sports news on Saturday night, I should see you standing close to the top, if not on top of the podium, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. All the best. Congratulations. Keep up the good work, gentlemen.
Man, thank you.
All right. We take a break. We'll be back with more on the other side, folks.
Protecting Jamaica's borders from illicit imports and exports is a key priority for the Jamaica Customs Agency. The JCA will remain vigilant and resolute in effectively fulfilling this mandate. The time by the Jamaica Customs Agency is
5:45.
Richard Ticker catch up myself. Justice to catch up users. Yeah! Justice! Hey! What the problem? I'm gonna catch up my water, sir. Problem solved. Chance to be able to catch up. Wanna follow me? Look up. Don't joke with chance to be able to catch up. Richard Ticker and more affordable. Boxing, a very culture. Better never know a boxing turn up. Full of vibes when your friend them show up. Watch it fight, mix and rub with your cups up. A rear up fight nights, everybody roll up. Fight nights, a very culture. No fun and excitement, boy. Fight nights, a very culture. Full of vibes, rare and make we show ya. Make we power at the biggest boxing championship. Ray and nephew fight nights. Must be 18 years or older to drink. Drink responsibly.
The J3's Ministry of Sports Puma National Senior and Junior Championships, Thursday, July 6 to Sunday, July 9 at the National Stadium, 9:45 a.m. to 9 p.m. each day. Up for grabs over places to several events this summer, headlined by the 19th World Athletics Championships in Budapest, Hungary for the seniors, plus the NACAC and Pan American Championships for the juniors. Season tickets, $7,500. Finish line, $1,000 to $2,500 per day. Regular grandstand, $1,000 to $2,000. Online tickets already on sale at mysticonlinetix.com and at the National Stadium ticket office and the Jamaica Pegasus Hotel from July 3, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. It will be 4 days of super competition, so be there.
Ooh la la. I see what I want at Phosphorus Super Sale June 19 to 29. Kingston, Mandeville, and Montego Bay. Come get your wires, breakers, chandeliers, flood lamps, LED bulbs, standing fans, and so much more. Shop Kingston, Mandeville, and Montego Bay. You can't afford to miss it. Come shop. Come save at Phosphorus Super Sale June 19 to 29. See you there at Phosphorus.
You're listening to The Scoreboard on Jamaica's #1 sports station.
All right, welcome to the final segment of The Scoreboard here on KLAS. Garfield Jones is the name, and we've gone through track and field, sporting clay, and drifting. Now, to close off with a knockout punch, we talk some boxing. Of course, recently you heard us talk about the Ray and Neville boxing series. Two gentlemen who are familiar with that will be with us to talk about that. Stephen Bomber Jones, the president of the Jamaica Boxing Board, and Pavel Smith, marketing manager at J. Ray and Neville, will be here right about now to tell us about the series and what and when and all of that. Sir Bomber, there?
Yeah, man, I'm here.
Wonderful. We're hearing you loud and clearly. Pavel, you there?
Yes, man, I'm here, man. Afternoon to you.
Yeah, man.
Pleasure to be here once again on KLA.
Yeah, man. Our pleasure to have you. Let's get right into it because time is a flying. We have had the contender. Ray and Neville does always seem to mix up with boxing. Why does Ray and Neville continue to sponsor boxing in Jamaica? What's the love affair of boxing and Ray and Neville? Tell me.
So, Ray and Neville is, I would say, the home of boxing in Jamaica, right? And again, we continue to advance the sport in Jamaica, give our boxers, I would say, more opportunities to increase, their visibility. And, fight counts as well, because that is important for your career as a boxer, again. And I think this activity gives them this global opportunity to showcase their talent, not just to Jamaica, but I would say to the rest of the world. So for us, it's important for local recognition, but also how do we get these guys visible in terms of the international market. So that's important for us, in terms of how we continue to breathe life into boxing, and again, give these guys some opportunity. So maybe, have their world title fight right here in Jamaica. They say you have to dance a yard before you dance abroad. So that for us is important in terms of developing boxing in Jamaica, and for local talent as well. So that's why Ray and Neville stays committed to this activity.
Some folks may ask, why not go for the almost ripe fruit? Get to the top quickly and sponsor a semi-professional, professional league instead of nurturing the tree from a little sucker going up. Why start from down at this level?
I think it's important that we understand that talent in Jamaica, it has to start somewhere, right? And again, this for us, it breathes life into the boxers, from an amateur stage. Because again, it's important that these guys have somewhere to showcase their talent. It's important for them understanding that, hey, you're training. I think in our past boxing activity, it was more so for amateur fighters and exhibition fights. But here they can really develop their professional careers. And I think that is important for the boxers as well. They have something to look forward to.
Yeah.
They can come on and participate in the fight night activity, knowing that this is something that they are using as a tool, as a platform to grow their professional career. And that is why it's important that, we not only, I would say, just take on an existing platform, but one that allows the boxers to really develop their career in the field of boxing. Not just I would say, when you arrive as a professional, but also from the start of it, and persons following their journey, following their career throughout Jamaica and going on to title fights. I think that's important for us to follow their journey.
Well said. Bomber, sir, the first fight night comes up on July 1. That's this Saturday. How many boxers have we registered? How many boxers will be on the card for the first fight night?
So we have 6 amateur bouts and 2 professional bouts. So 12 amateurs and 4 pros.
Okay.
Yeah, so the fight nights will you see that's the format that we use. At least two professional bouts will be on a card.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we start with the amateurs, but I find what will happen, which has already been happening, the promoters from our local promoter and the promoters from overseas
Mhm.
have been asking for the dates so that they can have their boxers come on this platform. So really and truly, what this is a platform that is a non-exclusive platform. So it's a promoter-friendly platform. So we want to be able to use the boxes that United has in Canada. Tyler has, you know, we have our Jamaican boxers like Big 12 that fight over there.
Mhm.
So he's already asked to set the pro fights for the next card. But as you know, we have Chris Troy starting, and we have others that you will hear about along the way. So more than likely, we'll move from like 2 pro fights to probably no more than 4 because we do want our elite amateurs to have this year as well. But it will be at least 6 amateur fights and 2 pro fights each time. That's how the journey will be made.
Okay, what's the fight to look for this Saturday, July 1? What's the first fight? I know it's a 2 pro and some amateurs.
Yeah, so we have the amateurs, we have the elite amateurs, and really and truly, I mean, the amateurs. So even though you're speaking about where you think it's not at the highest level, remember the boxing board here in Jamaica sanctions both amateur and pro fights, pro boxing. So the best of the amateurs that we do have, we have some JDF boxers that will showcase what they do internationally, and not just the JDF boxers, but the boxers that we have here that represent Jamaica. You know, so they'll be using this platform. So you'll see those that are on the journey to the Olympics,
Mhm.
and then you have the one that has been most charismatic so far. You know, the one that has been boxing the pro, Breezy, who's 2-0. He has had 2 tremendous outings in his pro career so far. So he has people, you know, Jamaican fans watching to see if it's the real deal and things. So he's charismatic, he's talented, and I think he'll be the main event that a lot of people look forward to see. And he's a journey that I think that he will grasp the country in no short order.
Okay, so we look out for those 2 on Saturday night. Pavel, what can patrons expect from WNA? Because I know when you guys do it, you do it big, you know. We see it in cricket, we see it in contender, we see anything that WNA do, you do it big. What can patrons look forward to on fight nights?
You know, big brands do big things. And, you know, apart from good sportsmanship, you can expect live entertainment. WNA is going to bring the vibes, right? So what I'll say to persons, you know, is that come this Saturday, July 1st, it will be a fully cultural experience. So we have a WNA specials that will be available. $1,200 get you a flask of WNA along with your chaser to enjoy some real tactic on the night. We have in-ring giveaways. You know, Johnny Daly, he will be the one hosting on the night. So we have in-ring giveaways for persons who want to come on out and win some gift baskets from WNA. You can come on out. And again, I will say to persons, if you're in Kingston, to miss us to this, because we have none other than Sizzla himself who is going to shut down the night. So we try to tell the persons that, listen, this is something we're doing to give back to the community and to create this platform for the boxers.
Yes.
We want persons to come on out and see what talent we have on display. Again, admission is free.
Free.
We're looking forward to a full house here. There's no cover charge, right? Just come on out, support your local boxers, have some drinks with us at WNA. And I tell you, it's going to be nothing but, I would say, boxing greatness right here at Kling Oval in Olympic Gardens in Kingston.
And Sean was asking about the persons in between rounds carrying the numbers, if they'll be there out in their numbers too.
Most definitely. But we still want persons to hydrate between drinks. It's important. I understand. You have to drink responsibly. You know, we always preach that message to persons.
I wonder if Pavel heard the question, though.
But definitely we'll have our ringers there on display. If you know contender, you know what that means for the world of boxing. So I said to persons, if you don't come out for the fight, definitely come out for the entertainment and the drinks that WNA will have on offer. And again, you know, Sizzla closing off the night, so it will be nothing but showstop excitement on the night.
So, Sean, the answer to the question is yes. Bomber, after Kling, where is the next one, and when will the next one be?
The next 6 weeks after, so we're looking at on August 12th,
Mm-hmm.
and it'll be in Denham Town Community Centre, and then 6 weeks after that we go to Ambassador Theatre. That's what, you know, in Frenchtown. So we every 6 weeks we have it and we rotate in the communities that we've been active in.
Okay.
And then, we want to carry it island-wide in the long run.
So Pavel, you're not just there for the start and the end. Everywhere it go, and every 6 weeks you'll be there throwing up big time.
Most definitely. And again, through this, again, community engagement is important for us. We're trying to breed this camaraderie between communities, and we see where this boxing platform can, create some clean social fun for persons.
Yes.
So we want to continue to leverage activities like these within communities as Brand Ray Nephew to show persons that, hey, it's not just a party within which you can enjoy yourself, but these are other ways, we can come out and engage and cheer for our own. So definitely, we commend Stephen Jones and the Jamaica Boxing Board for putting this together, but we see it as a plus for both the brand, both our communities, for consumers, and likewise for our local talented boxers here in Jamaica.
Indeed, and if anyone has driven on Tower Avenue, you can see that Ray Nephew is well sponsored along that stretch. If you can see, if you drive on that road, you'll know what I mean. It is
the people have been good to Ray Nephew, so Ray Nephew continues to keep the brand top of mind and drive the awareness amongst our consumers. It's important for them to understand that we are still here.
Yeah, man, indeed. Bama, how have the boxers been preparing? I know you've probably been going around and seeing them. How they're looking for the fight night?
I mean, they've been ready from before, they are more than grateful for Ray Nephew setting the platform now. The hardest thing for them have been training without a set date, without a set journey, without a set calendar, knowing that they can train towards something, without something that gives a platform that can give them a career. And this is just as straight as it is. So they've been ready, they've been training, and now that the platform is set, they're going to turn the training up even more. So what I want to say to everybody here, we've been working towards making Jamaica a hub for boxing. Remember this time. 2 years now, when we're looking back, this paradigm is going to shift completely. We'll have the conversations now, but this will be the start of a shift for everything changing. It's going to be a game changer.
All right. So this Saturday, Tinkling Oval, what time does it start?
Yeah, something 6 o'clock.
6 o'clock.
7.
7. All right. Pavel and Stephen Bomber Jones, thanks for having a chat with us. See you guys on Saturday night.
I appreciate it. Thanks, man.
All the best. Well, that was Pavel Smith, marketing manager of Ray Nephew. Stephen Bomber Jones, president of the Jamaica Boxing Board. And this is Garfield Jones on behalf of Sean Grant and Astor Hoyt saying farewell, have a good evening, and join us again tomorrow, same time, same place. We'll do it all over again. Until then, have yourself a blessed evening.
You've just heard the scoreboard. Remember to tune in Mondays to Fridays at 5 p.m. for top-class sports discussions.
Health Alert is sponsored by Bashco, the store that gives you more, and the National Health Fund. NHF is here for health. NHF is here for you.
Practice respiratory hygiene. Make sure you and people around you follow good respiratory hygiene. This means covering your mouth and nose with your bent elbow or tissue when you cough or sneeze. Then dispose of the used tissue immediately. Droplets spread viruses. By following good respiratory hygiene, you protect the people around you from viruses such as cold, flu, and COVID-19.
Health Alert is sponsored by Bashco, the store that gives you more, and the National Health Fund. NHF is here for health. NHF is here for you. You're listening to KLAS FM. We now continue with a live program from our partner station, Omega Radio.
Hi, this is Shirley Beckford, gospel recording artist, and I'll be ministering at the Omega Church on Sunday, July 2nd, 2023 at the 11 a.m. service in Core Springs, 11030 Wise Road, 33076. Come on out and hear my testimony and worship with the man of God. See you there.
Well, God is exalted, the devil is defeated, and we have the victory. This is yours truly, Elder Warren Pitts, Jr., campus pastor here at the Omega Church under the leadership of Bishop John Wayne and Pastor Elizabeth Manning. I want to take a moment to invite you to worship with us this coming Sunday. I believe that we're living in the last and evil days, but I believe, like the prophet said in Joel 2:28, that God is going to pour out his spirit upon all flesh. and your sons and your daughters are going to prophesy. Listen, I believe that we have entered into a season of revival that no man can start and no man can end. And no, I'm not talking about extended services, but I'm talking about a burn in the heart of humanity. Listen, I want you to be my guest this Sunday. Come be a part of this anointed atmosphere. We're located at 11030 Wiles Road in Coral Springs, Florida, 33076. Be my guest this coming Sunday.
Omega Church this Sunday at 11 a.m. Bring everybody. God will serve.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. The group that sued to overturn affirmative action practices in college admissions is praising the Supreme Court for ruling in its favor.
A university doesn't have real diversity when it simply assembles students who look different but come from similar backgrounds.
Founder and president of Students for Fair Admissions, Edward Bloom, said the opinion issued by the High Court reestablishes the founding principles of the Civil Rights Act. He argued allowing colleges and universities to consider a student's race to either admit or reject them is discriminatory. The group sued Harvard and the University of North Carolina. The Supreme Court decision rejecting the use of race in college admissions will mostly affect elite institutions with competitive admissions programs, including Harvard, Yale, Columbia, and others. Most colleges and universities in the U.S. will not be affected because they accept almost all applicants. The final hearing was held today on reparations for black people in California. The idea being discussed would pay descendants of slaves or people in the country since the late 1800s. Many speakers were present and spoke today, including Task Force member Don Tamaki.
It is not a preposterous idea, not welfare, it's not a check in the mail. It's much more than that.
Tamaki spoke about reparations from an Asian American perspective. Indianapolis Colts cornerback Isaiah Rodgers and two other players are indefinitely suspended for gambling violations. The NFL found Rodgers, defensive end Rashad Berry, and free agent defensive lineman Demetrius Taylor all were found to have bet on NFL games in the 2022 season. The NFL doesn't allow players to bet on NFL games or any other sports from team facilities or hotels. They also can't have others place bets for them or share inside information. This is USA News. An official with the Chinese embassy is calling on the U.S. to lift sanctions in order to reopen high-level military talks between the two superpowers. The sanctions were imposed in response to Chinese purchases of Russian arms. The call for lifting sanctions comes amidst the Biden administration's efforts to increase communication channels with China. The Federal Reserve says 23 of the biggest American banks were able to survive severe recession scenario in a stress test. Every U.S. bank the test included was able to continue to lend to consumers and businesses. Despite a nearly $550 billion project loss for the group, the banks were able to maintain minimum capital levels. A Detroit man is suing the city for his wrongful arrest and conviction to life in prison without parole for an arson murder case that he did not do. Kenneth Nixon was exonerated in 2021. He wants the city to pay him for the case that included manufactured evidence.
I don't want to be having this conversation 20 years from now with some kid that suffered the same injustice because we didn't fix it.
Nixon says the larger part of his lawsuit is reforming the criminal justice system and getting it right. Virgin Galactic launched its first customers to the edge of space. The company, founded by British billionaire Richard Branson, launched the mission with passengers funded by the Italian Air Force. The mission included 2 personnel from the Italian Air Force, along with an Italian engineer and a Virgin Galactic astronaut instructor.
Dean Roy Bernard appointed to new position in Culture Ministry. Government drafting legislation to tackle national security and burn victim in St. Elizabeth to receive new home. The news in detail after the break.
There is good news about inflation with a reduction in the level of price increases. Inflation at March 2023 was 6.2%, down from 7.8% at February and a high of 11.8% at April 2022. We must continue to reduce inflation to the target range of 4 to 6%. Let's keep inflation low, stable, and predictable as every Jamaican benefits from price stability. A message from Bank of Jamaica.
Now the news. Prime Minister Andrew Holness says the government is putting legislative measures in place to strengthen national security while protecting the rights and freedoms of citizens. The Prime Minister notes that the Enhanced Security Measures Act, which is being developed to, among other things, protect the country's most vulnerable, seeks to target persons who are known to be involved in criminal activity.
Our laws need to take into account our current situation. It is not beyond us to preserve our liberal democracy and preserve our rights and freedoms, and at the same time craft legislation that specifically targets those among us who use violence as a means of demonstrating their power, economic and social gain, and violence as a means of resolving conflict.
The Prime Minister said that discussions are ongoing regarding the general terms and framework for the Act. Minister of Finance and the Public Service Dr. Nigel Clark has announced Mr. Dean Roy Bernard as the newly appointed Supernumerary Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Culture, Entertainment and Sport, effective June 28, 2023. This was facilitated by amendments made to the Civil Service Establishment General Order 2023 in the House of Representatives on Tuesday, June 27. According to Dr. Clark, the establishment of the post was in keeping with the court's ruling on Mr. Bernard's case that he is the holder of the Office of Permanent Secretary.
The Supernumerary Permanent Secretary has the position of Permanent Secretary, with the exception that that person is not an accounting officer. It's not the first time in the history of Jamaica that the position of Supernumerary Permanent Secretary will have existed. It has existed in the past. We are creating the position in order to honor the ruling of the court, given the fact that all ministries already have permanent secretaries. There's no ministry with a vacant permanent secretary.
Minister Clark noted that this amendment to the Civil Service Establishment Order is to ensure that the will of the court is adhered to in all future transfers of the positions of permanent secretaries. The Ministry of Tourism is developing a gastronomy policy as part of efforts to expand the food and beverage industry in the hospitality sector. Portfolio Minister Edmund Bartlett says Jamaica's gastronomy sector is untapped and the team is working on a framework to grow the subsector in a more sustainable way. He adds that the policy will also guide the ministry's investment strategies going forward for the subsector to ensure that Jamaica's tourism product is attractive to travelers.
Jamaica has the potential now to bring a new tourism demography into our destination. The new foodies of the world who will come and spend. And we think that Jamaica has the most delectable of all foods, and we also have the variety and range to satisfy the palate of the most discriminating of our visitors. And so we want to build out on that.
Minister Bartlett was speaking in an interview with JRS News. And Minister of Local Government and Community Development Desmond McKenzie has disclosed that recent burn victim Akelia Dunkley will receive a new house through the government's indigent housing program. Young Akelia suffered third-degree burns after a gas stove explosion at her home in Burnt Savannah, St. Elizabeth on June 16. The grade 7 Black River High School student has since been flown to the United States for treatment.
I've given instructions to start immediately, to tear down what is there and to build a structure for her and her family that they will be proud of. That is at least what we can do to help the family.
Minister McKenzie was speaking at the handover ceremony for an indigent housing program unit to beneficiary Shawya Farquharson recently. The one-bedroom unit houses a kitchenette, bathroom, living area and front porch. That was JRS News. I'm Jada Francis. On Friday, June 23, the Ministry of Education and Youth hosted a press conference where Portfolio Minister Favour Williams shared statistics relating to the 2023 sitting of the Primary Exit Profile Examination, PEP. For those who don't know, the Primary Exit Profile, PEP, is a series of assessments that provide a profile of a primary student's academic standing, strengths and weaknesses, and their readiness for grade 7. It is the main factor which determines which secondary school students attend. PEP consists of 3 components: a performance task, an ability test, and a curriculum-based test, which are completed within fixed time frames. Now that you understand how the exam is administered, stay tuned for a quick synopsis of the 2023 results.
A total of
36,105 students were registered to sit the 2023 Grade 6 PEP exams. Of that, 18,452 were males and 17,650